Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 401, Saving Agent Jurgen. Weeks had passed since Berenger first gave the royal edict to establish a special operations unit known as the Jag Commandos. During this time, a small team of elite soldiers had been formed with a single purpose to save Agent Jurgen. To nobody's surprise, this team was made entirely of Berengar's most elite soldiers from his Jaeger Corps. At the moment, a small fire team that made up this task force was sitting on a rowboat in the middle of the Vistula River, inching ever closer to their target. Captain Andreas Jaeger was the current team leader of the specialty unit that would one day evolve into the infamous Jag Commandos. Though there were many potential candidates for this position after a thorough screening, ultimately he was selected to lead this mission. At the moment, he was sharpening his bayonet as he sat within the boat used to approach their destination. The likelihood of him and his men needing to use these weapons to eliminate their potential hostiles was undoubtedly high. After all, a single shot of their rifles would immediately alert the entire camp of their presence. The man was currently dressed in what had become known as an M22 field uniform. It had become the basis for all soldiers' uniforms within the Kingdom of Austria and was nothing more than a replica of the Wehrmacht's M41 field uniform from Berengar's past life. Over this uniform was a splinter camo smock, and over that was his trusty trench armor, which was painted to match the camouflage smock. Attached to the breastplate was a set of black web gear in the form of 6 ammo pouches that contained his paper cartridges for his needle rifle. Though Austria had begun to manufacture bolt-action rifles and semi-automatic pistols, they were not yet tested or approved for field use. Because of this, the unit was still equipped with the standard-issue needle rifle. Under this armor was a black leather belt that contained his bayonet, his entrenching tool, and his canteen. As for his footwear, it was a pair of black leather combat boots that went up to his ankles. Worn over the top of these boots were a pair of splinter camo puttees. Atop his head was an M21 Stahlhelm, which was the designation given to the helmet he had worn for some time. It was also painted in splinter camouflage. For better concealment, he wore a ghillie cape that acted as faux foliage. It wrapped itself around his head, shoulders, and back. The only other remarkable feature of his kit was that his face was painted in a woodland pattern to obscure his pale skin that was likely to be seen in the dark. As the boat approached their destination, Andreas sheathed his bayonet before grabbing a hold of his paddle, where he and his team silently brought it to shore. Once on dry land, Andreas quickly went over the plan one more time. The plan is simple: we infiltrate the camp and silently take out the guards. After doing so, we make our way to the tent that Royal Intelligence claims to be the current location of our missing field agent. Our objective is simple: extract Jurgen and bring him home. The men who comprised this particular unit silently nodded before Andreas ordered them to move out. After doing so, they silently began to approach the nearby encampment that was not far away from the Vistula. Before long, Andreas and his team found themselves behind the backs of a pair of Golden Horde sentries. Andreas quickly slung his rifle over his shoulder and unleashed his bayonet. After placing his hand over the man's mouth, he quickly slid the dagger across his throat, ending the man's tragic life. Blood spilled onto the ground, forming a crimson pool. However, before the other sentry could react, he was quickly taken out similarly by one of the men within Andreas' squad. Only after Andreas was sure the two men were genuinely dead did he and his team drag the warriors' bodies out of sight and hide them within the bushes. While all of this was happening, a marksman was stationed on the hill above with his needle rifle in hand. He was gazing down into the encampment through the iron sights of his rifle. If shit hit the fan, he would have to cover his team's escape. After hiding the bodies, Andreas took the point where he slowly and cautiously made his way between the tents. Luckily for him, it appeared to be some form of celebration tonight. Because of this, many of the Mongol warriors drank themselves to sleep. Only a few hostiles were wandering through the camp, and they were intoxicated to such degree that they could not notice Andreas and his squad if they were to crouch down 5 yards in front of them. Thus Andreas and his men swiftly made their way to the tent where Jurgen was supposedly held captive. Where they split into 2 groups. While Andreas and the medic rescued Jurgen, the others would search for his equipment. It was not a good idea to leave behind the gear that could identify Austria as the assassins. After entering inside, they found their target tied to a post with cuts and welts all over his body. He was missing his left hand and both of his eyes. The fingernails on his right hand were completely removed, as were all his teeth. Evidently, when they weren't cutting away at his body, they beat him with blunt objects, as there was substantial bruising across his torso and multiple fractures in his limbs. How he had managed to survive this long was utterly unknown to the veteran medic who accompanied Andreas and his team. Jurgen was clearly on the brink of death, and as such, the medic instantly began to treat what few wounds he could manage. When there was nothing more to be done, the medic pulled out smelling salts and placed them under Jurgen's nose, which immediately awakened the poor man. All he could see was darkness out of the dark pits where his eyes used to be. However, despite his lack of sight, he could still sense that he was surrounded. Thus he immediately began to panic. However, before he could scream, his mouth was covered and he heard the familiar words of his native tongue whisper in his ears. "I am Captain Andreas Jaeger of the Jaeger Corps. We are here to rescue you." Upon hearing this, Jurgen's brow immediately began to relax as he realized that aid had finally come for him. Afterward, Andreas removed his hand where Jurgen immediately began to speak. I said, nothing. Well, besides eat shit. After saying this, Jurgen began to chuckle, which immediately caused him to cough. Upon seeing this, the medic immediately cut him down. However, Jurgen was far too injured to walk. As he collapsed onto the ground, he began to chuckle once more before making a request. "Water." Captain Andreas quickly pulled out his canteen and guided it to Jurgen's lips, where he hastily took a sip. After drowning the blood that had pooled in his mouth with fresh water, the man sighed heavily before making one final request. "Kill me. Please." Andreas was shocked when he heard this. However, the medic looked at him with a worrying gaze before whispering in his ear. "His wounds are too severe. If we take him out of here, he will die before we make it to the boat. We should grant him his wish and put an end to his suffering." Upon hearing this, Andreas' hands began to tremble. He began to realize that they were far too late. George was as good as dead, and if they attempted to bring him back, they could easily be caught by the Golden Horde. Despite this potential reality, he was undeterred. The veteran captain refused to allow an agent of the crown to die in foreign lands and have his body tossed to the wolves or mutilated any further by those filthy savages. It was with this in mind that he made a solemn vow to Jurgen as the man gasped, struggling for breath. "I promise you that I will have your body buried in Austrian soil." At this point, Jurgen could no longer speak. Instead, he nodded his head with a stern expression on his face. After doing so, the medic pulled out a small capsule that contained a fast-acting and lethal poison. He slid it into Jurgen's mouth and messaged his throat so that he would swallow it. With this act, the agent began to whimper until there was utter silence. Not even the sound of him breathing remained as his soul entered eternal rest. Upon seeing this, Andreas sighed heavily before giving the new order. "Cover me. I'm going to make sure Jurgen makes it home, even if it is as a corpse." After saying this, he slung the fallen agent's body over his soldier and drew his pistol, where his team immediately exited the tent with rifles in hand. For Andreas and his team of operators, the real difficulty was about to begin. Chapter 402, The Bohemian Army Arrives. Having recovered Jurgen's corpse, or what was left of it, Captain Andreas Jaeger quickly made his way out of the tent. However, the moment he exited it, he noticed a large and muscular figure. According to the dossier they read over before this mission took place, this man was likely to be none other than Sabiti, the man who was the favorite to succeed the previous Khan who Jurgen had assassinated. Sabiti immediately reached for his saber. However, before he could even get his hand on his weapon, a booming echo resounded through the night sky. A gaping hole was in the middle of the Mongolian warlord's chest as he stared at Andreas with surprise. In the captain's hand was a 1422 service revolver, which he had fired the moment Sabiti reached for his weapon. The once proud Mongolian warlord, who was just about to become the next Khan of the Golden Horde, collapsed to the ground. However, the minute he did so, many warriors appeared from outside their tents, wondering what such a noise could be. They gazed in astonishment as they saw their leader bleeding out on the ground in front of a group of strangely dressed men. The brave warriors of Sabiti's faction immediately unsheathed their blades and began howling as they charged at the intruders. Andreas did not hesitate and quickly raised his revolver with one hand as he opened fire upon the enemy in rapid fashion. Beside Andreas was the medic, who quickly raised his rifle and fired at the oncoming opponents. Gunshots echoed in the air as bodies collapsed. The more shots fired, the more Mongolians appeared from their tents, armed and ready for combat. However, Andreas did not stay behind. Instead, he and the medic quickly regrouped with the other members of their squad before fleeing from the scene of their crime. Evidently, they had found Jurgen's equipment. While the soldiers ran, they also reloaded their weapons and fired at any hostiles who dared to get in their path. As for Andreas, he had long since fired his 6 shots, and because he was carrying Jurgen's body, he could no longer load his weapon. With this in mind, he quickly holstered his firearm before unsheathing his bayonet, where he held it close to his body in case he needed to kill someone who got too close. As the Mongolian warriors began to chase after the fleeing Austrian team, the marksman on the hill above began carefully picking his targets. With every squeeze of the trigger, another hostile was sent to the afterlife. With great finesse, he quickly racked the bolt of his needle rifle back, where he placed the next paper cartridge into the action before slamming the bolt home. After doing so, he quickly acquired his next target on the path of least resistance and gunned him down. Andreas quickly spotted the marksman clearing the path and ordered his men to follow it. "This way. Hurry." The Austrian Jaegers fiercely began to battle their way out of the enemy encampment. As a Mongolian approached the medic reloading a paper cartridge, he quickly halted the procedure. He then raised his bayonet while thrusting it into the man's heart. After doing so, he finished pushing the bolt forward before firing on another target. Andreas was protected by his soldiers who guarded his flanks as they secured the route out of the camp and towards the boat. Before long, they had gained a head start over the warriors of the Golden Horde who were now rushing back to their tents to grab a hold of their bows. However, by the time they retrieved them, the Austrians had made their way out of the encampment and rushed towards the river basin where they had left their boat. The marksman continued to clear a path until his comrades had gotten close to their position. As such, he fired one last shot protecting the rearguard from an incoming sword swing, exploding the target's head before hopping down from his position and regrouping with his team. As he ran alongside them to the shore, he instantly cursed. Well, this is a fucking shit show. Andreas did not say anything. Instead, he tossed Jürgen's body into the boat and began to push it into the river. Before long, the Mongolians arrived and began to fire their arrows upon Andreas and his team. Fortunately, their vitals were well protected from missile fire and the hands failed to pierce through the Austrian steel trench armor. Andreas quickly unslung his rifle and fired a shot into the torso of the nearest Mongolian warrior before hopping into the boat, which was now flowing downstream. Every one of the Austrian soldiers made their way into the boat at the same time, ducking their heads and protecting their exposed backs from missile fire. They began to row as if their lives depended upon it as arrows fell upon them instantly. However, due to the shape of their helmets, if they huddled down just right, there was no way they could be killed. After a while, they made it out of range of the Mongolian composite bows and began to cheer as they flipped off the hostile warriors who stared at them with disbelief. However, Andreas immediately barked at his soldiers to remind them of something serious. We're not out of the woods yet, we need to get to the extraction point before they can get on horseback and follows quit your cheering and start rowing. Just as Andreas had said, the Mongolian warriors of the Golden Horde doubled back to their camp where they got a hold of their horses. It was a race against time. The Austrians had to make their way downstream to where their mounts were located. If the Mongolians arrived before they did, it was all over. With this in mind, the team furiously rowed the boat into the rapids where they were propelled downstream at a tremendous rate. After a while, they arrived at their destination where Andreas picked up Jürgen's body and placed it on the back of his horse. After mounting their horses, the team immediately set off towards the Austrian borders. However, before they could celebrate, they noticed that the advanced force of the Golden Horde was not far behind. Several hundred elite Mongolian riders were closing in and fast. With this in mind, Andreas pulled out his revolver once more and began ejecting its empty cartridges out of its gate. After doing so, he rapidly reloaded the weapon with the reins in his left hand and the revolver in his right. He stormed off on his horse towards his homeland. The Mongolians rushed their horses towards the Austrians without caring for their mounts' safety. Eventually, they began to close the distance where they proceeded to fire their arrows towards Andreas and his men. They were not in a good position as their trench armor did not protect their backs. If an arrow made its way through its exposed area, it could mean death. The Austrians faced their oncoming attackers and fired their revolvers at them. The bullets traveled downrange to limited success. If anything, they were more likely to strike the horse. A .38 special was not capable of entirely stopping a horse with a single shot unless it hit a vulnerable region. However, when their shots did land clean, they managed to either knock down a rider or kill its horse. As the chase continued, things were beginning to look bleak to the Austrians. By now, they had run out of ammo with their revolvers and they were not equipped with cavalry carbines. However, in their darkest hour, the sound of thunder resounded in the air and in the very next moment, a plume of smoke appeared from the edge of the forest. As it did, more than a quarter of the approaching Mongols fell dead. It took a few moments, but another volley was fired shortly after where an exciting sight took place. Men dressed in uniforms that they did not recognize emerged from the tree line with muskets in their hands and triangular bayonets affixed as they loaded quick loading tubes into the bores of their weapons before firing another volley. With this third volley, every last member of the horde who had followed them was either slain or trapped beneath the weight of their horse. Seeing that their enemies were defeated, Andreas ordered his unit to halt as they watched the unknown men rush forth from their positions and skewer any member of the Golden Horde left alive with their bayonets. Andreas was quite suspicious of this new and unknown force and thus approached them cautiously. However, the man in charge of the company of soldiers who had helped them with their pursers immediately saluted him before speaking in what Andreas would politely refer to as broken German. Captain Christoph Jillich of the Royal Bohemian Army. We were sent to provide aid. I am glad we arrived on time. Berenger had suspected something like this could happen. With this in mind, he had kept the newly established Bohemian Army on standby to intercept and aid the Jaegers if they found themselves in trouble during their escape. Andreas was stunned to see that there was some form of support for them. However, before he could thank the man and his troops, Captain Christoph immediately began to interrupt. The majority of their army is still out there, and there are not enough of us to fight them off. Quickly, while you can make your escape, we will be returning to Bohemia immediately. Thus the brief interaction between the Bohemian Army and Austria's fledgling Special Forces group ended. Andreas quickly gave his orders to his soldiers. He was confident he did not want to stick around for the rest of the horde to arrive. Quickly, with haste, ride towards the fatherland. His soldiers immediately nodded their heads and followed the path back to Austria. The rest of their journey would be entirely uneventful. Chapter 403 Constitutional Convention Part 1. Berenger stood within the halls of the Reichstag. Surrounding him was every prominent political and economic leader within the Kingdom of Austria. After Duke Otto von Graz had openly called for a constitutional convention to amend the current constitution of Austria, the nation was in an uproar. How dare the Duke and father-in-law of the king question the crown's authority for the sake of the upper nobility? However, when Berenger responded in a cordial and welcoming manner, the people naturally calmed their wrath. Berenger had gone a step further and called for every titan of industry, every political representative, every noble of significant standing to gather together in the Reichstag for a single purpose: to redraft the constitution in a way that worked for all people. Currently, Berenger was addressing the massive gathering with some of his proposed changes to the current constitution. After much bickering from the nobility and common populace, the bicameral legislative that was based upon the United States of his previous life was thoroughly scrapped. The young King of Austria began to recount the changes to the system that had become universally accepted after several days of near-constant debate by those attending this constitutional convention. It is my understanding that we have come to some form of agreement on this matter, so allow me to reiterate for official purposes. As far as the legislative branch is concerned, there shall be 2 chambers of parliament. An electorate comprised of educated common men of good moral character can elect up to 1 member of parliament for every 25,000 citizens who dwells within the confines of the Kingdom of Austria. Every 4 years there shall be an election to elect a member of parliament to fill these positions. No representative shall be allowed to run for office more than twice. The representative must be at least 30 years of age and pass a background check as well as a written test supervised by the royal crown itself. Their duty, should they be elected, shall be performed with the principle of serving the Austrian crown to the benefit of the people. A member of parliament will have the right to draft bills to be looked over by the King of Austria. This will require at least a 2/3 majority to pass. They shall also have the power to impeach government officials under the condition of a 2/3 majority. In the event of an impeachment of a member of the peerage, the trial will be handed to the House of Lords to handle. Are there any objections to these terms? Berenger gazed around the Reichstag at the gathered men to see if anyone raised a hand or voice in protest to these terms. As he had previously announced, it had become universally accepted at this point, and thus not a single person raised a complaint regarding this portion of the Constitution. Upon seeing that there were no voices of dissent, Berenger cleared his throat before moving on to the next portion of the legislative branch. Moving on to the House of Lords. There shall be 5 members of the House of Lords for every duchy within our great realm. These noblemen shall be elected by a simple majority from the peerage of their respective duchies and will serve a 4-year term with a limit of 2 terms. The requirements to become a candidate for a position within the House of Lords are as follows. The nobleman in question must be at least 30 years of age, a citizen of Austria for at least 5 years without dual citizenship, pass an intensive background check as well as a written test supervised by the Austrian crown itself. If the duchy in question has not managed to fill its seats within the House of Lords, then the Austrian crown will choose the remaining representatives on their behalf. The King of Austria will also be able to select a total of 5 lords that will represent his interests within the House of Lords. With the greater good of the Austrian crown in mind, the members of the House of Lords will have the power to draft and edit legislature for the king to review, the authority to remove government officials from a position of power with a fair trial, as well as the ability to suggest potential members for the king's court. After reviewing the terms that the Constitutional Convention had agreed upon prior, Berenger once more gazed over to see if there were any dissenting views. Yet again, not a single man present raised a voice of objection to the terms proposed. Having gained the consent of the various members of society present, Berenger began to address the executive branch of government. As for the executive branch of government, I will reiterate the consensus that was previously agreed upon throughout our deliberations. The King of Austria shall be head of the government. He will preside over the House of Commons and Lords, where he will have the power to sign bills into law, declare war, and oversee treaties. The Crown of Austria shall receive the title of Reichsmarschall, where he is the de facto commander-in-chief of Austria's armed forces. The king shall also retain the power to issue royal edicts. If the reigning monarch deems the need to personally pass legislation for whatever reason, he can issue a royal edict to do so. This law will remain in place until his successor is chosen, where the new king will have the power to renew these royal edicts or terminate them. As far as the laws of succession are concerned, the king will have the ability to appoint a successor of his choosing from his dynasty. This successor shall be determined by merit rather than order of birth. Only the most competent of his male offspring shall be chosen to inherit the crown. If there are no male offspring of the king, then the most qualified of his brothers or nephews shall be selected to succeed him. The crown of Austria cannot be passed down to anyone outside the von Kufstein dynasty. As such, only full-blooded German men will be capable of succeeding the reigning monarch. As for the female members of the von Kufstein dynasty, all marriages pertaining to these women must be matrilineal in nature. If, for whatever reason, the king passes away without selecting an heir, the royal court will vote upon the male members of the von Kufstein dynasty for succession. A simple majority will choose the result. If for whatever reason the need arises to remove the king from office, it can be done so long as a unanimous decision is achieved by both the House of Commons and the House of Lords. The king shall not be able to edit the Austrian constitution unless a 3/4 majority within the House of Commons and House of Lords decide otherwise. Having spoken about the matters pertaining to the King of Austria, Berenger gazed upon the crowd. It took several days of bitter debate to achieve this result. Still, ultimately the people nodded their heads in response to the terms presented. Having seen this, Berenger immediately began to address the role of the royal court. The royal court will act as the personal advisors of the reigning king as well as the heads of the various federal departments. They will advise the king as experts in their respective fields and control matters pertaining to their department. The members of the royal court will have the power to draft a bill which shall be passed to the House of Lords to review. As for the selection of the members of the royal court, they can either be chosen directly from the reigning monarch or be suggested by the House of Lords. The minimum requirements to be selected as a member of the royal court are as follows. They must be a minimum of 35 years of age and a citizen of Austria for at least 10 years without dual citizenship. They must pass a written exam overseen by the Austrian crown, go through an extensive background check, and have previously held a position as a government official. After saying this, Berenger gazed upon the crowd, who once more nodded their heads. By now, this was merely a formality to ensure that everything they had debated upon over the past few days was still in agreement. Luckily for him, nobody disagreed with the previously mentioned roles of government. It was with this in mind that he moved on to the judicial branch. The judicial power of the Kingdom of Austria shall be vested in one supreme court and such inferior courts as Parliament may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges, both of the supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior and shall, at stated times, receive for their services a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by a jury, and such trial shall be held in the duchy where the said crimes shall have been committed, but when not committed within any duchy, the trial shall be at such place or places as Parliament may by law have directed. Berenger admitted to himself that the judicial portion of his government was copied nearly word for word from the Constitution of the United States from his previous life. He wanted nothing to do with sentencing criminals unless related to subjects such as treason, war crimes, etc. After getting through this final part and seeing the unanimous agreement by the members of society gathered in the Reichstag, Berenger took a deep breath. Now that he had established the 3 branches of government, he needed to discuss other essential amendments to the Constitution, such as individual rights. Chapter 404, Constitutional Convention Part 2. Having established the 3 branches of government within the Austrian Constitution, Berenger had now moved on to the individual rights and liberties that the people in his society would maintain. Naturally, as a semi-constitutional monarchy, the people would not be given the extent of freedoms that they had during Berengar's past life. Amendment I of the Austrian Bill of Rights is as follows. Unless in the event that such freedoms have been deemed a threat to national security, Parliament shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. Amendment II of the Austrian Bill of Rights is as follows. Unless in the event that such action is deemed necessary for national security, no soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. Amendment III of the Austrian Bill of Rights is as follows. Unless in the event that such freedoms have been deemed a threat to national security, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Amendment IV of the Austrian Bill of Rights is as follows. Unless in the event that such freedoms have been deemed a threat to national security, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger, nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Amendment V of the Austrian Bill of Rights is as follows. Unless in the event that such freedoms have been deemed a threat to national security, in all criminal prosecutions the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial, by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Amendment 6 of the Austrian Bill of Rights is as follows. Unless in the event that such freedoms have been deemed a threat to national security, excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Berenger had once again simply copied several aspects from the United States Constitution that he deemed to be necessary. However, for the purpose of future stability of his empire and to combat the potential threat of dangerous ideologies, Berenger had ensured that there was an exemption to these individual rights under the guise of national security. With these amendments spoken, Berenger searched around to see if any member of the Constitutional Convention disagreed with any of the terms presented. However, such things had already been thoroughly debated over the past few days, and thus not a single person rejected these notions. Having established the three branches of government and the people's individual rights, there was one final article of the Constitution that Berenger wanted to establish. Thus, he spoke in an authoritative tone as he addressed the convention. There is one final addition that I wanted to add to our Constitution, and thus I will present it now, where it will be open to the floor to decide whether it is contained within or not. All men who are between 18 and 30 years of age must serve a minimum of 4 years in active duty to the armed forces of Austria and another 4 in the reserves. Exemptions shall be issued under the condition that one may be deemed unfit for service. However, if one is in fact deemed unfit for service without a proper disability, they will be forced to pay an additional 3% of income tax until the age of 37 for a maximum of 11 years. After saying this, Berenger gazed around at the gathered people, expecting some form of fierce debate to erupt, thus causing this constitutional convention to continue for another few days. However, only silence remained. That is until one man, in particular, stood up. This man was well respected within the Kingdom of Austria as its most outstanding general. As Eckhard stood up, he threw a Roman salute towards his monarch while shouting a patriotic slogan, "For King and Fatherland." Upon seeing the fervent response from the man responsible for many of their kingdom's victories, everyone else in the room stood up and followed in his footsteps. "For King and Fatherland." Berenger gazed upon the men gathering before him with a sense of pride as he returned their salute with one of his own, and with it the phrase he commonly used in response, "Hail Victory." After doing so, he allowed the commotion to calm down before addressing the members of the Constitutional Convention. "If there are no disagreements, then I will conclude this Constitutional Convention, and we will hereby ratify this document as the basis of our government." With this said, the crowd erupted into cheers. After several days of agonizing debate, they had finally come to a unanimous agreement on the roles of government and the liberties of the people. While this government may appear restrictive to the people of Berengar's past life, it was undoubtedly the most liberal that had ever been seen in this medieval world. Of course, in the end, under the guise of national security and the power of royal edicts, the royal crown of Austria still held significant authority to do as it pleased with the country. Thus, in reality, Berengar's power was not limited in any meaningful capacity that might prevent him from instituting the reforms he deemed necessary for society. What this constitutional convention managed to create was a sense of belonging by all members of society, as if all classes were represented in the creation of this new form of government rather than having the king draft it by himself. As Berenger returned to his palace, he began to wonder if a true liberal republic would ever present itself in this world that he had so drastically altered. After all, with the overwhelming power and technological superiority of the future German Empire, would the other nations seek to emulate his semi-constitutional monarchy? Would the Age of Enlightenment and its ideals ever come to pass? When he considered the fact that his society would one day be the envy of the world, with principles based upon the ideas of collectivism, militarism, meritocracy, and autarky, how would the ideas of liberty and individualism ever sprout when his people realized that under the reign of their monarchs they had been uplifted to a state where the average man lived a better life than that of foreign nobles? He thought of these questions as he opened the door to his palace and entered inside. As he had suspected, his family was waiting for him with different expressions. Linda was concerned that he may have ceded too much power from himself in an attempt to appease the masses, while Adela was happy that he was taking steps to ensure the rights of the common people. On the other hand, Honoria simply did not care about the Constitutional Convention, as it would not affect her or her children. Instead, she was just happy that her husband was home so that she could fool around with him. Thus she was the first to approach him and plant a kiss on his lips while whispering in his ear, "Welcome home, Daddy." Berenger by now had become accustomed to the intimate expression that the young princess used to refer to him and stroked her purple hair as he embraced her. Following this, his other wives followed suit in an attempt to one-up one another, each kissing him before referring to him by their affectionate nicknames. However, in the next moment, something unexpected happened. Henrietta ran up and hugged him before planting a kiss on his cheek. After doing so, she rested her head in his chest before saying the words contained deep within her youthful heart, "Welcome home, big brother." Berenger was confused. His sister did not normally behave in such an overly affectionate manner akin to his lovers. In fact, for a while now, she has been purposely instigating conflict between his wives, yet now all of a sudden she followed the way they welcomed him upon returning home. He was just thankful that she didn't kiss him on the lips, or else he would have to have an awkward conversation with the girl about boundaries. Due to how intoxicated he was, Berenger had forgotten entirely what he witnessed during the time he had played poker with his sister. Thus he could not rationally think of why her behavior was so sporadic throughout these past few months. However, he decided not to dwell on it and quickly pet her golden hair before shifting the subject. "So, what is for dinner?" While Berenger may not know what was going on in his little sister's mind, Linda had begun to gaze at the young girl with suspicion. Henrietta had single-handedly stolen the spotlight as she gained the majority of Berengar's affection. The veteran spy master began to consider that quite possibly Henrietta was not the little rabbit that she had always thought of her as, but instead was a sly fox. Berenger was a rational and logical man. Because of this, he had never considered the possibility that maybe Henrietta was beginning to develop feelings for him. After all, she had been cooped up in the castle her entire life. Because of this, the girl had limited interaction with people outside her family, and they were all the girls from her school. Her two brothers were the only males she had ever interacted with in any significant capacity who was remotely close to her age. With Lambert dead and Berenger being the only man in her life, naturally, as she entered her teenage years and began puberty, she had started to entertain some taboo ideas. One thing was certain: if Berenger did not find a proper suitor for his sister soon, she was bound to act upon her incestuous fantasies, which was something that could only bring trouble for the young monarch. However, he did not know any of this, and as such, he brought his family to the dining area where they enjoyed a meal in peace. The only person in the room who had begun to suspect Henrietta's intentions was Linda, whose gaze never left the young girl's sight. Chapter 405 In the Name of God. With the disastrous defeat that the Kingdom of Aragon and its supporting Crusader armies had suffered outside the city of Granada, the Catholic world was practically turned on its head overnight. Adelbrand did not stand idly by and led his into the occupied Granadan territory to liberate it from the Catholic oppressors. Battle after battle, the superiority of his artillery and the individual soldiers under his command had utterly massacred the Iberian forces. In doing so, he had successfully rescued Arnulf and the remainder of the Granadan royal guard from their pursuers. While the King of Aragon had successfully fled the site of his soldier slaughter, he was far from unscathed. Physically he was fine, however, mentally, the man could not get over his fear. Every time he closed his eyes, he could hear the roar of the Austrian artillery and the fiery explosions that resulted from its shells. His men being turned into nothing but meat paste had a particularly chilling effect on his mental state. If Austria had such fearsome weapons, when the crusade arrived, he knew that only death awaited those who embarked on such a foolish venture. Despite this, he sent a warning to the papacy about what he had witnessed on the field of battle. Pope Julius had just finished reading the letter written by King Felipe of Aragon. His hands were trembling in rage as he tore the document to pieces in a fit of fury. The King of Aragon had requested the Pope to gather all faithful Christian men and send them into Iberia. He believed there was no conceivable way for the Iberian Union to achieve victory. The very idea that the King of Aragon felt that defeat was inevitable without sending countless men into the meat grinder brought an overwhelming sense of wrath to the Vicar of Christ. Just when the Catholics were about to win the centuries-long Reconquista, Berenger the Accursed had deployed his forces in defense of the Moorish invaders. Austria blocked its path no matter what ploy for power the papacy sought to achieve. God damn you to hell, Berenger von Kufstein. You are always one step ahead of me no matter where I seek to strike. It is simply intolerable. What kind of devil are you to torment me in such a manner? If Berenger could hear the Pope's words right now, he would be smiling with a vicious grin genuinely befitting of the devil. The papacy's greatest military supporter was on the verge of collapse. With the loss of northern Italy and Switzerland, the Holy Roman Emperor was cut off from the rest of his empire, which was currently fighting among themselves over a meaningless title. After a humiliating defeat to the Austrian army, Balsamo Corsini had outright refused to aid the papacy in its attempts to counter Berengar's rise in power. The man was too frightened even to risk the slightest chance of having the might of the Austria military at his gates once more. With the ongoing construction of the major naval base on Malta, Berenger would soon have a prime location to strike at any power within the Mediterranean. The very idea that Austria controlled the land and seas with domineering fashion was enough to make the Pope wish death and damnation upon its entire populace. Julius was so worked up that he could no longer think straight. He somehow gained the brilliant idea of issuing a decree to all of the Catholic world in a state of mental turmoil. Thus he put on a calm facade as he walked out onto his balcony and announced to the people of Rome the supposed word of God. Any man who gives his life in pursuit of Reconquista shall surpass the depths of purgatory and directly enter through the gates of heaven. To kill an infidel is to gain a higher status in the Lord's kingdom. Go forth, righteous men of Christendom, and drive the Moors and their Austrian allies out of the Iberian Peninsula. God wills it. After saying this, the Pope immediately withdrew from his balcony. He returned to his papal throne as he began cursing his enemies out loud, utterly unaware that the cardinals were nearby watching his erratic behavior. I don't care how many men must bleed to achieve it, but make no mistake, Berenger von Kufstein, your wretched army shall be driven from the lands of Iberia and the Catholics shall achieve their victory over your heresy. You will not replace the Church as the major power of the West. Weeks passed since the Pope's announcement calling upon all men of faith to march to Iberia in an attempt to eradicate the Granadans and their Austrian allies. At this time, the various kings of Europe reacted to the message differently. Like the King of Hungary, some were eager to gain vengeance on Austria for past grievances and thus sent not only a detachment of their military but also tens of thousands of their peasants into the conflict. Others, like the kings of England and France, were far too busy with their petty squabbles to bother sending troops to the Iberian Peninsula. Despite this, many of their peasants who sought glory in the afterlife picked up whatever weapons they could manage and voluntarily traveled to the land that was supposed to guarantee a spot in the kingdom of heaven. After all, an eternity in the Lord's domain was far better than the life of a serf. Even Poland-Lithuania was affected by this decree, believing they were on the verge of victory with the Teutonic Order. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth sent 10,000 soldiers to the Iberian Peninsula and another 20,000 peasant levies. They had no idea that Berenger had set his sights on the rump state that was the Teutonic state and the lands that belonged to Prussia in his past life. Hundreds of thousands of Christians had taken up the cross in an attempt to reclaim the lands that belonged to the Emirate of Granada. In response to this, Hassan al-Fadl, the Sultan of Granada, began to panic as he stood within the war room of his royal palace. By his side were 3 generals of note, 2 of which were Austrian. General Arnulf von Thiersee, the commander of the Austro-Granadan coalition, spoke with confidence as he tried to assure the young sultan that he need not worry. Your Majesty, you must remain calm. Even though hundreds of thousands of hostile forces will be marching upon these lands, you still have the support of the 1st Division. I am certain that His Majesty King Berenger is already planning to dispatch additional troops to Granada as we speak. Adelbrand scoffed in response to this before commenting on his own. His Majesty will probably lead the charge himself after hearing that such a massive army is on its way. You know how King Berenger is, he likes to be in the thick of combat. I doubt he will miss such an opportunity to entertain his endless bloodlust. Upon hearing that his ally would likely send further support, Hassan began to calm down a bit to aid his nerves. He took a sip from the fortified wine that he had acquired from his trade with Austria. The man nearly choked on the liquid when he heard Adelbrand's further speculation. His Majesty may request the aid of the Byzantine Empire. After all, he has close ties to the Emperor, and our army is still in the process of being equipped with the newest weapons. Perhaps he will even bring the Bohemian forces with him. After all, they have yet to be truly tested in battle. Adelbrand nodded his head in agreement. Berenger did not form the Bohemian royal army so that they could sit back and defend its borders. As for the Byzantines, it was a bit of a stretch to get them involved considering their history with Muslim nations. However, if anybody could convince the emperor to send an army to Granada to fight against the Catholics, it was Berenger. When Hassan heard this, he immediately began to inquire how many troops would come to his support. Just how many men do you think Berenger will bring with him? Upon hearing this, Adelbrand and Arnulf looked at each other with complicated gazes as if they were trying to figure out how their liege's mind worked. Ultimately, it was Arnulf who sighed before revealing his thoughts on the matter. His Majesty doesn't like to simply win wars, he aspires to dominate in every conflict. I wouldn't be surprised if he brought another division with him and however many troops he has managed to raise in Bohemia. So most likely an additional 30,000 troops, which should be more than enough to handle the enemy. After hearing such a response, Hassan felt relieved and no longer worried about his future. He had seen the level of destruction that a single Austrian division had done to an army twice its size. Thus if another were to arrive in Granada, he need not worry about the war any longer. All that was left to do now was drink and wait for the storm to arrive. Chapter 406, State Funeral. Berenger stood at the funeral procession within the cemetery that was established for fallen soldiers and field agents. He had a downcast expression as he stared at the closed coffin which contained the corpse of one of his bravest field agents. Though he had sent the best soldiers at his command to liberate the captured field agent known as Jürgen Speck, by the time they arrived, the man was on the brink of death and only lasted long enough to inform his comrades that he had never revealed any information to his captors. Because he had died in service to the fatherland and had resisted his cruel torment at the hands of his captors until the very end, Berenger had set up a massive funeral service for the man. Various heads of state, including the king, the chancellor, the director and deputy director of royal intelligence, and the director of covert operations were all present to send this man off to the afterlife. Due to the condition of his corpse, it was a closed casket funeral, and at the moment Ludolf, head of the German church, was saying Jürgen's last rites as his coffin was interned in the earth. Berenger felt a hand attached to his own as he listened to the priest's words. Upon looking over, he saw the gloomy expression of his second wife and director of intelligence Linda von Kufstein as she gazed into Berengar's one good eye. For this special occasion, Linda wore a uniform that proudly displayed her status as Director of Royal Intelligence. It was a Steingrau-colored uniform in the style that one might see in use by the Stasi of East Germany during Berengar's past life. The primary difference was that the collar was downturned in style used by the Wehrmacht, and all communist symbolism was replaced with the imperial symbols of Berengar's Kingdom of Austria. Berenger felt that his wife was quite attractive in her uniform, and if not for the fact that they were currently at a funeral, he would have pinned her to the ground and ravaged her then and there. However, now was not the time for such things, and thus as Ludolf closed his speech, Berenger let go of his wife's hand and approached the podium where he began to address those who had gathered. My fellow Austrians, we are gathered here today to mourn the loss of a great man who gave his life in service of his king and fatherland. I cannot go into exact details of the operations that Jürgen Speck had conducted that resulted in his untimely demise, but know that his efforts were not in vain. Jürgen was a man I did not personally know, as I have little contact with the Department of Intelligence aside from regular communications with its director. However, from what the soldiers dispatched to rescue the man has told me, he was a man of great conviction. I know that he has left behind a widow and 2 young children, and make no mistake, for his sacrifice to this kingdom, his family will be taken care of at the expense of the crown." After saying this, a man stood before Berenger with a small wooden case, where Berenger grabbed a hold of it before approaching Jurgen's widow. She struggled to contain her tears as she watched her loving husband be interred into the ground. After standing directly in front of her, Berenger placed a hand on her shoulder in comfort and expressed his sympathy. "I am sorry for your loss, for your husband's conspicuous gallantry, extraordinary heroism, and courage in the face of a significant and known risk above and beyond the call of duty. I hereby award him the highest honor a man of his position can achieve, the National Intelligence Cross." Berenger opened the small wooden case to reveal a solid gold cross petit. This cross had a wreath surrounding its center with a black enamel filling. Inside of this filling was a golden Austrian double-head eagle. The ribbon attached to the metal and mirrored the pattern of the United States National Intelligence Cross from his past life, with the difference being the colors were in black, white, and gold. Berenger handed this award to Jurgen's widow and embraced her in a platonic hug as she cried into his shoulder. It was not every day that Berenger had to fulfill such depressing responsibilities. As such, he kept a stoic facade in the face of the gloomy atmosphere, conducting himself with the dignity that monarchs should have towards his people. After the funeral procession was over, Berenger returned to the palace, where he locked himself away in his study and began to drink from a bottle of whiskey that he had saved inside his desk for special occasions. Not caring about the possibility of intoxication, Berenger filled his skull chalice to its edges with the amber liquid before slowly drinking from it, reflecting on the cost of his ambitions. Linda did not return with Berenger. She was needed at the headquarters of Royal Intelligence to oversee some critical matters regarding the status of the Golden Horde. Luckily for them, the team had managed to retrieve Jurgen's equipment and body before his captors could identify him as an agent of the Austrian crown. In fact, after the destruction of the force that chased Andreas and his team at the hands of the Royal Bohemian Army, the Golden Horde had wholly disregarded the loss of the previous Khan. With his death, and that of the man most likely to succeed him, the Golden Horde was in a state of turmoil as the various warlords among their ranks fought for control. They had gone from rampaging through Teutonic territory to killing each other in pursuit of power. Thus Berenger was not exaggerating when he said that Jurgen's actions were not in vain. However, Berenger had a new headache to do with. While his agents continued to hamper the Eastern Coalition, the Pope had done something incredibly foolish and turned the might of his proxies towards the Iberian front. Desperate for a victory against Austria before he could gather his forces to march on its kingdom, the man had implored hundreds of thousands of men to go out and die in the Iberian Peninsula. A single division of Austrian soldiers may be equipped with the most modern weapons available to them. Still, they were not enough to single-handedly fight off hundreds of thousands of hostiles. Thus Berenger would have to push back his plan to annex the Teutonic state and personally lead the 2nd Division into Granada. After all, a war of this caliber was something that Berenger was compelled to take part in. The young King of Austria took another sip of his whiskey as he thought about this. While conscription had been introduced into the Constitution of Austria and was currently undergoing implementation, it would be months before any of the hundreds of thousands of young men being thrust into the armed forces were adequately trained and outfitted for war. Thus he could only rely on his current army of 100,000 men and the fledgling force he had established in Bohemia of roughly 15,000. Of course, Berenger did not plan to send all his soldiers into Iberia and leave the fatherland defended solely by the garrisons. Thus he planned to dispatch the 2nd Division alongside the 15,000 Bohemians for a total of 40,000 additional men to enter the Reconquista. When combined with the 1st Division and the roughly 10,000 Granadans who remained in its armed forces, he would have close to 75,000 men in the field. Despite this, they would be heavily outnumbered by their enemies. Thus Berenger was left with one option: to call upon the alliance he had made with the Byzantine Empire and ask for their aid. With this in mind, he took another sip of his whiskey before drafting a formal letter to the Emperor of Byzantium requesting military assistance in Iberia. By the time Berenger finished all of this, it was well past midnight and he was both exhausted and heavily intoxicated. Thus when he left his study and entered the hallway searching for his quarters, he stumbled upon a young woman he believed to be his wife, Adela. After all, she looked awfully similar and it wasn't easy to make out her features in the darkness. This girl had her golden blonde hair tied up in twin tails and wore a frilly white nightgown as she gazed at the King of Austria with an embarrassed expression. Berenger instantly stumbled forward and grabbed a hold of the girl before kissing her passionately on the lips. After doing so, he whispered something in her ears which caused her appearance to flush, followed by a silent nod. Berenger then led the girl into the penthouse suite where he lay her on the bed. He proceeded to get undressed before pouncing on the girl, who appeared as if she was a frightened little rabbit about to be devoured by a hungry wolf. Just when the girl was sure that her chastity would be taken, Berenger collapsed on top of her. He was truly and utterly asleep. This girl then began to pout while stuck beneath the weight of her elder brother, with a single phrase escaping from her luscious pink lips. "Stupid big brother." Berenger would never realize how close he came to making a horrible mistake on that night. By the time he awoke, Henrietta would be gone and he would have no memory of what had transpired. Chapter 407: Negotiating Byzantine Intervention into Reconquista. The young Austrian king took a sip from the tea contained in his ceramic cup. Sitting across from him was none other than Vetrani's Paleologos. With a simple letter, Berenger was able to summon the mighty Emperor of the East to his humble abode. Thus, the two men were currently within the confines of the Austrian royal palace, specifically in its study discussing important matters of state. Berenger placed his teacup down on the coaster as he gazed at the man sitting before him. By his side was Strategos Palladius Angelus, who had become the chief advisor of military matters to the Byzantine crown after Aretha's untimely demise. The stark contrast between Berengar's modern fashion and the medieval attire that his guests wore signified just how much more advanced Austria was compared to the next most powerful state within the Mediterranean. Though their alliance had not been in effect for long, the King of Austria and the Byzantine Emperor were now engaged in a fierce negotiation over military action in Iberia. Berenger, who had already pledged support to his ally in the west, attempted to persuade his father-in-law to join the anti-Catholic coalition and annihilate the vast armies who had begun to march to their deaths. I have dispatched the 2nd Division of the Austrian Royal Army to Granada, where they will unite with the 1st Division and what remains of the Royal Granadan Army. From there, they will push the Catholics out of Granada. Before long, I will join them and lead my troops into battle as I have always done. The problem at hand is that there are now hundreds of thousands of zealous Catholics marching on Iberia in a foolish attempt by the Pope to beat my armies via proxy. What the Pope should be doing is saving these bodies for the so-called crusade he has declared against me and adequately outfit them to invade my lands. However, I won't complain if I can slaughter a few 100,000 would-be crusaders in Iberia. It simply means the incursion into my kingdom will be weaker. While my soldiers will likely be able to handle the situation, I would feel safer knowing that I have more men in the field to combat the enemy's numerical advantage. Without this support, I fear the conflict could go on for many months, perhaps even a year. I have 3 children on the way and I would prefer to return home in time so that I can welcome them into this world. So, I request that you send one of your armies as an expeditionary force into Iberia to fight alongside Austria and Granada to drive the Catholics out of the Moorish lands. More men with more guns is always a bonus on the battlefield. After hearing this request, Palladius whispered something into Vetrani's ears which caused the emperor to nod his head. After doing so, he began to speak in an authoritative tone that resembled what Berenger would expect from a man of his position. After driving the Catholics from Granada, what is your plan then? Do you intend to keep arming the Granadans to resist any further incursion into their lands? Berenger took another sip from his tea before responding to Vetrani's comments. After several moments of introspection, the young Austrian king revealed his plan for the Iberian Peninsula. After I have crushed the Catholic armies of Iberia and the fanatics who flock to their cause, I will begin rebuilding the Granadan army and navy from scratch. My intent is not to spend years of my life fighting their wars. Instead, I plan to outfit them with the means to reclaim much of Al-Andalus by themselves. A unified Catholic Iberia is frankly unacceptable for my plans. While Hassan may not be the most competent ruler or even a half-decent strategist, he has something far more valuable in my opinion. The young Sultan of Granada has a degree of tolerance for those with different views than himself. Suppose that Al-Andalus were to somewhat resurface under the control of his dynasty, it is possible that we will see a reformation in the Muslim faith, which would make them far less hostile to those of different religions, thus strengthening cooperation between our people. At the end of the day, a cooperative and moderate Islamic state in Iberia is a far better alternative than that of a fanatical and militant Catholic one. A wide smile formed on Palladius' face as he heard this. Such grand ambitions for establishing a powerful ally in the west of the Mediterranean reassured the man of his ploy to place Berenger and Anuria's heir on the Byzantine throne. Though Vetranis may not be aware of Berengar's intent, Palladius had a very tacit understanding after listening to this conversation. The young king of Austria intended to create an economic and military alliance between several powerful states that could dominate the politics of Europe, the Near East, and North Africa, all with Austria at its head. While Palladius did not desire for his empire to play second fiddle to the Austrian kingdom, he was rational enough to realize that there was not much he could do to prevent this fate. It had been half a year since he last visited Austria, and in his absence, the fires of industry had been introduced to its capital and had even begun to spread across the entire realm. The veteran strategos also knew that Berenger would never give the supreme weapons that he had begun to manufacture to anyone but his own army. However, the use of older models and the means to manufacture them was something Berenger had already shown interest in equipping his allies with. With this in mind, Palladius whispered his thoughts on the matter at hand into the ear of the emperor. After hearing what Palladius had to say, Vetranis nodded his head in agreement afterward. He sighed heavily before making his demands. If you wish for us to assist you in this conflict, then there are some demands that I would like to make in compensation for the blood that my men will naturally shed. A smile etched itself upon Berengar's immaculate appearance as he nodded his head while responding with a single phrase. Go on. After hearing this, Vetranis cleared his throat before making his demands of Berenger. After this conflict is over, you will supply us with the technology needed to replicate the weapons you have already begun to sell to us. We will not consider joining this alliance with the Moors in Granada unless this condition can be met. Contrary to what the Byzantine emperor expected, Berenger silently took a sip from his tea before uttering a single word. Done. After hearing this, Vetranis gazed at him with shock. He could not even think of what his second demand was at this point. He was simply astonished that Berenger would quickly give away such valuable technology. However, he had no way of knowing that Berenger had already planned to do such things in due time. Berenger even planned to sell the technology behind his frigates and clippers to the Byzantines after he had replaced them with his proposed Adela-class light cruisers and Dominion-class cargo ships. It was as Palladius had suspected. Berenger wanted his allies to be powerful enough to hold their own against their enemies while still being technologically inferior to his realm. After all, he wanted Germany and its future empire under his dynasty to rule this powerful alliance. The only way to ensure such a thing was to maintain a vastly superior state. After silence prevailed for a while, Berenger raised his brow before asking the question on his mind. Is there anything else? After discussing it with his advisor for a few moments, Vetranis shook his head, realizing that asking for anything more was likely to jeopardize the progress he had already made. As such, the emperor reached out his hand to seal the deal. In response, Berenger firmly grabbed a hold of his father-in-law's hand and shook it as he said the following words with a smile on his face. A pleasure doing business with you. I expect you to send a sizable army into Granada within 3 months. When the war is over and we have won, you will get the technology behind the 14-17-18 rifled muskets and the 14-17 12-pounds field guns, as well as the knowledge behind the tools to produce them. Berenger had no intention to equip the Byzantines with the Bessemer converter. Instead, he would give them the technology behind the puddling furnace, which could be used to create the steel necessary to make the springs in the flintlock action. Albeit in a severely limited supply, aside from the small amount of steel, such technology would significantly increase the iron that the Byzantines could produce. With this agreement made, the Byzantines had secretly entered the Reconquista. They would soon enough be fighting alongside the Austrians and Granadans for the sake of repelling the Catholic armies from the Moorish kingdom. After finalizing their agreement, Vetranis and his advisor departed from Berengar's study. The Emperor of Byzantium would spend some time with his daughter over the next few days before returning to Constantinople. As a man who ruled over a vast empire, his time was severely limited, especially now that he had much to prepare for. As for Berenger, he would get his affairs in order in the coming days before departing for the war zone himself. He was not the type of man to hide away at home while his soldiers fought on the front lines of a dangerous conflict. With this in mind, he stretched his back before getting back to work, for he too had much to prepare for. Chapter 408, a particularly difficult farewell. Berenger stood within the courtyard of his royal palace. Today was the day he was most excited for and yet dreaded dearly. Why did he dread this moment? Because saying goodbye to your family as you march towards a theater of war thousands of miles away from your home is never easy. This goodbye was more brutal than the last. Maybe it was because his 3 wives were months into their pregnancy and the possibility of him returning in time to witness the birth of his new children was small. Or perhaps it was because this was the first proxy war he had personally entered. After all, before today, he had only ever fought in conflicts directly related to his lands and the growth of his territory. But what was there to gain in the Reconquista for this young king of Austria? Perhaps only the creation of a stable and powerful ally that could secure his access to the Atlantic. Such a thing was important beyond measure to his plans for exploration and colonization of the New World. Yet his family did not know of such grand ambitions, nor were they even aware that such a faraway place existed. Thus when he said goodbye to his wives, his children, and his sister, they were not the most cheerful bunch. Hans looked up at his father, who was dressed in his field uniform, with a questioning gaze. The young boy latched onto Berengar's legs as he asked the question on his mind. Must you go to war? Berenger immediately knelt and patted his young son's head as he affirmed his actions. When you're older, you will come to realize that there are times where a man must take up arms to defend his family and his nation. I know it may not seem like it now, but this conflict in Granada is essential to our kingdom's long-term power and stability. In a few years, I am certain that you will comprehend why this campaign in Iberia is necessary. Trust me when I say that if not for the degree of resistance my soldiers currently face, then I would not leave you and your sister behind so soon after returning from my last campaign. A king must lead his men into battle. That is my responsibility as monarch to my people. Tears began to form in Hans' eyes as he heard his father say these words. Berenger responded to this by wiping the tears from his young son's eyes with his thumb before hugging him. As he did so, he whispered some much-needed fatherly advice into the young boy's ear. As a man, you must never cry in front of others. It is a sign of weakness, and those with ill intent towards you and our family will take advantage of this. So stiffen up that upper lip and put on a show of strength even if you are at your weakest. Upon hearing this, Hans immediately stopped crying and put on a stoic facade. He immediately let go of his father and saluted the man. Berenger returned his emotionless gaze with a proper salute of his own before shifting his attention to Helga. The girl was close to 2 years old now, yet she did not have her brother's exceptional brain. Instead, she was rather average for a child her age. Berenger picked the girl up in the air and kissed her on her forehead before placing her in her mother's arms. He told the girl something he had seldom said as he did so. Remember, whatever may come to pass, that daddy loves you. After handing off his daughter to her mother, Berenger kissed his second bride on the lips, whose tears were flowing from her beautiful sky blue eyes. Though she was confident that Berenger would return home unharmed, she always had a difficult time dealing with the worry that would inevitably arise within the depths of her heart whenever her man marched to war. Berenger held on to Linda as he whispered in her ear, "Take care of the kids when I'm gone." Linda nodded her head silently in response as she struggled to contain the tears in her eyes. After saying this to Linda, Berenger latched onto Anuria as if he were a lamprey and kissed her passionately. After their tongues unbound from one another, he whispered words of encouragement in her ears. "Fret not, you carry my child, and that is far more important than engaging in piracy. I promise you that future glory awaits you and our child. Besides, I'm not that easy to kill. You have not gotten rid of me just yet." Anuria laughed bitterly as she heard this poor joke. After saying this, Berenger patted her on the head before turning his attention to Adela, who could not wait any longer. She immediately grabbed a hold of him and kissed him as if she would never see him again. After spending much time in each other's embrace, she released her lips and gazed fiercely into his eyes with a stern expression while saying the words contained within her mind. "Be safe. I swear if I lose you, I will never forgive you." Berenger stuffed the girl's head into his chest as he kissed her forehead. After doing so, he released his grip over her and hugged his younger sister. A nervous expression appeared on the girl's face as various ideas collided within her head. As her elder brother hugged her goodbye, a single thought resounded throughout her mind. "If you don't tell him now, you may never get another chance." Thus right when Berenger was about to pull away, Henrietta grabbed a hold of his handsome face and pressed her lips against his own, which greatly shocked everyone gathered in the courtyard. With a flushed appearance, Henrietta let go of Berenger and admitted her feelings in an embarrassed tone. "I love you, big brother. When you come back, I will fight for you." After saying this, she was too timid to stick around for her elder brother's response and immediately ran back to the palace, leaving Berenger, his wives, and his children in an utter state of confusion. Berengar's heart thumped rapidly as his brain tried to process what just occurred. After a while, a single thought escaped from his lips. "Well, now I hope I die on the battlefield." Berenger shifted his gaze over to his three women who were glaring at him with unbridled fury contained within their eyes. They did not know what he had done to charm his younger sister, but there was no way they were going to let such an unspeakable relationship come to pass. Henceforth, the three young women who were constantly at odds with one another formed a pact to safeguard Henrietta from the grasp of her lecherous big brother. Of course, at that moment, Berenger genuinely felt that he would rather die than deal with the landmine that was his sister's incestuous feelings for him. Marrying a cousin was one thing, but taking your sister as a mistress? That was a line that even a pervert like him was unwilling to cross. Berenger figured he would have to introduce a proper suitor to the girl when he returned, or things were only going to get worse. Upon seeing how viciously his women stared at him, Berenger sighed before announcing his departure. "Well, I am off. I will see you all later." Of course, he didn't mention that he would need a stiff drink after this whole debacle. Thus he climbed into his royal carriage, where he would be traveling to Trieste over the next few days before sailing to Gibraltar. He was slightly perturbed that his railway was not completed yet, but he could only do so much about that. Thus Berenger opened up a bottle of whiskey stashed away in his carriage and gazed out at the countryside as he inched ever closer to his direction. The only thought on his mind was how he could face Henrietta after this war was over. As such, he took a large swig from the bottle before sighing heavily. "Damn it, Henrietta. Why the hell would you do such a thing before I ship off to war? What the hell is wrong with you? How am I supposed to handle this?" After several days and a bottle of whiskey later, Berenger found his way to a frigate departing for Granada. The young king had a massive headache, and it was not just because of the booze he had consumed. Thus he would spend the entire journey to Granada avoiding his problems by drinking them away. When he finally arrived at his destination, he would be eager for blood. After all, violence was the only way he could vent his frustrations at the predicament he now found himself in. Historians would scratch their heads for generations trying to figure out the reason behind the young king of Austria's particularly brutal actions during this campaign. Chapter 409, A Tempting Offer Part 1. The frigate carrying the King of Austria arrived within the port of Gibraltar after several days of travel. During these past few weeks, thousands of Austrian men had gathered in the area waiting upon their monarch to appear so that he could lead them into battle. Berenger was dreadfully hungover after nursing away his worries with the sweet taste of liquor. Having stepped onto the beach of Gibraltar, the radiant sun shone down upon him, its warmth increasing his urge to vomit. One thing was sure: it would take him a few days to be fit for combat. Thus, he stepped forward and rallied his forces around him. Realizing that he would require a few days of rest, Berenger had altered the plan. He would lead the 2nd Division to Granada, where they would regroup with Sultan Hassan al-Fadl within the city before advancing north and aiding their line of defense at the northern borders of the emirate. It took several days to arrive within the capital city. However, when the 40,000 soldiers from Austria and Bohemia entered the gates, they were practically greeted as saviors by the local Moorish and Arabic populace. After all, these citizens had witnessed the might of the Austrian army's 1st Division as they ruthlessly slaughtered the Aragonese and Crusader forces who had foolishly marched upon the city. Berenger and his royal guard ultimately made their way to the royal palace to meet with the young sultan in person. As they approached the magnificent stone building, Berenger dismounted from his horse, where he glanced upon Hassan, who had a broad smile on his face. The two young men shared a brief moment of friendship as they hugged before letting each other go. Berenger was the first to comment on the situation as he greeted his friend from the west. Hassan, it has truly been too long since we last met. The young sultan nodded his head in response as he led Berenger and his royal guards into the depths of the palace. Indeed it has, though I must say your complexion is paler than normal. Are you all right, my friend? Berenger instantly nodded his head in response with a smirk on his face, revealing that he had overindulged on his journey to the Iberian Peninsula. I'm fine, just a little too much alcohol, you know how it is. After a few nights' rest, I will be ready to deploy to the front lines. Hassan chuckled as he heard this before making a sly comment about the Austrian king's condition. Well then, I guess we will not be celebrating your arrival too fiercely. However, I do have something arranged for you that I think will be to your liking. Berenger was instantly curious as he heard this. Just what did Hassan have in mind for tonight's entertainment? Nevertheless, he smiled in response and nodded his head. Well, then you have my thanks in advance. After walking through the halls of the Granadon Royal Palace, Berenger and Hassan arrived in the dining hall where the two men sat down. While waiting for food to arrive, Hassan began to question Berenger about how he planned to wage this war against the Catholics. I've got to ask, we are heavily outnumbered and the Iberians have begun to field arquebuses and falconets. Though I have personally witnessed the destructive power of your army, I must admit I am not hopeful for victory. Berenger smiled as he drank from the glass of wine in his hands. Sometimes a bit of alcohol was the perfect cure to a severe hangover. After taking a sip from the glass, he quickly revealed his intentions to win this conflict in the most efficient manner. The answer is simple. We form a trench line across your borders and outfit it with men and artillery. No matter where your enemies approach, they will have to cross through barbed wire and trench warfare to make any significant gains. This conflict shall be primarily defensive. We must bleed the enemy dry and force them to the negotiating table. Such action will buy us time and allow me to aid in the reconstruction of your army so that you can take the defense of your nation into your own hands. Hassan was surprised when he heard this. He expected Berengar's armies to march all the way to the borders of France. Hearing that they were fighting a defensive war brought great concern to the young sultan. So we will not be invading the enemy kingdoms? Berenger shook his head as he further instructed on the vision of this conflict. I did not necessarily say that. While a portion of our army defends your borders against your neighbors, a force of 10,000 men which I shall lead will march into the neighboring kingdoms and wreak havoc upon the enemy cities and townships. I will bring what little infrastructure these barbarians have to ruins and root their cowardly kings out from their castles. Hassan was shocked that Berenger was willing to take such a stance. Nevertheless, Berenger was confident in the combined forces of Austria, Granada, and the Byzantines to defend a trench line from hundreds of thousands of their enemies. After all, the weapons his army wielded were far greater than that of his enemies. The two men discussed the exact tactics and plan Berenger intended to use in order to bring their enemies to their knees over the next few months. After a few hours, the sun began to fall from the sky, and in its place, the moon rose. Having properly feasted within these hours, Hassan eventually led an inebriated Berenger to a secluded room where he spoke with a smile on his face. Wait right here, my friend, there will be someone here to entertain you shortly. After saying this, Hassan immediately departed from the area through its silk curtains, leaving Berenger by his lonesome. The young Austrian king chuckled to himself as he thought of who could possibly be entertaining him. He knew he would have to decline the Sultan's offer if he brought out a prostitute for Berenger to enjoy. Nevertheless, he stayed put as he sat in silence and took part in the wine sitting on the table before him. He was anticipating what kind of surprise his friend had planned for him. Before long, a gorgeous young woman dressed in a Tyrian purple and gold belly dancer costume parted through the silk curtains and entered the room. Though she wore a matching gossamer veil, Berenger immediately knew who this woman was, as he would recognize her magnificent F-cup-sized breasts anywhere. However, after seeing them outside of a regal caftan and instead contained within a skimpy belly dancer's top, Berengar's jaw had practically dropped as drool pooled up inside his mouth. He could not believe just how impressive this woman's chest was. It was better than even Lindy's. He had a severe urge to suck on her nipples the moment he gazed upon her bountiful cleavage. He was quite shocked as the woman stared him in the eye with her pair of beautiful amber irises and began to dance sensually. Though Berenger knew that Hassan had intended to establish an arranged marriage between their two houses, he had never thought much of it until now. However, as Yasmin's substantial bust and plump rear jiggled as she danced before him, Berenger found himself growing ever more enticed by the woman's beauty. As if a spell was cast upon him, the young king began to consider the fact that this woman was just the thing he needed to take his mind off of Henrietta's confession. He became visibly excited as he enjoyed the show. Berenger witnessed the amorous dance with excitement as he watched the woman prance away. Ultimately, in the end, she halted her actions and climbed atop Berengar's lap, staring intensely into his one good eye. He could feel the breath escape from beneath her veil as she whispered in his ear, "Name your desire, my husband, and I shall fulfill it." Upon hearing these words, Berenger was incredibly conflicted. Should he take the woman up on her offer and sleep with her? After all, she was as beautiful as any of his wives, and what man wouldn't want to sleep with such a woman? Or should he reject her, and in doing so, escape from the trap that Hassan had laid for him? For if he had sex with Yasmin now, the likelihood was he was taking her purity, or at the very least, such a thing could be pinned on him. If such a thing occurred, there could only be three potential outcomes: compensate Hassan and Granada for stealing the princess' virtue. take responsibility and marry the woman, or go to war. After dwelling upon these options for several moments, Berenger stared at the beautiful woman in silence as she asked the question one more time. How shall I serve you, husband? Chapter 410, A Tempting Offer Part 2. Berenger sat in the middle of a room, closed off by translucent silk curtains. Sitting atop his lap was a lovely maiden who was a few years older than himself. She was dressed in a skimpy belly dancer's outfit and wore a gossamer face veil. Through some difficulty he could make out the delicate features of her gorgeous face as her shining amber eyes stared into his own. She had just asked him a question that put him in a rather tricky position. Quite obviously this was a trap set by Hassan to force Berengar's hand into marrying his sister, and if he did not play his cards right, he would undoubtedly be bringing another bride home from this war. While such a thing did not frighten Berenger, after all, he was the man of his house and by law was allowed up to 5 wives. The fact of the matter was he did not like the idea of falling into Hassan's trap. If he were to marry Yasmin, it would be under his terms, not someone else's. Ultimately he came to the logical conclusion to control his urges and not submit to his friend's will. Thus, despite every instinct of his body telling him to indulge in the foreign beauty sitting atop his lap, after careful consideration, Berenger sighed and pushed Yasmin aside, where he began to decline her offer. Though nothing would help me take my mind off my current troubles more than sleeping with a beautiful woman like yourself, I fear that if I were to fall prey to such a trap that your brother has set for me, then it would only invite future turmoil. Yasmin was greatly surprised by Berengar's actions. She had never expected that the Austrian king would be able to resist her charms, especially after considering how erect he was. She gave Berenger a curious gaze as she asked the question on her mind. You will not lie with me? Berenger shook his head and responded with a smug expression. It is a tempting offer, and if you truly wish to do so, then I would have no qualms about enjoying the night with a foreign beauty such as yourself. However, I have a nagging suspicion that you do not desire such an outcome. Rather, you are simply fulfilling your duty as a member of your household. Upon hearing this, Yasmin began to smirk beneath her face veil, which did not go unnoticed by Berenger. She had not expected him to be such a shrewd man. Though she had heard rumors of his brilliance as both a ruler and a military commander, she had also come to know that he was infamous for being easily swayed by beautiful women. Yet here he was, controlling his urge to push her down and take her virtue. Seeing the woman gaze at him with a sense of fascination, Berenger began to grin before asking a question he already knew the answer to. So, what do you say? Want to fool around? I'll have you know that I am packing heat. Yasmin began to giggle at this response before shaking her head. As she did so, she responded with a playful tone of voice. Oh, I can very much see that, though I am afraid I will have to pass for now. However, if you continue to impress me in such a manner, then I might find you worthy of being my husband. Berenger smirked as he heard this response. He immensely enjoyed the witty banter with this woman. After declining each other's offers, Berenger stood up and began to leave the room. Before he departed, he left one final phrase for the woman. Thank you for the dance, it was impressive, to say the least. I will make sure to think of you later tonight while I am in the tub. Yasmin had a sultry smile on her pretty face concealed beneath her veil as she responded in a coy manner. Be sure that you do. After hearing this, Berenger returned to his room where he planned to get some much-needed sleep after taking a bath. At the same time, Yasmin reflected on what had just transpired. They say that capable men rarely live up to the hype, but she was not disappointed in the slightest. She was prepared to sleep with Berenger and even marry him to fulfill her familial obligations. However, she never had imagined that he would turn her down. Nor did she believe she would develop an interest in the man. Instead, he surprised her and had managed to draw her attention. For the first time in her life, she had become intrigued by a man. Before she realized it, the Princess of Granada found herself in her chambers underneath her silk sheets naked, playing with her tight slit, while thinking about what could have transpired on this night if either of them had given in to their base desires. As for Berenger, as promised, he took a long bath, thinking about the sensual dance that Yasmin had displayed for him. Despite the fact that he initially did not have any plans to make the woman his own after everything that had happened on this night, he could not deny that his interest was piqued. She was a different breed than his other girls and was just as attractive. He did not know where things would lead, but he looked forward to their future encounters. Eventually, the night came and went, and Berenger awoke as fresh as an apple the next day. All he needed to overcome his dreadful hangover was a good night's sleep. After arising from his bed, he quickly got dressed, where he entered the dining hall to receive breakfast. Both Hassan and Yasmin were already at the table waiting for him. When Berenger arrived, he acted as if nothing had happened the night before. Though Hassan had become aware that his plan had failed, his elder sister could not help but glance at the Austrian king now and then with a seductive expression. As for Berenger, he noticed the prince's flirtatious gaze and returned it with one of his own. These actions did not go unnoticed by the young sultan, who smiled as he realized that though his plot may not have worked as intended, there seemed to be some form of romance budding between his sister and his greatest ally. Eventually, Berenger killed the mood by announcing to the sultan and his elder sister the following words. I will be marching off to war with my 2nd Division shortly after breakfast. I thank you for your hospitality, but war waits for no man. The sooner I arrive at the front lines, the sooner I can end this conflict and return home to my family. Both Hassan and Yasmin were shocked to hear this. After everything had happened, they were sure he would stick around for a few more days to improve relations with their family. After all, he said he would need several nights to recuperate just the day before. The young sultan immediately began to panic as he tried to convince Berenger to stay within the palace for just a few more days. You're leaving so soon? You should stay and rest for a few more days before departing. There's no reason to hurry to the front lines. Since we have taken back the territory north of here, we have had no difficulties holding the line. However, Berenger shook his head in response to this offer and spoke. I am quite well rested after last night. However, hundreds of thousands of men will soon be marching upon your position. If I want to bring our enemies to their knees, I need to dispatch my force to their positions and construct the necessary fortifications as quickly as possible. I promise that after I have forced the Iberians to surrender, I will return here for a proper celebration. Berenger quickly finished his meal before washing it down with a glass of milk. After doing so, he raised from his seat before making his intentions clear. After I have won your war for you, there are things that we will need to discuss as monarch to monarch. I would very much appreciate the presence of your beautiful sister when that time comes. Having said this, Berenger departed from the royal palace of Granada with his royal guard following behind. He spent the next hour rallying his army before marching north of its position. When Berenger left the dining room, Hassan immediately began to question his sister for exact details on what had transpired the night before. Just what happened between the two of you last night? The Granadan princess merely smiled before shaking her head. After doing so, she cryptically responded to her younger brother. Nothing important. However, if he keeps acting this way, I'm afraid I will fall head over heels for him. Though Yasmin wanted to spend more time getting accustomed to Berenger, she was well aware of the urgent position she and her family had been placed in. Berenger would pack up quickly and march to the front lines, which greatly impressed her. She would have immediately lost interest if he stayed around to enjoy time with her while a war was being waged. With this in mind, she quickly got up from her seat and departed towards the balcony where she witnessed Berenger lead an army of 40,000 Austrians and Bohemians north. As she did so, she gazed fondly upon his back. In the distance, a single thought escaped from her luscious lips. Come back safe? Chapter 411, Angels Are Falling. Berenger gazed into the distance where he saw the rear lines of the Austro-Granadan trench system. Since the 1st Division had arrived, they had seized most of the territory that would one day become known as Andalusia. Even the grand city of Córdoba was retaken in the name of Granada. Since the territory had been reclaimed, the Austrians and their Granadan allies had begun fortifying their defenses with an intricate trench system not unlike what would have been seen in the Great War of Berengar's past life. There was simply one problem, a complete and total lack of machine guns. Because of this, Berengar's army would have to rely heavily on artillery barrages and the mass employment of needle rifles. Thus Berenger and his 2nd Division entered the trench line, where they were swiftly dispatched to various sectors to enlarge the defensive perimeter. As Berenger entered into the muddy trenches, he was greeted by both of his generals whom he had placed in the field. Generals Arnulf and Adelbrand were quick to greet their king as they saw him and his soldiers enter the massive trench system dug into the Andalusian border. The two men immediately saluted their king and Reichsmarschall before welcoming him to the front line. Your Majesty, we were not expecting your arrival so soon. I must say it is good to have some reinforcements. Berenger returned their salute before gazing off into the distance. Far north of the front lines, an army was on the march, displaying multiple banners that Berenger did not recognize. Upon seeing their leader's interest, General Arnulf handed him a pair of binoculars to gaze at the oncoming forces. He caught the young monarch up to the situation at hand as he did so. The enemy approaches. They have split into a total of 5 armies consisting of nearly 100,000 men each. A prominent Iberian nobleman leads each army. The forces consist of Iberian Catholics, Crusaders, and foreign volunteers. Their objective is to crash against our lines of defense, hoping to break through our thinly spread forces. With the arrival of the 2nd Division and the soldiers of the Bohemian Army, we will now have 140 of the 7.5 cm FK-22 guns in place along our defensive perimeter. The rest of the artillery pieces will be from Bohemia and Granada, so a mixture of about 101-pound falconets and surplus 14, 17, 12-pound field guns. I'm not sure how many rifled musketeers and arquebusiers we have, but it is definitely in the tens of thousands. Berenger immediately began to speak of his plan as he spoke to his generals with a voice filled with determination. My plan is simple. The bulk of our army will hold the line until our Byzantine allies arrive. At the same time, I will lead the cavalry, mounted infantry, and a single artillery battery to pierce through the enemy lines and lay siege to their capital cities. Once I have their monarchs and their families in my hands, I will demand the Catholic forces to withdraw from Granada and the land they have seized in this conflict, or face the execution of the royal families. Arnulf and Adelbrand looked at Berenger with a worried gaze. The plan was risky, to say the least. It could easily result in his capture or death. As the ever-loyal subjects of the king, Generals Adelbrand and Arnulf immediately began to protest Berengar's current strategy. Your Majesty, such action is reckless beyond measure. We should hold the ground we have until our reinforcements arrive and do our best to slaughter as many of the enemies as possible. Berenger immediately frowned upon hearing this before speaking about the reality the Austro-Granadan alliance was about to face. 500,000 men will be marching upon the Emirate of Granada. They will come in waves, and we lack the firepower to cut them all down effectively. Some of them will make it into these trenches where you and your men will be forced to fight them in melee combat with your bayonets and your spades. Allow me to clarify the situation further. You currently have 75,000 men at the most spread out across the entire Granadon border. If I do not force the enemy to capitulate by some unconventional means, then we are in for a hell of a fight. I will not concede defeat simply because my enemies outnumber me. If the Catholics do not surrender when I capture their royal families, I will slaughter them down to the last child. If they do not capitulate when I seize their capitals, I will massacre every living being who dwells within them. If they do not concede defeat when I have taken their fields and infrastructure, I will burn them to the ground. If they do not kneel before me and wave the white flag when they die of disease and starvation in the trenches, I will rain poison gas upon their position. I will destroy this entire godforsaken peninsula in a fit of fire and fury if I must. Adelbrand and Arnulf stood there in silence. This was not the usual behavior of King Berenger. Something must have happened to invoke his ire severely. Various ideas formed within their minds as they thought about what could have made Berenger so enraged. They would never guess that he was venting his frustration about Henrietta's confession onto the Iberian people. Having thoroughly discussed their plans, Berenger and his soldiers decided to rest in the trenches for the time being. Hours passed and eventually the sun fell from the sky. In its place, the clouds blocked out any form of illumination that would normally be provided by the moon and stars. Seeing that they were completely lacking in illumination, Berenger decided it was about time to use one of the inventions he had put in place before arriving in Granada. Thus he pulled out an exciting new device. It was a short-barreled flare gun based on Luke Pistol 34 from his previous life. The primary difference was that it was made entirely of steel, since Berenger had yet to invent aluminum. After opening the breech and sliding in a flare, he closed it before raising the flare pistol into the air and firing it into the sky. As his flare gun went off, so too did dozens of others in the hands of various Austrian troops, creating a bright illumination as if stars were falling from the sky. By now, the advance force of the enemy army was unknowingly camped within range of the Austrian artillery. They gazed upon the sight with horror as they mistook the scene for angels falling from the heavens. Immediately, the Catholic soldiers dropped to their knees and began to make the cross sign as they said their prayers. In the next moment, the thunderous echoes of hundreds of 7.5 cm FK-22 field guns resounded through the illuminated night sky. Then, the shells landed on the targets. Tens of thousands of men were caught unaware as the Austrian munitions landed upon their encampments, blasting everything contained within to shreds. Bodies exploded as the shells landed nearby and limbs were hewn apart by the shrapnel. Blood splattered the dirt as the men accepted their fate in fear of further invoking the wrath of the heavens. In the distance from the advance force, the Castilian commander gazed in horror at the scene. Angels fell from the sky, and death was wrought upon his men with their descent. There was no mistaking it, this was a sign of the apocalypse. Frightened out of his wits, Duke Lorenzo de Benavente, who was tasked with leading the Castilian army, trembled in trepidation as he witnessed the fantastic scene. His lips wavered as he struggled to find the words to issue a full retreat. After several moments, he began to scream to his forces in a hysteric voice. "Retreat! Angels are falling! Retreat!" He had no way of knowing that the disaster thrust upon his advance force was solely the doing of modern science, not superstitious belief. However, how could medieval noblemen know of the existence of flares or rifled breechloaders firing high explosive shells? He genuinely believed that angels were falling from the sky above Granada and onto their men, resulting in massive explosions. The Castilian army, which consisted of many foreign volunteers, immediately abandoned their camp and supplies as they fled from the chaotic battle scene in the dead of night. Berenger, who was in the rearmost trench, gazed upon the stage with a wicked grin upon his face. Did these fools believe he would allow so many of them to flee alive? With the blowing of a whistle, the cavalry who were on standby immediately began to charge after the routing Catholics. For them, there would be no mercy on this night. Only those blessed by the heavens would manage to escape the Austrians' wrath. Berenger himself hopped upon his mount and charged towards the direction of the cowardly Iberians. He supposed now was as good as a time as any to enact his plan for this war. With this in mind, 10,000 cavalry of various forms alongside mounted infantry and an artillery battery marched off to fight as they chased down the frightened Iberians numbering in the tens of thousands. For Berenger, the war for Iberia had just begun. Chapter 412, Next Generation Weapons Part 2. While Berenger had begun his campaign in the Iberian Peninsula, rule over the Kingdom of Austria and the efforts to oversee its industrialization were taken over by his father-in-law Chancellor Otto von Graz. At the moment, the man was sitting at his study within his chateau inside the upper-class district of Kufstein. He was staring at a series of weapons blueprints that would be vital to Berengar's future conflict with the Church. These blueprints were designed to operate alongside the previous weapons he had already begun testing for use in his special forces. The first design was a water-cooled machine gun chambered in 7.92 by 57 mm LP, Berengar's version of the 7.92 by 57 mm Mauser cartridge. Unlike the Germans of his previous life, Berenger did not have to worry about the patents of the Vickers machine gun. Thus he decided to use such a magnificent weapon as his primary heavy machine gun for the time being. The Vickers machine gun was, in all honesty, just an improved Maxim machine gun with its action flipped upside down. This allowed it to save substantial size and weight. The Germans were unable to outfit themselves with this improved version of their machine gun due to business disputes, such as patent infringement. A water-cooled machine gun was exactly what it sounded like. It was essentially a heavy belt-fed machine gun that had a barrel shroud that contained water. As the barrel heated up, the water would cool it down. While this made for virtually unlimited volumes of fire, it also made the gun exceptionally heavy to the point where it would need to be used as a static weapon. In fact, during Berengar's previous life, when the British Army retired this weapon from service, a crew of armorers tested a single Vickers gun to its limits by firing roughly 5 million rounds of ammunition over 7 days without stopping the gun. By the time they were finished, they had taken the gun apart and gauged its pieces, only to find that the weapon was still within functioning parameters. Because Berenger currently lacked the technology to mechanize his forces, static defensive tactics would inevitably play a large part in waging war against his enemies. Thus there was no weapon suited to the task better than the Vickers machine gun. The primary difference between this machine gun and the Vickers used by the British in Berengar's past life was that it was chambered in this world's equivalent of 7.92 by 57 mm Mauser and utilized a metallic belt much like seen in use by the Russian M1910 Maxim guns during both world wars of Berengar's previous life. Ultimately, Berenger decided to designate this variant of the Vickers as the MG-22. Otto looked over the document and stamped his seal of approval to begin production and testing in the armed forces. If what the notes Berenger left behind were true, they would need to build as many of these weapons as possible over the next few years. After approving this design for manufacture and testing, Otto looked over the next blueprint. This was another machine gun from Berengar's past life. However, it was neither a heavy machine gun nor a belt-fed machine gun. This was a magazine-fed light machine gun based on the Czech ZB-30 machine gun. The MG-22H, as it would become known by in this timeline, was a machine gun that was considered by many in Berengar's past life to be the pinnacle of the interwar-era light machine guns. It had a rate of fire up to 650 rounds per minute and was the weapon used as the basis for many light machine guns across the world, including the British Berrien gun and the Japanese Type 99 light machine gun. The Waffen-SS used the weapon in World War II due to the competitive nature of the Wehrmacht and the various branches of the Third Reich's armed forces and political factions. The Waffen-SS was excluded from the primary supply chains that the Wehrmacht had access to. Thus they had to source guns from some unconventional manufacturers such as occupied countries like Belgium and Czechoslovakia. The only real difference between this gun and the ones issued to the Waffen-SS in Berengar's past life was instead of a 20-round box magazine, Berenger designed it for use with a 30-round box magazine. The use of a light machine gun among his soldiers was not only necessary, it was a requirement. Since a single man could not carry a Vickers machine gun into battle, he needed his squads in the future to have some form of automatic fire readily available on a unit basis, and the MG-22H filled that role perfectly. Otto could not believe how Berenger had come up with such intricate designs. Still, with the industrialization of Kufstein and Austria as a whole, they now had the precision manufacturing equipment to make such advanced weapons. Thus he stamped his approval on this design and would later have it sent over to the National Armory to produce prototype samples and extensive testing. Finally, there was one other weapon design in Otto's hands, and he looked over it carefully as he decided whether or not to approve of its use as well. This weapon was a submachine gun chambered in 9 by 19 mm Parabellum, the same round that was undergoing testing with the prototype P-22, which was based upon a later design of the Mauser C-96 from Berengar's past life. This submachine gun was based upon the Ster-Solothurn MP-34 from the interwar period. The history behind this weapon was complicated. It was manufactured by the Rheinmetall Company via proxies in Switzerland and Austria to avoid the limitations placed upon them from the Treaty of Versailles. As far as most were concerned, it was the best machine gun designed and manufactured in the interwar period. In fact, the only reason it ceased production in 1940 was that it was too costly to manufacture during the German war effort. The MP-34, or MP-22 as it was known in this timeline, was a side-feeding submachine gun with a 32-round double-stack magazine. It was capable of semi-automatic or automatic fire via a selector switch on the left side of the weapon. The automatic setting was capable of a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute. After looking over these weapons, Otto approved them all, only to find a list of squad-based tactics that Berenger had left behind so that his soldiers who were equipped with such weapons could train with them appropriately. Berenger practically followed the same route of the Wehrmacht's squad tactics from his past life. The squad leader would be issued the submachine gun, while one member of the squad would be given the light machine gun. As for the rest, they would be issued the bolt-action rifles. When it came to a platoon-sized unit, one squad would be dedicated to using the heavy machine gun. As such, Otto sent these documents over to the proper departments. With these weapons, by the time the Crusaders arrived in their lands, they would have the means to defend against many times their army's numbers. After approving these documents, Otto sighed heavily before hearing a knock on his door. A familiar voice resounded from the other side as they asked for permission to come in. The very presence of this voice greatly shocked Otto, as he was not expecting her visit. "Can I come in?" Otto immediately rested his forehead in the palm of his hand before collecting himself. After doing so, he allowed the entry of his uninvited guest. "It is open." After saying this, a buxom beauty entered the scene. She had long golden hair and blue eyes like much of her family. This young woman was none other than Adela's eldest sister, Ava. She had a pouting expression on her face as she entered her father's study. Seeing his most mischievous daughter enter the room, Otto quickly concealed the documents on his desk. If such knowledge were to be seen by the woman, he had no idea what she would do with it. Ava immediately broke out into an outcry as she saw her father. "Daddy! Little Adela won't let me into the royal palace. I have come all this way to see how she is doing now that she is pregnant, and the bitch won't even let me in. Can't you convince her to let me stay in the palace?" Otto immediately frowned when he heard this. His eldest and youngest daughters had never gotten along, and he knew whatever brought Ava to Kufstein was nothing good. As such, he shook his head and sighed before declining his daughter's request. "Adela is the High Queen. If she does not want you in her home, then that is something I can't change. At most I can speak with her when I next see her. However, she is dreadfully busy introducing cultural reforms at the moment. The people seem to love her and her efforts. If only you were more like your sister, I wouldn't have to look. However, and your family these days." Upon hearing this, Ava wanted to throw a fit, but she knew better than to do so in the presence of her father, who now held a powerful position in the new kingdom of Austria. Ava regretted more than anything that she had not established an affair with Berenger when she had the chance. If she knew what she knew now, she would have invited him into her bath and taken advantage of his inexperience to make him her own. However, she now no longer had such options. Thus she had decided to do everything she could to mend the relationship between her and her youngest sister. After all, if Adela put in a good word for Ava and her husband, then they would thrive much like the rest of her family. Thus she put on a distressed facade as she once more tried to convince her father to aid her in her efforts. "Daddy, please. I know I messed up, but Adela is my sister and I want to fix our relationship. Please help me get in touch with my darling little sister." Seeing his daughter's sad expression, Otto sighed once more before acquiescing to her demands. Maybe it was because he spoiled Ava so much that she turned out this way. However, there was not much he could do about that now, and he hated seeing his two daughters at each other's throats. With a heavy heart, he begrudgingly accepted Ava's request. "The most I can do is set a time and place for you two to discuss your differences. However, if you screw this up, your sister will likely never want to speak to you again, so be sure to mind your manners. Adela is no longer the little girl you used to bully. She is the High Queen of Austria." Upon hearing this, Ava immediately smiled once more and hugged her father before thanking him for his efforts. "Thanks, Daddy." After saying this, she left the room, leaving the older man in his seat with a confused expression. He had no idea how he was going to pull this off. Chapter 413, Senseless Slaughter. In the dead of night, the cavalry of the 1st and 2nd Divisions of the Austrian army rode out through no man's land into the fray as the Iberian forces and their foreign volunteers fled from the field of battle after witnessing the supposed fall angels from the heavens. In reality, this chaotic sight was nothing more than Austrian flares illuminating the Iberian positions and artillery fire falling upon them. However, the superstitious medieval people of Iberia had no way of knowing of such military advancements in the hands of their enemies. Despite this, the Iberian Catholics were so frightened from the horror they witnessed that they began to abandon their encampments and supplies as they fled for their lives, turning their backs to the Austro-Granadan alliance. Berenger ordered his cavalry to run down the survivors in response to this. Thus he charged into the fray once more. With a revolver in one hand and a saber in the other, he began to fire upon the fleeing Catholics as he neared their position. A loud bang went off as the 1422 service revolver fired its .38 SPC projectile downrange and into the back of an unsuspecting Iberian crusader. His white surcoat was immediately stained with his blood as the projectile blasted through his armor and into his chest, reaping his soul in the process. Immediately following this shot, Berengar's mighty steed strolled past another routing soldier where he cut down his saber and into the man's unarmored neck, where the head flung off his shoulders in a merciless decapitation. By the King of Austria's side were the veteran forces of his royal guard as well as the Austrian hussars, who unleashed their advanced weapons upon their foes as they charged forth on horseback. Those who did not use revolvers were issued with needle carbines specifically intended for cavalry use. The overwhelming volume of fire from the 10,000-strong cavalry forces as they advanced upon the tens of thousands of fleeing Iberians was enough to cut them into ribbons. Bodies fell into the muddied terrain where they either bled out or were crushed by the weight of the war horses' hooves. To the Castilian Duke, who had just recently engaged in conflict against a brutal guerrilla campaign waged by the Granadan Royal Guard, it was as if hell itself had ascended from the depths and swallowed the Iberian Peninsula. As he fled on foot from the Austrian cavalry, a member of the Royal Guard rapidly caught up to his position, where he noticed the tabard on the man's torso. Realizing that the cowardly man fleeing before him was none other than Duke Lorenzo de Benevente, the cuirassier quickly pulled out his pistol and aimed for the man's leg, where he fired a shot. The first shot missed entirely, but the cuirassier remained undeterred. He quickly fired another shot which once more missed. It was not until the fifth bang had resounded from the revolver's muzzle that the bullet penetrated through the Duke's shin, fracturing the bone in the process and crippling the man. Lorenzo immediately fell into a pool of mud as the cuirassier dismounted his horse and arrived before the once proud duke. As the cuirassier approached, Lorenzo surrendered his arms and admitted defeat. As a nobleman, he was afforded the privilege of ransom. No matter how advanced the Austrian army may have become, he was sure that his feudal rights as a nobleman would be respected. The cuirassier bound the nobleman in ropes before dragging him off to the trench line. As for Berenger and the other members of his cavalry, those who managed to escape were fortunate enough to have seized a horse from the encampment before withdrawing. The others were killed in battle or captured, much like their previous commander. Over tens of thousands of men from the Iberian army were disarmed and led back to the trench line, where they were destined to become captives of the Austro-Granadan alliance. After arriving at the trench line, the cuirassier laid the duke down before Berenger and his generals, who gazed upon the man who had tormented Arnulf and the Granadan royal guard for some time. Arnulf was so thoroughly enraged at the losses he had suffered over the past few months that he immediately backhanded the Castilian duke, who had a smug expression on his face. "You bastard, what is so funny?" Lorenzo chuckled before announcing his perceived immunity. "I am a duke and am afforded ransom by the laws of men. You cannot harm me." Berengar's lips curled into a wicked smile as he heard this claim before pulling out his revolver, which was now reloaded, and pressing it against the man's skull. What remained of Lorenzo's army gazed in horror as they witnessed their liege's rights be violated. The young Austrian king pulled back the hammer of his weapon and began to mock the man, who immediately lost all confidence in his smug statement. "Is that so?" Berenger laid his finger upon the trigger as he slightly pulled it back. However, before the gun could go off, Berenger grabbed a hold of the hammer and slowly laid it back down to a double-action position, where he looked upon the duke a kind gaze as he lowered the firearm. "You were right, you were afforded ransom." Duke Lorenzo sighed in relief as he witnessed Berengar's smile and merciful words, whereas Arnulf immediately began to protest this course of action. However, Berenger immediately raised his hand, silencing him in the process, where his warm expression shifted to that of a demonic gaze. "Let's play a game, shall we?" The moment Lorenzo heard these words, he immediately felt as if his soul had been plunged into the depths of hell. His lips began to waver as he struggled to find the words in his mind. What do you intend to do to us?" Berenger began to stride back and forth with confidence as he began to express his evil plan. "It is quite simple. I will cut you and your army loose, where you shall be allowed to run north, back to your homes. However, when you have reached a certain distance, I will order my artillery to open fire on you all. If God is truly on your side, then you will survive the barrage and make your way to freedom. If not, well, then may the Lord have mercy on your soul." Arnulf gazed upon Berengar's back with a look of shock as he heard these words, whereas Adelbrand had a cruel smile etched upon his face. He felt that this game of Berengar's would be genuinely entertaining. As for Lorenzo, he could not fathom what he was hearing. He had personally witnessed the destructive display of the Austrian artillery and immediately began to shiver in fear. "And if we refuse?" Upon hearing this, Berenger kneeled in front of Lorenzo, so he was at eye level, and spoke with a chilling tone. "Then my army shall execute you all." After saying this, Berenger stood up and turned around so that he was facing his troops. After a few seconds of hesitation, Lorenzo swallowed the saliva pooled up within his mouth with an audible gulp before nodding his head in affirmation. "All right, we will do it." After hearing this, Berenger turned around with a smile on his face as he began to speak in a cheerful tone. "Wonderful. Remember, not one step back, or I will shoot you myself." After saying this, Berenger turned back towards his army, giving them their orders. "Release the prisoners." Those who had not heard Berengar's plans gazed upon him with shock, but they refused to disobey. As such, they cut the Iberians loose, where they marched forward on foot towards Castile. Two of his underlings supported Lorenzo as they helped the crippled duke march along. After the army of prisoners was out of earshot, Berenger immediately issued an order to his artillery brigades. "Load the guns and prepare to fire once they have reached a safe distance. Do not stop firing until every last man has been obliterated. We will see who God truly favors in this conflict." After hearing the king's words, the Austrian artillery began to make range adjustments before loading their field guns with the 75x 200 mmR shells. Only after the Iberian prisoners had reached a distance of over 600 m, the thunder of the field guns echoed in the air. The moment the familiar sound of the sound barrier breaking crackled in the sky, the prisoners gazed in horror as they began to panic and sprint north as fast as they could muster. Lorenzo had not informed them of their fate, for it was far too cruel to say. The first shell to land upon the Catholics directly fell upon Lorenzo as he made the sign of the cross and said one final prayer. In the next moment, he was blasted to bits. Berenger looked upon the army in the distance through his binoculars as the shells continued to fall upon them. By the end of the barrage, not a single man remained standing. In his cruelty, Berenger had wiped out an army of tens of thousands of men who had already surrendered. As for those who managed to escape, the senseless slaughter made up but a fraction of the force that initially consisted of 100,000 strong. With this victory, 1/5 of the Iberian forces had been slaughtered. If not for their fear of the flares and artillery, they may have managed to put up a better fight. Yet, Berengar's military technology was so far advanced over his enemies that they believed it to be an act of demonic sorcery. The very thought that Berenger had caused angels to fall from heaven was enough to force their retreat before they had even begun to fight. As for the remainder of the Iberian armies, they would come to know of this change in a few weeks, as the survivors of this conflict would report everything they had witnessed to their superiors, and thus the Catholics would be prepared for such unfathomable sights. The war for Iberia had only just begun. If you want to support me so that I can commission art of the characters in my novel, as well as maps, coat of arms, and other vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at /user u=79477078. All of the art will be released within my Discord server for free. /NMWVHMOCT. Chapter 414, Conference of the German Dukes. As the war in Iberia continued, an important meeting was taking place in the Scandinavian city of Oslo. The various dukes and margraves of Germany had temporarily called a ceasefire and gathered in the neighboring realm, which was neutral ground, with the purpose to discuss the greatest threat to their continued existence. There was one German duke who had declared himself king and had risen to his position through sheer overwhelming force. Every day Austria advanced with new, Faustian technology that caused many to believe that its king had sold his soul to the devil in exchange for limitless knowledge. Though the Catholic Church refused to recognize the legitimacy of Berengar's claim to be a king, many of his neighbors used such a title out of respect for his power, for if he were to be called a duke, then what exactly did that make them? Duke Dieter of Bavaria spoke of their southern neighbor, whose power and rapid expansion had become a significant threat. The Pope has declared a crusade against Austria and its so-called German Reformation, which has now spread to every corner of our lands. It is not just Austria who will suffer in this conflict. Our lands will burn in the flames of fanatics who want nothing more than to appease the papacy. Meanwhile, Berenger further invokes the ire of the church as he has dispatched tens of thousands of men into Iberia to prop up the Emirate of Granada as a puppet state. My spies cannot even infiltrate Austria without being discovered. I have little doubt in my mind that this proxy war of his will become a disaster for the Catholic world. Nearly 500,000 men have marched from all corners of Christendom in an attempt to eradicate the Austro-Granadan forces, and I fear they will be obliterated. Out of all the men present, Dieter was the most familiar with Berengar's forces, as he had been thoroughly swept aside in Austria by a small number of what were then Tyrolean troops. He had no idea that the equipment of the Austrian army was rapidly being modernized and that the weapons used to defeat his forces so thoroughly were already being replaced. Dieter concluded his rant with words of caution as he addressed his peers from the German-speaking regions. If we do not unite together and march on Austria now, then we will have no chance of victory when the Pope finally manages to march his crusaders against our enemy. Though Dieter was correct in saying this, the other dukes looked at him as if he had gone mad. Thus one man, in particular, the Margrave of Baden, spoke out against his paranoid delusions. Though Berenger has managed to defeat the forces of Italy and Switzerland, I do not believe he has the power to repel the near 500,000 men who have marched on his allies in Granada. He has sent half of his army into their lands and will undoubtedly face a disastrous defeat. If the so-called King of Austria does manage to escape from his inevitable loss in Iberia, then he will be left with half his army to contend against the same force who beat him. Not only that, but the additional crusaders prepared for this conflict will be marching alongside them. Despite this, I understand your fears as his neighbor and will concede that this self-titled Kingdom of Austria is a grave threat to our continued existence. Thus, rather than unite to march upon Austria immediately, I propose we conduct a ceasefire, which will allow us time to build up our forces to contribute to the upcoming crusade against the Berenger heresy. Only after we have wiped this heretical menace from our lands should we continue our petty disputes over the title of King of Germany. What the Margrave of Baden said made sense to the remaining German dukes and margraves. However, it was ultimately up to the two potential successors of the throne to agree. Thus all eyes gazed upon the man known as Duke Hartmann von Luxemburg, or as his rivals referred to him as the Bastard of Luxembourg, to see if he would be willing to declare a ceasefire for the time being. After careful consideration, the young man, who was currently engaged in a brutal stalemate with the Bavarian pretender, sighed heavily before nodding his head in affirmation. Under these circumstances, I can allow for a ceasefire to exist between our camps. Until the Berenger heresy and its leaders are routed out and destroyed, I swear that my forces and that of my allies shall not aggress further upon Dieter or his faction so long as they agree to the same conditions. Dieter was upset that his warning was not taken seriously and knew that such efforts would ultimately be vain. He believed that Berenger would further rise in power over the next few years, and with it he would quickly sweep aside the Crusader army no matter how large it grew from there. He would use it as an excuse to invade the German realm and unite it under his banner. Dieter may be a proud and ill-tempered man, but he was wise enough to see the writing on the wall. As such, he hung his head in defeat before nodding his head in agreement. After doing so, he spoke his piece. Very well, I shall agree to your ceasefire, but mark my words, by the time we invade Austria alongside the Crusaders, it will be too late. After saying this, he stood up from his seat in the conference and stormed out of the room where he was flanked by his ministers. It was not until they were in a secure location that he began to speak in secrecy. Send a letter to the Chancellor of Austria, tell him that Bavaria is willing to cooperate with their realm in the upcoming crusade and is even willing to pay back our debts immediately. If they are willing to forgive our previous intrusion, then I, as Duke of Bavaria, am willing to aid them in their efforts. The ministers gazed at Dyaker in shock as he said this and immediately began to question his words. I thought we were here to convince the other realms to unite against Austria. How did we get to the point where we must grovel before them? Dyaker immediately slammed his fist upon the stone wall in rage as he enlightened his ministers about what doom he perceived would follow in the near future. Those fools think Berenger and his army will be trounced in Iberia and the upcoming crusade. However, they do not know what I know. If they wait that long, then defeat and annexation is inevitable. We might as well submit ourselves now and gain some advantages as loyal followers while we still can. It goes against every fiber of my being to submit to another man, but I see what lies on the horizon and am willing to put aside my personal pride for the sake of my family and my realm. Do as I say and make sure the other dukes do not find out about this. Dyaker's ministers immediately bowed their heads in respect. Even they feared the ever-increasing threat of their southern neighbor. If the duke was willing to submit to the Austrian crown, then they believed it was indeed a wise decision. With this in mind, they quickly got to task as they silently dispatched a messenger to Kufstein to inform the Chancellor of Germany of their decision. Their choice to kneel before their southern neighbors would turn out to be a wise one, and Dyaker would one day consider it the wisest decision he had ever made as a ruler. As for the remainder of the German high nobility, they had no way of knowing that their entire meeting was observed by Austrian royal intelligence. For one of the ministers present in the conference was a devout believer of the German Reformation and had long since been recruited by the Austrians as a spy. Thus, before the Bavarian delegation reached Austria, Linda would already know what had transpired and began making preparations to sabotage the German rearmament. With this, a new war of intrigue was about to begin. Chapter 4:15, Sacking of Toledo Part 1. The dust had settled after the army of tens of thousands of prisoners had been rendered into meat paste by the Austrian artillery brigades. Many of the young and veteran soldiers gazed upon the destructive scene with expressions of both trepidation and pride. Fearful of what could occur if they should ever make the mistake of taking up arms against the crown, and yet proud of the military might their nation possessed. They had single-handedly wiped out an army over twice their numbers without the enemy even getting in range of firing their weapons. Such a feat was only achieved due to the use of flares and artillery, which had a combined effect on the superstitious feudal men of the Iberian army who genuinely believed that the Austro-Granadan alliance had somehow managed to force angels to fall from the heavens. If the enemy had kept their wits together, they might have been able to advance upon the first trench line and engage in melee combat with the Austro-Granadan soldiers. However, such an overwhelming display of advanced technology was no different than magic in the eyes of the primitive armies of Iberia and Christendom. Thus they were frightened to their wits and exposed their backs to their enemies who cut them down with ease. Berenger gazed upon the carnage that he had inflicted on this field of battle with a wicked smile on his face before stepping back into the trench line, silent as he did so. This sinister appearance led many among his ranks to believe that their king was a man of great cruelty to his enemies. After approaching the rear trench line, Berenger laid down in his command bunker where he quickly found himself sleeping without a care in the world. Hours passed and morning came with it. Berenger was up bright and early, rallying his cavalry forces to prepare to set off in an attempt to wrestle control of the capital of Castile. With the main army of their enemy defeated, Berenger did not have to worry about fighting more significant numbers as he advanced upon the city of Toledo. Berenger was standing in front of 4 generals who had gathered before him. Generals Arnulf and Adelbrand represented the Austrian divisions. General Ziad was responsible for what remained of the Royal Granadan army, and finally, General Alexej Kasper was here to lead the Bohemian Expeditionary Force. The Bohemian Royal Army was equipped with apparel and armor similar to the Austrian army. The primary difference was that it resembled the Steingaru M1917 field uniforms used by Austro-Hungarian forces during the Great War, Berengar's previous life. Of course, they were equipped with surplus weapons from the Austrian Royal Army such as 14-17-18 rifled muskets and 14-17 12-pounds field guns. Nevertheless, they were provided with vastly superior equipment when compared with their enemies. With the quick-loading tubes at their disposal, they were still capable of firing roughly 5 rounds a minute from the entrenched positions. Berenger was dressed in his field uniform with a cavalry saber attached to his belt along with his 14-22 service revolver contained within its holster. He quickly began to give the generals their instructions as he prepared to set off. While I march off and secure our victory, you will all continue to conduct warfare as we have done so thus far. Maintain a perimeter around the borders of Granada and ensure that any army that advances on your position is met with artillery fire the moment they enter firing range. If the time comes that you must retreat from an entrenched position, do not be afraid to do so. The survival of our troops is the most crucial factor of this conflict. Care for each soldier under your command as if he was your beloved son, and he will follow even into the gates of hell. The generals saluted Berenger as he hopped onto the back of his mount, where Berenger returned their salute. As he did so, he yelled the long-established battle cry of the Austrian armed forces. God with us. After saying this, he regrouped with his cavalry, awaiting his arrival, where they set on that path towards Toledo. By the time they arrived, the Castilian king was sure to be aware of his primary force's disastrous defeat. Whether he had the stones to stay within the confines of his city and defend it had yet to be seen. For several days the Austrian cavalry, followed by its attached artillery battery and logistics unit, trotted forth through the Castilian landscape before finally arriving at the city of Toledo. As they entered firing range of the artillery, which was roughly 5 miles away, Berenger gave his order to the artillery officer who had accompanied them. Set your men to task and focus your bombardment on the main gatehouse. I want that section of the wall brought down before my forces' arrival within the proximity of your shelling. The artillery officer suppressed his internal laughter as he heard such a ridiculous order. Of course, the wall would be brought down before they arrived within the proximity of the shelling. With the power of the 7.5 cm FK-22 field guns, the wall was likely to be brought down by a single barrage. After that, they would focus their guns on the castle within the center of the city. However, out of respect for his monarch, the officer merely saluted the young king and nodded his head before responding in the affirmative. "Yes, your majesty." After saying this, the artillery battery of 6 field guns began to deploy their weapons. Upon doing so, Berenger issued his cavalry to advance forth. 5 miles was quite a long distance, and a horse could only gallop at full speed for a distance of roughly 2 miles before becoming exhausted. As such, they trotted forth towards their target while the artillery battery, supported by a logistics unit, began shelling the city, which was utterly unaware that the enemy had gathered in the distance. The echo of 6 guns resounded throughout the air as a single battery landed perfectly onto the main gatehouse. The detonation from the 675x 200 mmR shells was enough to bring it to ruin. The unfortunate men inside the gatehouse were immediately crushed by the rubble of the stones above their heads. Having succeeded in their objective, the artillery officer in charge of the battery immediately fired upon the castle in the distance. It was only after a section of its wall was brought to ruin that he ceased fire. After all, they had limited supplies and wanted to take down as many cities as possible without having to withdraw and resupply. After roughly an hour, the 10,000 cavalry reached the ruined gatehouse where they waited upon the orders of their sovereign and Reichsmarshal. Berenger did not hesitate and immediately bellowed his decree with a stern tone. "Charge!" With this command, 10,000 cavalry comprised of hussars, uhlans, cuirassiers, and mounted infantry rushed into the city with weapons in hand and ruthless intent. The path to victory was cleared by the artillery. All they had to do was cut down anyone who got in their way. The city's few defenders were quickly cut to ribbons by the advancing cavalry. Those who were not shot with revolvers or needle carbines were ruthlessly torn apart with swords and lances. The mounted infantry had dismounted from their horses and advanced into the city with needle rifles in hand and bayonets affixed as they fired upon any man clad in armor or carrying arms. Blood now stained the streets and corpses lay piled atop one another as the Austrian forces rapidly made their way through the city, which was filled with panicked citizens, and towards the castle where the King of Castile was sure to be hiding. With the castle walls brought down, it was a simple matter of rushing through the courtyard where Berengar's cavalry quickly gunned down the royal guards of Castile. Afterward, Berenger stashed his blade away where he dismounted from his horse and raised his pistol, cocking back the hammer so that it was in single-action mode as he advanced toward the castle's entrance. Surrounded by his royal guard, who were outfitted with needle carbines, Berenger pulled out a stick grenade where he pulled the pin before chucking it towards the front gates. The wooden doors immediately shattered into splinters as the grenade went off with an explosive blast. Afterward, Berenger and his royal guard advanced into the castle as the vanguard. The moment the smoke cleared, Berenger saw a knight of Castile rush towards him with a blade in hand, yet the young monarch did not even flinch. Instead, he aimed down the sights of his revolver, which was contained within his left hand, and squeezed the trigger. In doing so, a .38 caliber projectile propelled down its barrel and into the skull of the heavily armored knight. Blood and gray matter splattered out the massive exit wound of the steel helmet and covered the walls. While Berenger killed his opponent, his royal guard quickly raised their carbines and gunned down any other knights within its entrance in ruthless fashion. The access to the Castilian royal castle was now secure. Chapter 416, Sacking of Toledo Part 2. Having secured the entrance of the castle within the city of Toledo, Berenger waited for his mounted infantry to arrive. When the men finally caught up to the cavalry, they immediately advanced down the narrow stone halls with rifles in hand and bayonets affixed. Berenger proceeded calmly behind them with his revolver safely stashed away in his holster. The mounted infantry swept through the halls, ruthlessly gunning down any man to get in their way. After every shot fired, they would lift the bolt handle and rack it back before placing another paper cartridge in its chamber. After seating the round, they would push the bolt back home and prepare to fire on the next target that got in their path. The Knights of Castile bravely defended their master's abode as they tried to hide behind the corners and ambush the oncoming mounted infantry. Still, it was to no avail. The moment they slashed their blades forth, they were easily deflected by the 10-inch bayonets fixed to the side of the infantry spores. After the swords were deflected, a round was fired through the torso of the knights, and their insides were torn apart before being spewed out the other side of their armor, mercilessly reaping their souls like wheat to the scythe. The soldiers confidently reloaded their weapons as they led their monarch across the castle's vast interior. Despite conflict appearing in every corner of the castle, the Austrian soldiers found themselves well protected with their armor and sustained few, if any, casualties. Instead, piles of heavily armored knights riddled the halls as their blood flowed onto the cold stone floor. Eventually, Berenger and his soldiers reached the great hall where the King of Castile sat upon his throne. Oddly enough, there was not a single hint of fear on his face. Instead, it was tranquil as if he had come to peace with his fate. Berenger and his soldiers cautiously approached as they secured the room from the few remaining bodyguards of the Castilian king. Upon seeing the devil in the flesh, King Francisco de Trastamara gazed upon Berenger with disdain as he boldly spat upon the floor in front of him before speaking his mind. "So you are the Austrian upstart who challenges the authority of God. I did not expect you to have such a regal appearance. I suppose it is true what they say, Lucifer was indeed the most beautiful among the Lord's creation." Berenger immediately felt sickened upon hearing such a remark and instead stepped closer to the King of Castile before making his demands. "Your army is defeated, yet the people of your city remain intact for the most part. I suggest you surrender, or else I will be forced to engage in unnecessary cruelty towards you, your family, and your people." However, the King of Castile's expression did not change. There was no hint of dread or fright in his eyes, only disgust. As if the very existence of Berenger was an insult to his pride as a natural-born monarch. Thus it was no surprise when he began to insult Berenger to his face. "You are no king, Berenger von Kufstein. You are a lowly baron who does not know his place. Without your advanced technology, you would be nothing. I wonder what the price was for you to obtain such limitless knowledge? Tell me, did you sell your soul to Satan? For what? Temporary power on this mortal plane? I pity you. No matter what you achieve in this world of ours, ultimately you are destined for an eternity of hellfire and torment. Whereas I and my family will enter the kingdom of heaven through his divine will. We have led our people in this life and will do so in the next. The right to rule is not determined by your strength but by God himself. Do with us as you please. You will only be ensuring greater damnation for your wretched soul." Berenger had a twisted expression on his face as he heard such insults to his power and authority. He knew that in history the Spanish were among the most fanatical Christians on the planet, who were willing to destroy valuable knowledge if they believed it had offended their God, yet to meet such zealotry in the flesh was genuinely irritating. With this in mind, a malicious grin spread upon his lips as he decided to toy with the religious fanatic sitting in front of him. Berenger slowly stepped closer to the throne. With each foot gained, the sound echoed throughout the stone corridor as if it was thunder. As he finally reached the Castilian king, Berenger grabbed a hold of the man's neck and slammed him to his knees before stepping on his skull and forcing him to kowtow before him. He began to taunt the religious monarch with the anecdote of his personal experience with the so-called afterlife as he did so. "I am sorry to be the one to inform you, but there is no God. Heaven does not exist, nor does hell. There is only life and death. Thus, I hope that you remember when you find yourself in the next life, that I, King Berenger von Kufstein, was the one who sent you there. I truly hope that you are born in the lowest rung of society as an impoverished member of the common people who you claim to have divine rule over, so that you will know the pain and suffering of your people firsthand." After saying this, Berenger kicked the man onto the floor, where the King of Castile gazed upon him with bitter hatred. As the man struggled to his knees, he then looked up to the heavens and performed the sign of the cross, saying one last prayer before he embraced the cold hands of death. As he did this, Berenger circled to the man's back and pulled out his revolver, where he pressed it to the back of the man's skull. Before the king could finish his prayers, Berenger pulled the trigger and sent him to the afterlife. Blood and gray matter sprayed onto the floor as the man's body collapsed. With an indifferent expression, Berenger holstered his pistol before giving out an order to his nearby troops, who witnessed his speech and vicious manner. "Find the king's family and eliminate them. After you have done that, sack the city for all it is worth. Anyone who attempts to resist is to be killed on the spot." After saying this, Berenger sat upon the Castilian throne with a look of disgust on his face towards the corpse that lay before him. He began to mutter under his breath a single sentence, which sent chills down the spines of the few men of his who were near enough by to hear it. "One down, 2 to go." It was exactly as Berenger had said. The young king of Austria planned to eliminate all 3 kings of Iberia and their families. In doing so, he would be plunging the Catholic realms of the peninsula into utter chaos, buying him the much-needed time to arm and train his Granadan allies so that they would be capable of winning Reconquista without further intervention from Austria and Byzantium. Throughout the rest of the night, cries echoed throughout the city as the army of 10,000 men tore it to pieces, taking every bit of gold, silver, and precious stones they could find, mercilessly skewering anyone who resisted with their bayonets. The royal family of Castile was found hiding in a secret room and were gunned down where they stood. As for Berenger, he gazed upon a map of the Iberian Peninsula, where he stuck a boot knife into the location that marked the city of Zaragoza. His next target was the Kingdom of Aragon. After all, the House of de Trastamara ruled over both Castile and Aragon. With King Francisco de Trastamara and his family dead, his relative Felipe now had a claim to his territory, and Berenger intended to execute him before he could seize power for himself. With the army and royal House of Castile annihilated, Berenger had dealt a mighty blow to the Iberian Union in the initial stages of the war. He suspected that the Portuguese and Aragonese kings would pull back at least one army that pressured Granada to defend their territory. Thus he would have to move swiftly to eliminate his next target. A messenger hawk was sent back to the front lines of the Granadan defense, informing them of the swift victory that Berenger had achieved over the Castilian crown and the result that had occurred. In the coming days, the various forces throughout Christendom would come to learn of what had happened to Castile and begin to fear the power of the Austrian army and the brutality of its monarch. For if Berenger did not even treat the lives of his peers with the respect and dignity they were afforded, who would he not eliminate in his pursuit of power? For now, the war in Iberia continued to wage, and it was far from reaching its peak intensity. Chapter 417, Clandestine Operations in the Kingdom of France. Within the confines of the Duchy of Burgundy, a meeting was held within the Duke's castle. The man who had begun an open rebellion against the French crown due to the promiscuous behavior of his former lover, the crown prince, was sitting upon his ducal throne. Standing before him were a group of diplomats dressed in the attire of belonging to the upper class of the Iberian Peninsula. The man at the forefront of the delegation began to speak French with a heavy Iberian accent as he addressed the man before him with a sign of humility and respect. "I understand that you are doing the Lord's work by exposing the sinful nature of the royal family. Prince Aubry de Valois' behavior is truly disgusting, and the boy is destined to burn in eternal hellfire. Thus my master King Francisco de Trastamara, ruler of the great kingdom of Castile, has ordered me to deliver these weapons to your grace as a sign of our support." After saying this, the diplomat whistled, which signaled the men beneath his employ to bring forth the crates filled with weapons. Upon opening the wooden cases, various handheld firearms in the form of the arquebus appeared. Unlike the guns Berenger had given to the French crown, these were crude knockoffs of local Iberian manufacture. They were made of inferior materials and lacked a standardized caliber. They were hardly the same quality of weapons issued to Berengar's allies. Despite this, the Duke of Burgundy had a wide grin as he witnessed the numerous crates that filled his great hall. With these weapons, his armies would be able to do significant damage to the loyalists who backed King Gilles and his rotten dynasty. Upon witnessing the new weapons, the Duke raised from his seat before addressing his guests with a warm smile. "I thank you for traveling all of this way to deliver such magnificent weapons. I promise you I will make great use of them in my future conflicts with the royal family." The lead diplomat nodded his head in response. As he did so, he began to speak further about the ongoing conflict in France. "The Iberian Union supports you. We will make sure to bring in more weapons when we are next available to do so. As for the gunpowder and munitions, it can be sold for a reasonable price." The Duke of Burgundy nodded his head in agreement. He found these terms acceptable. As such, he quickly sat down upon his seat before playing with a golden coin as he twirled it through his fingers. This coin was none other than the Austrian gulden, whose silver counterpart had rapidly begun to replace other forms of currency as the international standard. After a few moments of thought, he tossed the coin down to the diplomats below, who quickly caught a hold of it. As he did so, a smirk appeared on his face before responding to their statement. "Consider this the first payment for your services. I look forward to doing further business with you." The diplomat bowed his head with respect before responding to the Duke's statement. "I thank your grace for your generosity." After hearing this, the Duke dismissed the Iberian diplomats, who returned to the quarters that they were granted within his keep for the duration of their stay. After they arrived in their quarters, the delegates waited until they were confident that none outside the room could hear their whispers before speaking. The moment they began to converse, it was no longer in the French tongue with a Castilian accent but rather perfect German. "For now, we shall maintain appearances. Later at night I will dispatch an encrypted message to headquarters, letting them know that the first stage of our operation has been successful and that we will maintain contact with the Burgundian host for some time before we begin the next phase." In reality, this was not a delegation from the Iberian Union, but rather undercover operatives from Austrian royal intelligence who had begun to conduct the beginning stages of Austria's covert operations within the Kingdom of France. Upon hearing this, the other agents nodded their heads in response to their commander's orders. One of the men in question immediately began to inquire about the second phase of their objective in a hushed tone. "What exactly is the second stage of this operation?" The agent in command immediately began to inform his subordinates of their plans for the near future with a cautious tone. "After we have finished establishing ties to the Burgundians, we will withdraw from their castle under the ruse that we are returning to Castile. Instead, we will enter the borders of the Kingdom of France and begin encouraging dissent against the royal family." Upon hearing this, the agents nodded in silence before their commander gave them their remaining orders. "All right, get some rest in the coming days. We will maintain our current identities as foreign dignitaries until after we have withdrawn from the keep." The subordinate agents nodded their heads before doing as they were told. Weeks passed, and Linda sat within the confines of the royal palace within the city of Kufstein. By now, her belly had grown quite large as she was several months pregnant. Despite this, she never ceased her responsibilities as the director of intelligence, even though much of her work was adequately delegated to the appropriate branches. In front of her was none other than Deputy Director Hema, dressed in her full uniform, reporting information regarding their ongoing operations in France. "Our agents have infiltrated the rebellious duchies of Aquitaine and Burgundy and have successfully supplied their leaders with the weapons and munitions necessary to inflict more significant casualties upon the French armies. Their aliases are intact, and the rebels genuinely believe they have the backing of the Iberian Union. Your plan of having our soldiers in Iberia capture the Union's knockoff arquebuses and distribute them to our field agents for use in our covert operations was absolutely genius. If we were to use our supply of such primitive weapons, it would be much more difficult to conceal our identities. Linda had a smug smile on her beautiful face as she heard this compliment. It was indeed nothing impressive. After all, she was the one who created Berengar's spy network from scratch and with very little assistance from her husband, was capable of reforming it into a modern intelligence agency far beyond the capabilities of their rivals. In comparison to this feat, the small details of their current operations in the neighboring kingdom to the west were mere child's play. She had an arrogant tone of voice as she began to inquire about the next phase of their work in France. With arquebuses in the hands of the rebels, it is only a matter of time before they use them on the field of battle. When that happens, the French loyalists will be forced to employ the arms we have already given them. When the French people realize that their monarch has accepted military aid from Austria, it will cause a massive scandal. Thus, with our hidden agents' support in the field, France will soon find itself embroiled in a far greater conflict than they have seen thus far. When this happens, the English will be sure to capitalize on it. As such, we must work swiftly to ensure that these new rebellious groups have anti-English sentiments so that they too have their work cut out for them. Hema nodded her head as she heard Lindy's train of thought before commenting on the situation. I will make sure to relay your orders to the field before long. The entire kingdom of France will be one giant war zone. I do not doubt that such a thing will spark a refugee crisis. What should we do about this potential outcome? Lindy's smile went from smug to cruel as she sipped the tea in her cup after drinking from it. She responded to this question with a bold statement. Seal the border and give our soldiers orders to open fire on anyone who tries to enter the kingdom of Austria illegally. I highly doubt Berenger would want a bunch of filthy French peasants entering his kingdom. The deputy director of Austrian royal intelligence immediately saluted her superior officer before responding to this order in the affirmative. It will be done, Your Highness. After saying this, Linda placed down her teacup filled with tea and dismissed her subordinate. If there is nothing else, then you may leave. I have many things to prepare for. Hema nodded in silence before departing, leaving Linda by her lonesome as she drank from the rest of her tea in silence. Truthfully, she was not that concerned with the outcome of the 100 Years' War, at least not in comparison to her husband. Instead, she was apprehensive about Berengar's safe return from the war in Iberia. As such, she spent some time in silence praying for his well-being. While Berenger continued to wage war against his enemies, his second wife was hard at work, overseeing the various operations of Austrian royal intelligence. After all, it was not just France that had garnered Austria's attention. Chapter 4:18, Catfight v. Within the city of Kufstein, sitting in a popular cafe, were two young women. Adela and her eldest sister Ava were seated across from each other, while the younger of the two siblings had a scowl on her face. It had been some time since she had seen her elder sister, and as usual, the relationship between the two sisters was far from cordial. Since Adela had become engaged to her cousin Berenger all those years ago, her relationship with her eldest sister had continuously worsened. By now, it had become abundantly clear to Adela that her sister Ava was envious of her marriage to Berenger. Thus, like a childish brat, Ava had repeatedly acted out against her in numerous fits of jealousy. Now, the mother of three and former Countess of Salzburg was begging for an opportunity in an attempt to rescue her husband's place in the Austrian social hierarchy. After all, due to his cowardly actions during the Bavarian occupation of Austria, Wolfgang had been stripped of his land and titles and been thoroughly disgraced in the eyes of his peers. Chancellor Otto and his wife grew weary of looking after their eldest daughter and her dullard of a husband. Thus, Ava had no option but to convince Berenger to allow her family back into his good graces. Of course, the only way to achieve this was through her sister, the first wife of the King of Austria. After all these years, Ava still could hardly believe that the sickly boy she had grown up with was now the most powerful man in the Western world. With each passing day, she lamented her past actions, though Berenger was unaware when the two of them were both small children. They were engaged to be married when they reached adulthood. However, as Berengar's sickly condition progressed to a near-death state, Ava became disillusioned with the boy she once loved and convinced her father to break their betrothal. Surprisingly, years later, this resulted in Berenger and Adela's engagement, which greatly shocked Ava. After all, her youngest sister had become engaged to her first crush. However, it was not until Berenger had begun to rise in power that Ava truly began to regret her decision and become filled with envy towards her sibling. Of course, Berenger had no memory of this, as the original inhabitor of his body had not been involved with family politics in his youth and just thought of Ava as a good friend in their childhood years. If he knew he was once engaged to Adela's older sister, he might take her as a mistress to lay claim to what could be perceived as his original wife. This was the most significant reason Ava often sought conflict with Adela in the past. She had come to realize that she had thrown away a diamond in return for a polished turd. Now, Adela was the High Queen of Austria and Ava was the wife of a disgraced, landless nobleman. With this in mind, Ava began to break out in tears as she began to speak to her youngest sister about the hardships she had to endure as the wife of Wolfgang. You are so lucky to be married to a man like Berenger. Wolfgang is an absolute idiot. He has no idea that those around him are openly mocking him. Everywhere we go, people treat us as pariahs with their backhanded comments, and he thinks they're being genuinely nice to him. Daddy won't even pay for my kids to get a private education, so they have to sit with those filthy commoners in the new public schools. Without our parents, my family wouldn't even have a thaler to our names now that Adelbrand has seized control of his house and their fortune. Adela was not the least bit sympathetic to her sister. Unlike Berenger, she was aware of the arranged marriage between Ava and Berenger when they were kids. In fact, if anything, the young Queen of Austria was quite spiteful to her elder sister. The very thought that her husband could have been married to her bitch of an older sister brought out the worst inside her. Luckily for Adela, Ava threw it all away for a numbskull like Wolfgang simply because his family was at the time wealthy and powerful. As such, the young queen did not even hesitate as she spoke with firm determination to her spoiled eldest sister. Ava, what exactly do you want from me? If you have come to ask for money, it is out of my hands. Berenger has invested most of our wealth into the royal treasury, which acts as the funds for the entire kingdom. I regret to inform you that I do not have the authority to withdraw from it. As for our savings, I will need to discuss with Berenger personally whether or not I can loan your husband money. Since the king is currently in Iberia waging war against our enemies, it will be some time before I can make that request. Ava bit her lip as she heard this news. She suspected that Adela could grant her some money but refused to do so. As such, her heart was filled with resentment as she thought about the degree of luxury that Adela lived in and the fact that if she had not been so foolish in her youth, it could have all been hers. Despite this growing fury, Ava calmed her inner wrath before putting on a gentle facade. Little Adela, I'm not asking for money. I simply want some land for my husband so that we can earn a decent living. Surely there is some factory somewhere that your husband doesn't need. Even if it is just a small production facility, your husband has so much wealth generated from the rent that he charges the business owners for using his land. Can he not spare some of this for his family? Adela's brow raised slightly upon hearing this suggestion as she glared at her sister in disbelief. She immediately asked for clarification as to what Ava was suggesting. Are you suggesting that I use my authority as High Queen to usurp a private business which has been granted the power to operate within the Kingdom of Austria by the royal crown itself, solely for your husband's benefit? If I were to do such a thing, I would be committing multiple crimes under the anti-corruption laws that are in place. Not only would you and I be punished severely for such actions, but the prestige of the Austrian crown would be forever diminished in the eyes of the people. You don't understand how things work nowadays, do you? The nobility no longer can take whatever they please from the common people. There are punishments that can be applied to all members of society, including the royal family, for engaging in such corrupt behavior. No, Ava, I will not give you land even as though you are a member of my family. Suppose you and your husband want a business to run. In that case, you will have to build it from the ground up like everyone else. You will have to purchase or rent the land from whoever owns it, build the factory, pay your employees a decent wage, and have a product of high enough quality that people wish to purchase it with their funds. You will also have to pay the necessary taxes to the royal treasury that apply. If you and your dullard of a husband can figure out how to achieve all of this, then maybe, just maybe, I can give you a loan from the crown with a fair interest rate. However, until such a presentation can be made, I will not assist you. After saying this, Adela reached into her purse and pulled out a few silver thalers that acted as the price to pay for the meal they had shared and as the tip to the server. After doing so, she leaned in and whispered something to Ava. It is funny, isn't it? In your youth, you wanted nothing to do with Berenger and even broke your betrothal because you believed he was worthless. Now he is the King of Austria and I am his queen. I guess your loss is my gain. After saying this, the young Queen of Austria departed from the cafe and returned to the protection of her guards, where they proceeded to ride in the carriage back to the royal palace. Ava was left stunned in the cafe by her lonesome. She had no idea how Adela had found out about her previous engagement to Berenger so many years ago. However, Adela was wrong about one thing. Ava did not break her betrothal with Berenger because she thought he was worthless. Instead, she did so out of fear that he would die before they could get married. In her childhood, she deeply cared for Berenger. In fact, he was her first crush. However, when he became sickly, she did not have the emotional strength to stick by him and thus ran away from her responsibilities. This misunderstanding between the two siblings was because they were separated in age by nearly a decade. The engagement with Berenger was broken up long before Adela was old enough to understand what such a thing was. If Adela knew that even now Ava still had some feelings for her Berenger, then the young queen would have been far more ruthless in how she dealt with her sister's request. Eventually, Ava sipped on her tea before sighing in silence. Even though she deeply regretted her past actions, she had no way to change the outcome. As such, she could either do as Adela had advised and begin the arduous process of building a business from scratch or continue to mooch off her parents for the rest of her life. After careful internal debate, Ava sighed before taking a sip from the tea in front of her once more. Since her husband was all but useless, she would have to rely entirely upon herself. After all, she was reasonably clever. How hard could it be to start a business? If only she knew the difficulties she would face in the long path set before her. Chapter 419, Last Man Standing Part 1. It was early morning in the mid of summer within the southwestern borders of Andalusia. Sitting within a fortified trench line was a regiment of landwehrers comprised roughly 2,000 men. Merely 2 artillery batteries supported these infantrymen as they gazed off across no man's land, bored out of their minds while they guarded a portion of the border that was deemed the least likely to engage in combat. At the moment, the Austro-Granadan alliance comprised of roughly 75,000 men deployed to the borders of Andalusia. Because of this, their forces were spread thin throughout the area, as they waited for the attack of the Iberian Union, who had now gathered 4 separate armies of roughly 100,000 men each in different locations. While the King of Austria led the cavalry to eradicate the royal families of the Catholic Iberian kingdoms, regular soldiers such as the ones in this trench line drank their coffee and entertained themselves with card games. Colonel Johann Weilinga was drinking from a stainless steel field cup as he fulfilled his duty by gazing, watching over his men, and ensuring that their defense area remained under Austrian control. The man had graduated from officer training with high marks. However, he never believed he would be sitting at the rear lines in a hardly noticeable section of the Andalusian border while the rest of his comrades were fighting off waves of medieval soldiers. He was in a state of depression as he thought about how mundane his life as an infantry officer had become. As the man lamented his current position, he decided to fulfill his obligations as such. He peered his head over the sandbags to look into the distance, where he saw a sea of shimmering iron, though its reach was far off. One could tell this was no natural structure. Instantly alerted by this discovery, the man pulled out his binoculars to get a better glimpse of what he was looking at. In the distance, an army of roughly 100,000 men flying various banners, especially that of the Kingdom of Portugal, were clad in various forms of armor. The glance of the sun reflected towards the colonel's position as he gazed upon the sight of tens of thousands of ironclad warriors. At the same time, they marched towards the entrenched regiment of Austrian soldiers. The moment this colonel realized what he was looking at, he lost control over his grasp and the stainless steel cup fell onto the mud beneath his feet, splashing it with hot coffee. In a moment of fear, the colonel's hands began to shake as he struggled to withdraw his flare gun from its holster. Johann's mind was filled with dread as he firmly grasped his flare gun with two hands before breaking its action open. He fumbled through his leather web belt, reaching for a flare that slipped from his grasp and fell into the mud below. Immediately the man knelt into the trench, covering his uniform with grime, and dug through the dirt to retrieve his fallen flare. Having wasted precious moments doing so, Johann quickly shoved the flare into his gun and fired it off into the air. As the red projectile lit up the blue sky, the sight caused the half-asleep soldiers in the Austrian trench line to panic as they immediately looked over the edge of their fortified position and gazed in horror at the massive army heading in their direction. After confirming that nearly 100,000 men were marching towards their position, another 9 flares were fired off from within the trench line, signaling the nearby forces that a full-sized army was marching on their position and that reinforcements were needed at their location. This caused a chain reaction of the various infantry placements to fire off their flares until they reached the central portion of the Austro-Granadan army. The need for reinforcements was urgent. After all, there was no way 2,500 men could defend against an army of 100,000. Despite the inability to hold the position, the Austrian colonel gritted his teeth before screaming out his command to his regiment. "Load your weapons and get into your positions. The enemy is upon us and we must halt their advance until reinforcements arrive. If we falter here, then Granada will be overrun and the Catholics will cut off our retreat from Gibraltar. If such a thing were to occur, then our entire army would be stranded in this godforsaken land with no way out. Hold the line even if it means your death. God with us." The moment the colonel gave this speech, the 2,500 men who comprised the Landwehr regiment and the 2 artillery batteries lifted their weapons into the air and chanted back the battle cry of the Austrian army. "God with us! God with us! God with us!" After saying this, any trepidation contained within the hearts of the Austrian soldiers was forced out by a fearless resolve that only a warrior can know within their hearts. 2,500 men loaded their weapons as they fixed their bayonets before aiming over the edge of the trench line, waiting for the enemy to get within firing distance, committed to holding the ground until the last man was standing. Before long, Johann could see through his binoculars that the enemy army had approached the range of the Austrian artillery. He immediately cried out to the men responsible for using such weapons to fulfill their duty. "Open fire! Rain hell upon these bastards!" Upon saying this, his message was conveyed to the artillery officers, who began to do as instructed. Before long, the echo of the 7.5 cm FK-22 field guns resounded in the air as the colonel gazed through his optics to see the shells land upon the Iberian position. A wide grin appeared on his face as the first barrage of 12 shells pounded the front lines of the enemy army. Before long, the subsequent thunderous explosion filled the air as the shells continued to land upon the advancing Iberians in the hundreds. Yet despite this, the soldiers of the Iberian Union and their foreign volunteers continued to march through the barges unaffected, with looks of grim determination on their faces. The scene of the fields in the distance was wholly scorched by artillery, and corpses lie blasted apart in the ruined landscape. Tens of thousands of men had already perished, and yet, it was as if they had not even made a dent in the massive army. Before long, the Iberian soldiers passed through the artillery and entered rifle range, where Colonel Johann immediately pulled out a nearby needle rifle and loaded its breech with a paper cartridge. As he did so, he commanded the soldiers in the trench line, "Fire at will." As Johann fired his first shot, and those around him did the same, his ears rang from the volley of gunfire. Despite this, he quickly pulled back the bolt of his needle rifle and loaded another paper cartridge before firing downrange once more. His bullet hit its mark as it pierced through the unarmored torso of the peasant levy charging towards him with a spear in hand. However, they dropped to the ground dead on the spot. His comrades rushed forward through the bullet's volley, utterly undeterred by the barbed wire and needle fire as they ran towards their deaths. After firing one more shot, Colonel Johann immediately ordered to retreat to the following trench line. Their position was about to be overrun, and he did not want to be swarmed by the enemy army. Fall back to the next line. Fall back. After saying this, he quickly climbed over the trench wall and ran through yet another no-man's land towards the second trench line. His men promptly followed his lead, where they immediately slid into the trench alongside the rearguard who had their rifles loaded and ready for the oncoming Catholic warriors. Johann immediately said a silent prayer as he prepared his weapon to fire. The battle at the Portuguese border had just begun, and though they had not lost any soldiers yet, eventually the Austrians would run out of trench lines to hide within. When that happened, it would be all-out melee combat with tens of thousands of their enemies. As the front lines of Iberian soldiers and their foreign volunteers reached the first trench line, they immediately began to charge over its fortifications and into the line of fire. While this was happening, the King of Portugal sat back safely, gazing upon the battlefield with a sneer on his face. He gave a single order to the thousands of heavily armored men at arms and knights at his side. Now that the peasants have soaked up their bullets, it is time to advance upon their position. Leave no heretic alive, God wills it. With this said, the heavy infantry and the cavalry forces of the Portuguese army began to charge into the fray. The battle for the Andalusian border had only just begun. Chapter 420. Last Man Standing Part 2. Johann squeezed the trigger of his rifle, causing the needle to protrude through the paper cartridge, thus striking the percussion cap embedded within. This reaction ignited the gunpowder, propelling the .451 caliber projectile down range and into the skull of an oncoming crusader. Crusader would be the most appropriate word, as these men were fighting a holy war against the Granadon army and their reformist Austrian allies. Despite being mere peasants who had picked up a weapon for the first time in the name of God, these fearless warriors of Christ were genuinely deserving of the term. The colonel of the Austrian regiment continued to fire upon the advancing enemy alongside his soldiers. However, no matter how many bullets were sent down or how many crusaders they killed in combat, the Catholics never seemed to run out of troops. If not for the entrenched positions and their protective helmets, the volleys of arrows fired upon their location likely would have caused far more casualties than they currently had suffered. However, right as Johann thought about this, the crackle of gunfire and the smoke of gunpowder spewed into the air, as lead balls fell down range and onto the Austrian positions. From the other trench line, roughly 100 feet away, the Crusader arquebusiers had begun to unleash a volley of fire. A single lead ball clanged against Johann's Stahlhelm as he fell back from his position and hit the floor. He was heavily dazed as a nearby soldier checked on his condition. Ultimately, the steel helmet was removed from his head, where he gazed upon a massive dent on its surface with awe. If not for this standard-issue helmet, his life indeed would have been taken at that moment. After regaining his clarity of mind, Johann placed the dented helmet back upon his skull, where he shook off the soldier who was checking on his condition. "I am all right. Don't worry about me." Continue to fire on the enemy position. With this said, the soldier immediately saluted his commanding officer and returned to combat. Johann quickly unscrewed the lid to his canteen and took a sip of the purified water within before stowing it back on his belt. After doing so, he checked to see if his rifle was loaded once more and poked his head over the trench line. By the time he was back in combat, another volley from the arquebusiers was fired on his position. Though it was woefully inaccurate at this distance, it was in such a volume of fire that it was not uncommon for the Austrian defender to be hit by the projectiles. Luckily, they wore advanced steel armor, which defended their vitals from the primitive weapons that their enemies used. With this in mind, Johann aimed down his iron sights onto the nearest arquebusier. He fired his shot. The .451 caliber cylindrical projectile propelled downrange and through the kettle helm of the arquebusier, splattering his brains across the nearby sandbags. Unfortunately for the enemy, their medieval armor was no match for the advanced weapons of the Austrian army. Having fired his shot, Johann immediately pulled back the bolt on his gun and reloaded another paper cartridge before firing once more on the advancing enemy. Under cover of arquebus fire, the Iberian infantry rushed towards the trench line. Before long, Johann found himself engaging in melee combat with a peasant levy, armed with a spear as he ran into the Austrian trench. Johann immediately lifted his rifle in the air where he deflected the oncoming spear before shifting his balance and thrusting his 10-inch steel blade bayonet into the peasant's gambeson armor, piercing directly through it and into his flesh. After doing so, he retrieved his bayonet and no longer paid attention to the corpse in front of him. Instead, he loaded another shot and fired on the next wave of crusaders who charged towards their deaths like madmen. Before long, the peasant levies were spent, with only a few hundred of them remaining. However, just when the Austrians thought that victory had arrived, the knights and men at arms of the Kingdom of Portugal, as well as their crusading allies, rushed across the no-man's land and into the trench. These men were heavily clad in iron and steel armor, and thus the bayonets would not be nearly as effective on them. The Iberian heavy infantry unleashed their swords and maces upon the defending Austrians without fear of death. Unfortunately for the average landwehr, They were not as well trained in melee combat as those who had trained their entire lives in such arts. Bodies of Austrian soldiers began to collapse around Johann as he struggled to fend off a knight of Portugal. Before long, he felt the hot sting of steel penetrating through his flesh as a long sword stuck through his back. Luckily for him, it had missed all of his vitals. However, it was enough to cause him to drop his weapon. In response to this, he quickly withdrew his revolver and fired a shot through the torso of the knight before him before turning around and firing another through the man who had backstabbed him. He had 4 shots remaining as he collapsed against the wall of the trench, firing off another shot at a nearby man-at-arms who was about to slay one of his soldiers. The bullet pierced through the man's helmet and claimed his life, causing his ironclad body to collapse on top of the wounded Austrian landwehr. Johann struggled to his feet as he tried to rally his surviving men against the oncoming attackers. "Hold your ground. Reinforcements are on their way. Hold your ground." As the Austrian defenders heard this, they began to fight with every fiber of their being, yet by now only a few hundred of them remained. With this in mind, Johann reached onto his belt and pulled out his spade, which was sharpened for close-quarters combat. With a revolver in one hand and a blunt weapon in the other, he began to walk through the trench line while bleeding out his back. Johann began to fire upon nearby Iberian soldiers with his revolver while striking others across the helm. Concussing them in the process, he did not stop bashing their skulls in until their helmets had been completely cut through by the sharpened steel edge of the spade. Upon seeing how effective the spade was, his remaining soldiers tossed away their needle rifles and unleashed their entrenching tools, which proved to be lethal within the tight confines of the trench line. The Iberian knights were forced to half-sword their weapons as they struggled to kill the Austrian defenders. Steel clashed with steel as the Austrians fought with everything they had. Johann parried an oncoming blade with his entrenching stool as he fired his last shot directly into the forehead of his attacker. After doing so, he tossed his revolver aside, where he began to batter away at the Crusaders. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, the Austrian landwehrers fought on, desperate to defend their position until reinforcements arrived. By now, Johann had lost a lot of blood from his back wound and began to slow down. The adrenaline and endorphins in his system began to fade, and he struggled to move his limbs as he engaged in combat with the enemy. Eventually, he collapsed into the mud, struggling to retain his consciousness. The Crusaders disregarded him as a corpse and continued to cut down the remaining Austrian soldiers. Eventually, only one soul remained alive within the Austrian trench line. The Crusaders had killed all of its defenders, except for Johann, who was now struggling for breath as his body was kicked over to reveal a heavily armored knight wearing the royal arms of Portugal on his tabard. This man was a member of the Portuguese royal family. The man gazed down upon Johann through his bassinet with a look of disdain on his face as he uttered his contempt. "Fucking heretic." Right, when the man was about to bring down his sword, the echo of gunfire resounded in the air, and his skull was blown apart. Johann could roughly make out the sound of Austrians screaming the battle cry for king and fatherland, as a wave of 10,000 Germans opened fire upon the Crusaders contained within the trenches. As the colonel faded into unconsciousness, the last thing he saw the sight of muddied puttees belonging to an Austrian soldier who had climbed into the trench and rushed into battle against the Iberian forces. When he awoke a few days later, he would come to find that he was the lone survivor of his regiment who successfully managed to defend the Granadon border until reinforcements could arrive. Roughly 2,500 Austrian men died in the trenches, while the reinforcements successfully annihilated the Portuguese and Crusader forces. Though, as they arrived, the Portuguese king had escaped the battlefield and fled back to his home in Lisbon. The aftermath of this battle would be considered a heroic last stand by a group of Austrian landwehrers against overwhelming odds. King Berenger would later posthumously award every soldier who died in this battle some variant of the Iron Cross, as a symbol of bravery for the men who gave their lives to secure the Granadon border. Chapter 421. A Day in the Life of Linda. Chancellor Otto was standing within the confines of the royal palace. One might think he would be visiting his daughter, the High Queen of Austria. However, if one were to observe his actions, they would be surprised to see that instead, he was meeting with the second Queen of Austria, Linda von Kufstein. The reason for his visit to the second Queen was entirely because of her job as the director of Austrian royal intelligence. Recently, he had received a letter from Duke Dieter von Wittelsbach about the willingness of Bavaria to submit itself to the Austrian crown, and some valuable intel about what the other German realms were planning. While Berenger was away at war, it was up to his uncle and father-in-law to run the country. Thus far, he had done an exemplary job of it. Therefore, as this essential matter came to his attention, naturally, he desired to verify the contents of the document. With this task, there was only one person he could trust, who was his daughter's greatest rival in love. Linda read through the contents with a stern expression on her face, as she paid attention to every little detail, checking to see if anything was written in code. Oddly enough, it was a relatively concise letter without any encrypted content. After coming to a conclusion, she sighed heavily as her substantial bosom heaved in the air before revealing her thoughts on the document in her hands. According to my spies in the Luxembourg royal court, Everything on this document is legitimate. Luxembourg's forces halted Bavaria's mercenary army within Brandenburg. As a result, Duke Dieter attempted to rally the German realms against us while Berenger was at war in Iberia. They rejected his notions, and he likely realized that any hope of getting his vengeance on his was null. He may be an incredibly proud and short-tempered man. Still, he is not a fool. He likely realizes that we will decimate the peasants' crusade to Iberia and annihilate the more professional force that marches on our borders in the next few years. Thus, I think his willingness to submit to our rule is an attempt to avoid Berengar's wrath when he finally brings the German world to heel. For now, I will task my agents in the Bavarian royal court to keep an eye on Dieter and his confidants. This is just my advice, so take it with a grain of salt. However, I suggest you write back to him informing your intent to work alongside Bavaria for the near future, and that we will accept their payments in installments as was initially agreed upon. Remind him that the only reason Berenger hasn't marched upon his realm with the full might of the Austrian army at his back is that there is still some time left on the treaty until he is forced to pay the reparations back in full. After doing so, hint to the Duke that such a deadline could be extended if the Bavarians were to begin paying their installments immediately. If they start paying their reparations in installments, it can be seen as a sign of their sincerity towards Austria and its king. Rest assured, if Dieter tries anything foolish, royal intelligence will be aware of it, and I promise you we will stop it before it becomes a problem. So, by all means, proceed as you see fit. Otto bowed his head in response to the second queen. Though he was never a fan of Berengar's polygamous lifestyle or the fact that the king had cheated on his daughter with this woman, the chancellor must admit that Linda was a fearsome and intimidating woman. The look in her sky-blue eyes brought chills to his spine as he watched her read the contents of the letter with a severe expression on her flawless face. After listening to Lindy's opinion on the letter, Otto sighed in relief before taking it back. He only raised his head from the bow after Linda had seemingly permitted him to do so. I thank you, my queen. For your guidance, I will be sure to negotiate a favorable alliance with the Duchy of Bavaria and pave the way for Berengar's annexation of their realm shortly. Linda nodded her head in response to this before commenting on his statement. Be sure that you do. Now, if there is nothing else, I have things that I must attend to. I am sure that you know your way out of the palace. Otto bowed once more before bidding its second queen farewell. I thank you for your time, your majesty. I will be taking my leave. I pray that you and your children are healthy and happy. After saying this, Otto left the area and returned to his chateau to get to work. As for Linda, she returned to the main bedroom and sprawled out on the bed while sniffing the scent Berenger had left behind on his spot. As she did so, she noticed one of Berengar's other wives approach. It was none other than Honoria. The Byzantine princess had a slightly worried expression on her face as she asked the question on her mind. Have you heard? Linda stared at Honoria with a mocking expression before making fun of her. I hear lots of things. It is part of my job. You are going to have to be specific. The purple-haired beauty immediately began to pout as she clarified what she meant. Did you hear that Berenger executed the king of Castile and his family? He plunged the entire kingdom into chaos. A wide smile spread across Lindy's face as she sprawled out on the large feather mattress. As she did so, she spoke playfully. Oh yes, that. Yeah, I heard about that. What of it? Castile is our enemy. Who cares what happens to their monarch and his pitiful family? Honoria scoffed as she crossed her arms and began to complain to her rival. She could not believe that Linda was so lax about the whole ordeal. Who cares? Berenger has broken international etiquette for centuries. Every king has known not to outright massacre a rival monarch and his family. What if the Catholic world does the same to us? The strawberry blonde-haired vixen spread across the bed, further exemplifying her curves. Though she was visibly pregnant, she was as beautiful as ever. As she did so, she began to laugh at Honoria's comment. After a few moments of collecting herself, she finally revealed how foolish the princess of the Byzantine Empire was being. I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. You might not be aware, but as director of royal intelligence and Berengar's favorite wife, I have access to the weapons designs he and the research and development team of the Royal Armory have been working on. Let's just say that in a few years, the entire Catholic world and all of its residents could unite against Austria, and the Royal Austrian Army would still massacre them before they ever stepped foot in our land. Not to mention the secret border defense project our husband is working on. Honoria stared at Linda in disbelief. Since when did she have access to such top-secret information? More importantly, did she just claim that she was Berengar's favorite? Honoria instantly began to pout as she questioned the second queen on this part in particular. Who says you are Berengar's favorite? If that were so, wouldn't you be the High Queen? Linda immediately got up from the bed and walked over to Honoria with a coy smile on her face. After a while, she kissed the Byzantine princess on the lips slightly before whispering in her ear. You are cute when you are jealous. Unfortunately for you, I don't have time for this. Honoria's cheeks began to flush with embarrassment as she endured Lindy's harassment. After the second queen began to walk towards the door, the Byzantine princess and third queen of Austria began to call out to her. Where do you think you are going? This isn't over. Linda merely turned around and smirked before responding to Honoria's question. I am going to review some important information at the headquarters of Royal Intelligence. Some of us have more important roles to play in Berengar's life than merely appealing to his fantasy of a pirate queen. After saying this, Linda left Honoria behind to steam in her inner fury. Sometimes that woman knew just how to get under her skin. As such, she sat down on the bed and began to pout. She refused to listen to that vile woman's words of provocation. As she thought about this, she decided to visit Adela and inform her of just what Linda had said. After all, as High Queen and Lindy's greatest rival, she would indeed have something to say about all of this. As for Linda, she did exactly as she said she would, despite the fact that the Department of Intelligence had essentially become self-sufficient without a need for her input. She was still technically its director. Thus Linda intended to oversee some ongoing issues in the 3 regions of interest, which were Iberia, France, and the Baltic. As for the rest of the Western world, though Austria had long since spread its web of agents across it, there was little concern over those regions for the time being. Thus, while Berenger was away at war, things within Austria continued to advance at a steady pace. Chapter 422. A Day in the Life of Adela. Within the royal palace of Austria, 2 young women were having a conversation. Since Henrietta had confessed her feelings to her older brother, she had been alienated by most of the women in Berengar's life. The only exception to this rule was the High Queen Adela, her cousin and her close friend. As the 2 young women stood next to each other, it became increasingly clear how closely related they were, as they shared many similar features. If one was unaware of their background, they might even assume they were sisters. Despite being 2 years younger than Adela, Henrietta had grown more significant in stature than her elder cousin. By now, the teenage girl was taller and curvier than Adela, which brought a frown to the High Queen's face as she noticed this. She had no idea what Berenger had been feeding his sister for her to grow so much bigger than herself. However, she quickly turned her face away from this noticeable difference and instead returned her attention to the event she was planning. As the years passed, the first batch of recruits from Berengar's armed forces who were now hardened veterans would be retiring from active service and entering the reserves, leaving the nation's defense to the younger generation. Considering Berenger had time and again expressed the importance of honoring the nation's soldiers and preserving its militant culture, Adela had taken it upon herself to organize a grand ceremony for the thousands of soldiers who had perished in battle and the many more who were now seeing the end of their days in combat. Without the king's advice, Adela planned to hold the first annual Veterans Day parade when the soldiers stationed in Iberia returned from their exhausting campaign. With this in mind, she had opted to involve the king's sister in the planning as Henrietta needed to fulfill her duty as a member of the royal family. The High Queen of Austria pointed at the replica of the city of Kufstein that lies on the table before her specifically. She was aiming her dainty finger at Main Street, which would be sectioned off and used as the area for the parade. As she did so, she expressed the thoughts on her mind. We should have the surviving veterans of each conflict stroll out one at a time in chronological order of their wars. Upon hearing this, Henrietta nodded her head before coming up with an idea of her own. However, she struggled to express her opinion out of fear that it would be rejected due to her meek nature. Maybe, if it is not too much, we can have them wear replicas of the uniforms they wore during that conflict. Upon hearing this, a gorgeous smile appeared on Adela's luscious lips as she listened to her cousin's input. That's a wonderful idea, Henrietta. We will start with the peasant militia at the Battle of a mining town and move on to the mixed uniforms of the veterans from the Kitzbühel border war. After that, we will honor the soldiers who fought in the conquest of Tyrol and so on. Henrietta's lips curved into a pretty smile as she heard the praise from the High Queen. Her confidence in her role began to skyrocket as she began to suggest another idea. Perhaps we can dust off some of the old weapons in storage and have them refurbished to be used in the parade? Adela nodded her head in response to this before moving on to the next point of the event, as she moved a small wooden figure, used to represent Berenger, into position at the head of the formation. Our beloved king will be leading the parade atop horseback, in whatever uniform he desires after it is complete. He will give a speech about the veterans and their efforts towards this kingdom. Henrietta smiled warmly at the thought of her precious big brother leading the parade in all his glory. This smile did not go unnoticed by Adela, who felt frustrated. She did not know how to broach the subject without making it awkward. After all, Henrietta's feelings for Berenger were most definitely taboo, and Adela did not support them. Eventually, the young queen mustered the courage to ask about the topic. So, Henrietta, there are sure to be many prominent young noblemen in attendance for this event. After all, military service is considered a civic duty, and there are bound to be a few exceptional young lads who have proven themselves on the field of battle. Is there anyone in particular who might have caught your fancy? The young Austrian princess flushed with embarrassment as she thought about the question in her mind. There was only one man she adored, and as such, she felt uneasy speaking about it even though she had kissed her brother on the cheeks and professed her intent to fight for him. Now that she was being asked about the question directly by one of his wives, she did not know how to react. Upon seeing Henrietta's innocent and sheepish reaction, Adela felt a need to protect her from Berenger. After a few drinks, the man was liable to lay his hands on any woman who he deemed attractive, even if that woman might be his younger sister. More importantly, the High Queen felt the need to keep a distance between the two siblings, considering that it was Henrietta, not Berenger, who was the most interested in such a taboo affair. Adela gritted her teeth and clenched her fists at the thought of such a sinful relationship. Such a fate could never be allowed to exist. She swore in her mind then and there that she would do whatever necessary to stop Berenger and Henrietta from progressing beyond the point of siblings. After all, it was her life's goal to save Berengar's soul. And incest was not something easily forgiven even by the Lord God Almighty. After a while, Adela calmed her nerves before placing her hand on Henrietta's shoulder, which caused the girl to react in fright. She was not used to being touched by anyone, as she was usually timid. Upon witnessing her cousin's intense glare, Henrietta's heart became filled with dread. Adela forced a smile on her face as she gave a fair warning to her younger cousin. I know what you're thinking, but I assure you that it will never come to pass. Even if you have gotten some twisted ideas about your brother in that pretty little head of yours, I will make sure that he never engages in such a wicked sin. You should let go of your incestuous thoughts and find a man more suitable for yourself. However, despite the Queen's fierce pretense, Henrietta did not back down like Adela believed she would. Instead, she gathered all the strength within her heart and lifted the arm from her shoulder as she returned Adela's frightening gaze with a determined expression. You do not get to determine who is right for me, cousin. My love for my brother is as pure as the driven snow, and just because you and the others may disapprove of it does not mean that I won't fight for us to be together. After saying this, Henrietta began to depart from the room with a smug expression. As she did so, Adela called out to her from behind with a challenge. We will see about that. Adela was practically fuming as she stomped her foot on the ground in a fit of rage. She could not believe the girl would be so stubborn even after being confronted about her sinful thoughts. This task would be more complicated than she initially thought. If Henrietta could not be convinced to cease her abominable pursuit, then Adela's only choice was to focus on monitoring Berengar's behavior and prevent him from doing something that would permanently tarnish his soul. With the gauntlet laid, Adela was prepared to return to her work of planning the upcoming Veterans Parade. However, a knock on the door immediately garnered her attention, as she looked over to see the purple-haired beauty that was Honoria standing by the door. A second later, she could hear her rival's voice resound throughout the air. We need to talk. Adela sighed before putting on a friendly facade as she forced herself to smile. She spoke the words most appropriate for a woman of her position. Honoria, pray to tell what is so important that you must interrupt my work? Honoria had a solemn expression on her face as she spoke the thoughts on her mind. It is about Linda. Upon hearing this, the friendly smile that Adela presented instantly collapsed and was replaced with a frown. She began to speak with a voice filled with contempt. What did that bitch do now? Honoria chuckled when she heard such harsh language from the supposedly pious High Queen of Austria and decided to instigate conflict between her two rivals. It is not much. I just thought it was necessary to inform you that Linda claims she is Berengar's favorite, and that she is asserting her claim by rubbing in the fact that she knows top-secret information about Berengar's plans for the defense of Austria. Adela's frown instantly soured further as she began to speak her mind about her oldest rival. Of course, she knows classified information about the defense of our kingdom. She is the director of intelligence. That has nothing to do with being Berengar's favorite at all. That bitch is always talking smack behind my back. First, I have to worry about Henrietta trying to snatch Berenger away in an unholy union, and now I have to deal with Lindy's snide comments? You tell that whore that if she were actually Berengar's favorite, then he would have chosen her to be his High Queen. She knows damn well that our husband is not the type of man who abides by obligations such as engagements if it gets in the way of his whims. Honoria had a devilish grin on her face as she heard Adela's response to Lindy's claim. She had successfully baited the girl into open conflict with her rival. While these two bitches were at each other's throats, she could reap the spoils. All she had to worry about now was the dark horse in their household. After all, Honoria also did not trust Berenger to be alone with his little sister at the moment. Having fulfilled her plot to divide and conquer, Honoria put on a friendly facade as she responded to Adela's comment. I will be sure to inform Linda of your words. After saying this, she departed from the room, leaving Adela in an increased state of fury. As usual, Berengar's wives' relationship was far from cordial behind the scenes. Each of them struggled to gain his affection and secure the future of their progeny. Even though Honoria's marriage to Berenger was matrilineal, there was still much to be gained for her future son by having the King of Austria's support. Chapter 423. The Cowardly King of Aragon. Berenger sat upon horseback as he gazed into the distance towards the city of Zaragoza through his binoculars. He would never have guessed that the main Portuguese army would be defeated at the southwestern border. It was because of this event, as well as the ruthless attack on Toledo, that the two remaining monarchs had grown cautious and withdrew half of their forces to defend their home territory. the result of which would have massive consequences for the Reconquista as a whole. Upon seeing an army of 100,000 men gathered within the vicinity of the city of Zaragoza, Berengar knew that he had no chance of rooting out and destroying the Aragonese king with the 10,000 men under his command. Having come to this realization, he stored his binoculars away before issuing the orders that would change the course of history. Fall back to the main defensive line. We do not have the manpower necessary to take this city. The men of Berengar's advanced force in relief as they heard their king's orders. If he had insisted on taking the city with so few men, they truly believed they would be entering the gates of heaven. As such, the small force of roughly 10,000 men began to depart back to the main defensive line established on the borders of Andalusia. King Felipe de Trastamara gazed upon the retreat of the Austrian forces and sighed heavily. He felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Though it was only 10,000 men, he could not deny that his heart was filled with dread. After personally witnessing the destruction of one of his armies at the hands of the Austro-Granadan alliance not long ago, the devastation he saw that day had forever imprinted itself upon his soul. In doing so, he had resorted to hiding within the illusionary safety that his castle's walls provided. With the King of Castile and his family now deceased at the hands of King Berengar the Accursed, Felipe truly believed that he was next in line to embrace the angel of death. In fact, he no longer had the will to fight against his enemies. Castile was in a state of chaos as its noblemen fought among each other for the right to rule, and Portugal had just suffered a humiliating defeat. Out of the roughly 500,000 men gathered to fight in Iberia, 200,000 or so now lie dead at the hands of their enemies. The fact that one of the 5 armies of the Iberian Union was held off by a single regiment numbering no more than 2,500 Austrian soldiers was a shocking truth. Though all but one had perished in the attack, the brave warriors of Austria had managed to hold their ground long enough for reinforcements to arrive and annihilate the remaining crusaders. Even the Crown Prince of Portugal was killed in battle. As for King Luís de Avis of Portugal, he swore to avenge the loss of his son and heir. By now he had called upon Felipe to combine their forces and assault the weakest point in the Austrian defensive line. However, King Felipe of Aragon dreaded the idea of leaving his castle and entering the fray once more. By now, reinforcements from Austria and its allies were bound to have arrived in the Strait of Gibraltar, and the defensive line would no longer be spread so thin. Despite having 300,000 remaining soldiers, most of which were peasant levies from foreign lands, Felipe was not confident in Iberia's chances of winning this war. His wife approached him as he watched the Austrians return to their defensive line. He would not rest easy until he could no longer gaze upon their backs. Seeing her husband frightened out of his wits and biting his nails like a child, the Queen of Aragon grasped a hold of his hands and asked the question on her mind. Will you not fight? These heretics and infidels have already caused so much destruction to our lands. You have lost so many men, how can you sit here like a frightened child and do nothing? Felipe immediately became enraged upon hearing his wife's remarks. She had not seen the horrors of this war. It was unlike any other fought in history. So few men could easily defend Granada from the massive army the Catholics had raised. The longer they waited, the more troops would arrive, and the more powerful the Austro-Granadan alliance would become. As such, Felipe freed himself from his wife's grasp and began to berate her for her ignorance. You do not understand. We cannot win this war. The enemy is more powerful than the Iberian Union. No matter how much support we receive from our allies, they will overcome it. I have seen the weapons they use and the destructive power they are capable of. There is no hope for victory, no matter how much Luis thirsts for the blood of the men who killed his child. With Francisco dead, we now can usurp the kingdom of Castile and increase our power if we can only buy some time from our enemies. Thus, I have no choice but to sue for peace. Even if the Portuguese wish to fight on their own, I will not send my men to their deaths against the Austrian armies. The wife of the King of Aragon looked at him with utter disgust as she made her thoughts known. You are a coward, Felipe. The enemy is at our doorstep, and yet you do not ride out to meet them. You merely hide away in your castle praying that they will leave you alone. Upon hearing this insult, Felipe became enraged, resulting in him backhanding his wife across the face with a vicious slap before raising his voice to her. And my prayers have been answered. Reconquista is a failure. With the backing of Austria, Granada will never fall into the hands of Catholics. We must sue for peace, or we will all be destroyed. Upon hearing this, the Queen of Aragon looked at her husband with complete contempt as she left the cowardly King of Aragon to wallow in his misery. As for Felipe, he truly believed his actions were more out of wisdom than cowardice. For what man could face such horrifying weapons and expect victory? King Luís had reported that the enemy had a mere 6 cannons at the Battle of the Andalusian border, and yet they were capable of killing tens of thousands of the crusading forces before they even reached the trench line. Estimates from Iberian scouts had put the number of these new weapons that were deployed to the Iberian Peninsula in the hundreds. Against such overwhelming might, only a madman would dream of victory. With this in mind, The King of Aragon began to draft a letter towards King Berengar and Sultan Hassan in an attempt to establish fair terms of surrender. It was better to sue for peace now than suffer the same fate of Francisco and his family. King Louis of Portugal was determined to continue the fight against Austria and Granada. However, for the remainder of this war, he was destined to fight by his lonesome. Of course, he would not be fighting empty-handed. Felipe would ensure that the foreign volunteers that made up the bulk of his remaining forces would be dispatched to Portugal before his terms of surrender could be agreed upon, giving the Kingdom of Portugal a fighting chance. Though it was unlikely for them to achieve any significant victory, it was the least Felipe could do to aid his former ally. As for his troops, they would be used to unite the kingdoms of Aragon and Castile under his banner. From the ashes of this failed reconquista, a new kingdom would rise in Iberia, a Spanish kingdom. How long would it endure throughout the test of time? That was uncertain. After all, the Granadans would not simply sit by and allow their enemies to grow stronger. It was only a matter of time before they struck back against their Catholic neighbors. For the centuries of bloodshed between the two people could not be overcome peacefully so long as they both inhabited this land. As for Berengar, he and his army would return to the front lines in time for Felipe's messenger to have arrived. While the Kingdom of Portugal planned its next attack, Berengar and Hassan would meet in Granada to establish appropriate conditions for Aragon's surrender. Berengar would take advantage of this situation to buy Granada enough time with its neighbors to grow and prosper to the point where it could become self-sufficient. The Austrian intervention in Reconquista was far from over. Still, with Aragon's surrender, tens of thousands of Austrian and Granadan soldiers could be moved from its borders and focus their sight on Portugal. After all, King Louis was far from finished with his conflict. He would not rest until he had made Berengar pay the price for his son's untimely demise, or he would die trying. Chapter 424. Naval Warfare off the coast of Portugal. Emmerich gazed into the distance while standing upon the bow of the SMS Berengar, which was the lead ship in its class of frigates. Flanked by his sides were two other frigates that were fully armed and prepared for conflict. At the moment, he led a small fleet of 5 ships, as he patrolled the coasts of Portugal with a single purpose: destroy all enemy vessels. If so much as a fishing ship left the coast of Portugal, it was considered a valid target within this ongoing conflict. As such, Emmerich had been using small fleets like this to ravage the Iberian coastline and prevent any form of commerce or fishing from occurring within the lands of the Iberian kingdoms. He had gone so far as to order a complete blockade of the Iberian Peninsula, which only the vast armada that belonged to the Kingdom of Austria was capable of achieving in this current day and age. After the destruction of the Genoan and Venetian navies at the hands of the Austrian navy during the previous war, there were few naval forces with more than 100 vessels within their ranks. The Austrian frigates were used extensively in this current conflict to ensure that the economy of the Catholic Iberian kingdoms suffered immensely. However, by attacking fishermen, he also cut off a significant food source for the people who dwelled within the Iberian kingdoms. Through his spyglass, Emmerich spotted a fleet of Portuguese ships. Until now, the Portuguese crown had kept its navy docked within their ports and refused to come out to fight. It would appear they were now desperate enough to break this blockade that they had sent their ships into conflict. The Portuguese fleet sent to intercept his frigates numbered roughly 30 in total. Emmerich was not afraid despite facing an overwhelming numerical advantage. Instead, a giddy expression was on his face, almost like a child at Christmas. Thus, he shouted with excitement as he ordered his sailors to prepare for battle. Load the cannons and intercept that fleet. I want it at the bottom of the ocean within the hour. Upon seeing their Grand Admiral filled with such enthusiasm, the sailors on board the SMS Berengar quickly got to their tasks and began loading the muzzle-loading cannons on board the vessel. Despite the protests of the Admiralty, Berengar had refused to outfit the navy with breech loaders until after the entirety of the Austrian Royal Army was fully equipped with them. In the eyes of the king, the army took priority over that of the navy when it came to implementing new technology. Thus Emmerich had to make do with the same tools that he used to decimate the imperial fleet of the Holy Roman Empire. As he thought about this minor inconvenience, the guns on board his fleet were loaded, and the frigates were quickly on the path to intercept the hostile fleet. Emmerich looked through his spyglass once more as his vessel rapidly approached the Portuguese sailors. He could see the looks of fear on their faces as they prayed to their God for the safekeeping of their souls when they finally entered the afterlife. Such a sight amused the Grand Admiral of Austria as he gave the order to open fire on the hostile vessels. Send these bastards to the depths of hell. With that said, the frigates quickly sailed within the formation of the Portuguese caravels. The moment they made contact with the enemy, they began unloading their cannons onto the enemy vessels. Hundreds of shells flew through the air and exploded among the ranks of the Portuguese fleet. As a result, the surviving enemy sailors dived into the water in the hope of escaping their perilous situation. For if they stayed on board their sinking ships, then they were sure to die on this day. Immediately several vessels were torn apart as the outnumbered frigates engaged in combat. However, oddly enough, something strange happened as the Austrian ships leisurely passed by. Shockingly, the Portuguese fired back with their own broadside cannons. Though they were few per ship, when combined in total, well over 100 cannonballs fired towards the 5 frigates. Though many of the projectiles missed their mark, some of them tore through the thin sheet of galvanized steel surrounding the Austrian frigates and punched through the wooden hulls beneath it. Though it was not enough to immediately sink the vessels, it did cause some damage, resulting in the crews of the Austrian navy being forced to bilge out the excess water and repair the hulls for the first time since they had entered service. The Portuguese had learned from Italy's defeat in the Adriatic and had mounted their cannons on the broadsides of their vessels, allowing them to fight against their enemies. Emmerich snarled when he saw minuscule damage inflicted upon his fleet before giving the order to fire upon the enemy once more. The 5 frigates fired their combined total of 220 guns in retaliation, whose projectiles landed upon the enemy vessels in large numbers, sinking most of them in the process. As the ships engulfed in flames sank to the bottom of the Atlantic, Emmerich raised his fists in the air and cried out with a heightened voice, "Wonderful!" As he did so, the crew loaded up the next set of guns while suffering a barrage of their own. The few remaining Portuguese ships refused to relent and sent another volley towards the frigates. Though it caused more damage to their hulls, ultimately, it was not enough to sink the powerful vessels employed by the Austrian navy. Thus, the moment the frigates had reloaded their weapons, they opened fire yet again on the last few ships remaining among the Portuguese fleet. The resulting explosions caused the poor caravels to be torn asunder upon the moment of impact, leaving no survivors. Seeing how his enemies were so thoroughly defeated, Emmerich smiled fiendishly as he gazed upon the remnants of the brief battle off the coast of Portugal. After taking in the sight and smell of victory, he sighed heavily before turning his fearsome face to his crew and issuing his orders. "Return to the coast of Gibraltar. We need to repair the damage done to these ships." Immediately the sailors on board the vessels sprung up and saluted their Grand Admiral before replying in unison, "Yes, sir." The small fleet would spend the next few hours returning to the port of Gibraltar, where the Austrian navy had established a temporary base to ensure the smooth transfer of men and supplies from the fatherland to the field of battle. The slightly damaged frigates docked within the port, where Emmerich departed from his vessel with a broad smile on his face. However, his joy immediately vanished as he gazed upon the sight before him. Tens of thousands of Byzantine soldiers were idling about within the Gibraltar encampment. Evidently, reinforcements had arrived from their ally in the east while he was away. It was not that Emmerich despised the Byzantines, but rather that their arrival signified that the end of the war was near. If that were indeed the case, then after this war was over, he would have to endure another few years of patrolling the coastline of Austria and attacking pirates. Emmerich was disheartened upon witnessing this sight as a man who enjoyed large-scale naval battles. After all, the war had only been going on for a handful of months now, at least as far as Austria was concerned, and yet they had already come so close to victory. He silently prayed to the Lord God Almighty that he would be able to engage in a large-scale naval battle before this conflict came to an end. However, for now, he supposed he should enter the headquarters that had been established in Gibraltar for the Alliance's naval command and get to know the Byzantine admiral. After all, they would be working together from now on. Thus Emmerich placed his executive officer in charge of the repairs while he ventured forward to meet with the Byzantine commanders. Chapter 425, The Triple Alliance. Berenger sat within the confines of the Granadan royal palace in a meeting with both Hassan and his older sister Yasmin. By their side was the commander of the Byzantine expeditionary force, which was none of the then Strategos Palladius. For the first time in history, the representatives of what would later become known as the Triple Alliance had gathered in a single room. Their purpose was simple, to discuss the matters pertaining to the ongoing war in Iberia, as well as the request by the King of Aragon to cease hostilities against his realm. However, despite his willingness to end the war, Felipe had made some serious demands in order to ensure his surrender. With this in mind, Yasmin began to read the letter written by the Aragonese king, which outlined the conditions that must be agreed to for his kingdom to surrender without incident. First and foremost, the kingdoms of Austria and Bohemia must withdraw their forces from the borders of Aragon and Castile. They must also agree not to intervene in any conflict between the Emirate of Granada and the kingdoms of Aragon and Castile within the next 10 years. As for the second stipulation, the Kingdom of Austria and its allies must not interfere with the Castilian succession crisis that resulted from King Berengar's actions in Toledo. Any foreign intervention in this dispute is explicitly forbidden, whether that be espionage or direct military action. Thirdly, Austria and its allies must agree to lift their blockade over the kingdoms of Aragon and Castile and allow open access to trade across the Iberian Peninsula. If any of these conditions are violated, then the treaty will be null and void, and the fighting shall resume. Berenger sat back and frowned as he listened to the conditions presented within the letter. Though on the surface they may seem like conditions similar to that of white peace, in reality, they heavily favored the crown of Aragon. As such, he was quick to voice his discontent on the matter to those around him. It is obvious that Felipe intends to buy time so that he may unify the Castilian and Aragonese crowns. After he does this, He will draft a larger army and supply a higher percentage of them with both arquebus firearms and cannons. Once this is achieved, they will pose a bigger threat to Granada. Yasmin nodded her head in agreement as she gazed fondly upon Berenger before adding her comments. Especially the stipulation about Austria not getting directly involved in any dispute between Granada and its neighbors for 10 years. They're practically asking for us to call off the alliance. Palladius gazed over at the busty Moorish princess with a hint of surprise. He did not expect her to be so well accustomed to diplomacy and warfare. His opinion of her instantly increased. Unlike other Byzantine generals, he was not blinded by prejudice. As a matter of fact, he was not opposed to the idea of allying with the Moors in Iberia. Rather, he greatly approved of the plan that Berenger had begun to enact, which would allow a powerful Moorish state to rise in the western Mediterranean. If such an empire could prove to be moderate, secular, and friendly to the Kingdom of Austria and the Byzantine Empire, an alliance between the three nations would prove greatly beneficial to all parties. As he was reevaluating his view of the Granadans, Berenger began to speak up about the pros and cons of the terms presented to them. If we decline these terms, then we will be forced to march on Zaragoza, which will split our forces in two, allowing the Portuguese to take advantage of our thin lines as they have already done so in the past. Though it won't be disastrous, there will still be casualties, and the war will go on for much longer. However, if we agree to the conditions presented to us, we can secure a few years of peace with Castile and Aragon, allowing us to focus our efforts on Portugal. If such a scenario were to occur, we could unite the bulk of our forces and invade the kingdom with the intent of complete and total conquest. By doing this, we will be splitting the Iberian Peninsula into two kingdoms, one Muslim and one Catholic. Though Austria won't be allowed to directly intervene in future conflicts, we can still supply Granada with military advisors and equipment as they rebuild their land and expand their forces. By the time Aragon feels confident that they can take on Granada by themselves, it will already be too late, as the Royal Granadan army will be rebuilt and more potent than ever before, and the Granadan economy will become a local powerhouse, capable of fully supporting its own military efforts in Iberia. Upon hearing the Austrian king's perspective, Hassan considered his options carefully. Though Aragon would inevitably prosper and form a powerful state on his borders, Granada would also be able to seize the Kingdom of Portugal and create a powerful state of their own to counter their enemies' efforts. Thus, after careful consideration, he nodded his head in agreement and spoke about the decision he had made. Very well, I will agree to these terms only if King Berenger does as well. If we can come to an agreement on this matter, then I see no reason to decline Felipe's offer. Berenger smiled when he heard this and immediately voiced his support. I will be more than happy to sign this treaty and support your realm from behind the scenes. Upon seeing that her brother and suitor had come to an agreement, Yasmin smiled gracefully in silence. This was the best course of action since, at the moment, Granada was woefully unprepared to swallow all of Iberia. Instead, they would be able to take a large piece of the pie and prepare for further conflict with their neighbors. Having settled on terms, Berenger and Hassan wrote a combined letter to the King of Aragon agreeing to the terms and setting a time and date within the nearby Duchy of Aquitaine to sign the treaty. Aquitaine was neutral ground and was currently in a war of rebellion against the Kingdom of France. Thus it was the perfect location to sign the treaty. After agreeing to King Felipe's terms, Berenger then shifted his attention to Palladius, where he began to make a request to his ally. Though Berenger was considered the supreme commander of all allied forces within the Iberian Peninsula, he still greatly admired the strategos of the Balkans and thus respectfully asked him to follow his plan. Palladius, if you would not mind, I would appreciate it if you and your soldiers could depart for the Portuguese Granadan border and hold the line alongside our troops currently stationed there until this treaty can be concluded. Palladius smiled and nodded as he heard this request before responding in the affirmative. If it is as simple as holding the line, I promise my soldiers are more than capable of such a feat. I look forward to the day we can ride into battle together, King Berenger. After saying this, Palladius excused himself and prepared for the long trek ahead, leaving Berenger alone with Hassan and Yasmin. With the departure of the Byzantine representative, Yasmin felt less constrained and immediately walked over to Berenger, where she began to flirt with him. You have only just returned, and yet you are leaving so soon. We should celebrate your victories while you are still within Granada. Berenger smirked as he heard this and returned the Granadan princess advances. I might just take you up on your offer. Hassan, realizing that he was getting in the way, immediately announced his departure, which went unnoticed by the young couple. Well, I have things to do, so I will leave you to be. If you need anything, you know where to find me. After saying this, he left the room, leaving Berenger and Yasmin alone for the first time since she danced for him. Berenger immediately closed the distance between him and the Granadan princess as he began to whisper into her ears. How about we find someplace more private and get ourselves a couple of drinks? Yasmin silently nodded her head and grasped a hold of Berengar's hand as she followed him to a secluded area where the two drank the night away as they discussed various topics. Though nothing serious happened between them, Berenger felt as if he had grown closer to the woman. He knew it would not be long before he was able to conquer her heart, and when he did, he felt as if he would be bringing yet another bride home. Despite this yearning growing inside him, there was a hint of trepidation as he considered how his wives would react if he were to inexplicably return with a beautiful woman's arms wrapped around him. Whatever the future may hold, Berenger chose not to run from it and enjoy the time he had here in Granada. After all, it would not be long before he departed for the Duchy of Aquitaine to sign his treaty, which would immediately be followed by an invasion of the Kingdom of Portugal. The work of a monarch was never truly fulfilled. Chapter 426. Conspiracies within the Byzantine court. While Strategos Palladius Angelus was dispatched to the Iberian Peninsula as the commander of the Byzantine expeditionary force, two of the princes of the empire began to conspire against their rivals as they sought to succeed the father as the next emperor. Quintus gazed upon the fields outside of the ancient city of Constantinople as he witnessed the first example of a four-field system being employed alongside advanced fertilizers and new irrigation technology. Since the alliance between Austria and Byzantium had been established, Austria had given a large amount of agricultural technology as a gift to their newfound allies. As the prince most renowned with skill in administration, Quintus was quick to experiment with the technology within the empire's borders. The fields before him had produced a far larger quantity of crops than years prior. After witnessing this, a gentle smile formed on the young man's face as he nodded his head in agreement with the results. Father will be pleased to know that our food stores will be filled to the brim this year. Standing by the prince's side was the Strategos of Syria, who had traveled to the court of the empire to provide his support to the candidate that he had chosen to succeed the emperor. At the moment, the political rivalry between Decentius and Quintus was rising to new heights of intensity. This man was shocked to see the results of the new agricultural technology that Quintus had begun to employ as such. He smiled heavily as he complimented the young prince. Your Highness, I must say that what you have accomplished here in Constantinople is an achievement that overshadows your brother's conquest of Egypt and Libya. If such improvements can be fielded across the entirety of the empire, then our people will never have to worry about going hungry. Quintus frowned as he thought about Decentius' achievements on the battlefield despite the compliment to his efforts. To many within the ranks of the imperial court, combat achievements were far more glamorous than those performed through administration. If Quintus lacked one thing to solidify his claim to the throne, it was military service. Without it, he would always be seen as a weak and pacifistic leader compared to his hawkish brother. Though Decentius had no mind for anything other than combat, his willingness to fight anyone and everyone was greatly admired by many of the critical members of the Byzantine aristocracy. Despite this harsh reality, Quintus had no desire to achieve victory in battle according to his philosophy. War should only be used as a last resort when diplomacy fails to achieve its objectives. In his eyes, those who supported his brother were mindless fools hell-bent on the empire's destruction through an endless pursuit of meaningless glory. With this in mind, he sighed heavily before speaking about a more pressing concern. With Aretha's death, Palladius is now the greatest general of our empire. Tell me, Zeno, what news do you have in regards to his loyalties? The Strategos of Syria, known by the name Xenoglycas, shook his head before revealing the latest information he had about this subject. As far as I can tell, that old bastard has not shifted his stance from neutrality. He has never, nor ever will care about court politics. I do not see him supporting either you or your brother for the throne. Upon hearing this news, Quintus bit his lip in distress. Though his power base was currently evenly matched with that of his brothers, if he wanted to tip the scales then, he would need the support of such a renowned general like Palladius. Unfortunately, it looked like the man was still adamant about remaining permanently neutral in court affairs. The Byzantine prince sighed heavily as he reflected upon this before revealing his thoughts on the matter. Very well, leave him be. However, if he shows the first sign of entering Decentius' camp, be sure to eliminate him. Zeno nodded his head before responding in affirmation of his prince's orders. I assure you we will keep an eye on him. If he does make a move for the throne, we will be aware of it. However, the man is currently leading the expeditionary forces in Granada, so the likelihood of your brother winning him over is slim. Quintus nodded his head upon hearing this news with a smile on his face. He had no qualms with Palladius, but if the old general chose to side against him, then he would not be merciful. Little did Quintus and his allies know that Palladius had already created a tertiary faction to place Berenger and Honoria's future son on the throne. If they were aware of such a scheme, they would do everything in their power to kill the plot in its infancy. However, Palladius had hidden his tracks well, and while Quintus and Decentius focused on each other, this third faction was swelling in numbers. After all, the prospect of a member of the imperial dynasty being raised in Austria and receiving an Austrian education appealed to many of the more humble members of the imperial court. They recognized the benefits of such an upbringing. While Quintus was scheming with his most prominent supporter Strategos Xenoglycas, Decentius was in his secretive meeting. In the city of Antioch, the second prince had gathered his most valuable supporters together as they discussed a more serious topic. Decentius was enraged by the actions of Berenger. Not only had the Austrian king married his sister, but he also impregnated her with his barbarian seed. On top of all of this, Decentius had faced utter humiliation at the hands of the man during that fateful breakfast. With the Byzantines reinforcing the Austrian interference in Reconquista, Decentius was left with few options to strike back against them and who had invoked his ire. As such, he was venting his frustrations with the Austro-Byzantine alliance to his backers. Who does this filthy barbarian king from the West think he is? Does he truly believe he is worthy of an alliance with our great empire? My father has clearly shown his weakness by agreeing time and again to the requests of that king of savages. We must do something about this pitiful alliance, for if we continue to abide by the wishes of King Berenger, then the prestige of our Roman heritage will continue to be defiled. The ruler of Antioch was gathered in this meeting and calmly observed the prince's enraged behavior before making a statement of his own. There is not much that can be done. Your sister has married King Berenger and an alliance has been firmly established. Though he may be a barbarian, King Berenger has established his realm as an area that is nigh impossible to successfully infiltrate. So long as he remains within Austria, he cannot be harmed. Upon hearing this, Decentius threw his chalice across the room in a fit of rage before uttering the unthinkable. If that is the case, then we are only left with one option. We must kill my slut of a sister before she brings her progeny into this world. If she gives birth to a son with the name of Palaeologos, we will have another contender for the throne on our hands. Though I can take care of Quintus, the barbarian offspring of Anuria and Berenger will be a threat to our power and must be removed. The various members of Decentius' power base shifted their eyes towards one another with hesitation. To assassinate the only princess of the Byzantine Empire was a treasonous move, one that was sure to see their heads on pikes if such a plot was ever discovered. Despite their hesitation, they all knew what a child between Berenger and Anuria that bore the surname of Palaeologos meant. As such, after the fierce internal debate, every man within the room nodded their heads in agreement as they cursed their once-beloved princess in their own crude ways. The princess must die. Princess Anuria is nothing more than a common whore who has spread her legs for a barbarian from the West. She gave up her honor as a Roman long ago. If the barbarian child is brought into this world, then the pure lineage of the Palaeologos dynasty will forever be tainted. The bitch must die. Decentius grinned wickedly as he heard the men who made up his power base support his decision with such enthusiasm. Now that he had gotten their agreement to do the unthinkable, it was only a matter of time before the Byzantine princess found herself eliminated. As for Berengar's reaction to her death, that did not matter. Decentius truly believed he would be able to hide his ploy from Austria's agents so that the barbarian king never discovered who was responsible for his third wife's death. With all of this said, a conspiracy to assassinate the Byzantine princess and her unborn child had been established within the confines of the city of Antioch. A faction of Byzantine noblemen and generals had sworn to secrecy as they plotted against the princess of their empire. Chapter 427, Portugal's Last-Ditch Effort. King Luís de Avis sat upon his throne within the city of Lisbon. In his hand was a letter signaling the end of the Iberian Union. King Felipe de Trastamara had issued a letter to his Portuguese counterpart informing him that he would be suing for peace with the Austro-Granadan alliance. With the death of the Castilian king and its royal family, Castile was ripe for the taking, and Felipe had planned to take advantage of this. The Portuguese king was shaking with rage as he read the letter that informed him that his only other ally in the Iberian Peninsula was backing out of their short-lived alliance. He could not believe he would be so utterly backstabbed by the King of Aragon. The very idea that he would be left to fight this war on his own had almost completely dashed any hope of victory within his heart. However, when he read the following sentence written in the latter, he sighed in relief. King Felipe of Aragon had promised to send Portugal the foreign volunteers that he had received from the Pope's call to Reconquista. This meant that despite the surrender of Aragon, roughly 300,000 men would continue its fight against the Austro-Granadan alliance. With this, Luís believed he had a fighting chance. Thus he managed to calm his wrath as he finished reading the document. Just when he was about to order yet another invasion attempt through the sparsely defended lines of Granada, his marshal came storming into the throne room. There was a look of panic spread across his face. This detail caused deep concern to arise in the depths of Luís's heart. His blood began to boil once more as he was forced to inquire to his marshal about the reason for his overtly anxious expression. An irritated tone erupted from the king's voice as he questioned the man kneeling before him. "Speak. What has made you so anxious?" The marshal struggled to utter the words contained deep within the depths of his mind. It was as if every time he came close to uttering what he had learned, the panic would strip him of his ability to speak. After fumbling around with his words for some time, he finally managed to profess the knowledge that had been reported to him by his nation's spies. "The Byzantines have arrived in Granada. I do not know how Hassan has managed to gain their support, but 30,000 Byzantine soldiers now march towards our borders, equipped with weapons more advanced than the ones issued to their Granadan counterparts." Upon hearing this, Luís's expression sank before tearing apart the document in his hands. It was extremely obvious to the man who was responsible for such devastating news. The King of Portugal's face was practically glowing red as he vented his frustrations by screaming as loud as he could. "Damn you, Berenger! Damn you to the depths of hell for bringing your Byzantine allies into Iberia. What gives you the right to interfere with our centuries-long reconquista? The very idea that Berengar had not only sent his troops into Iberia but also received the military aid of the mighty empire to the east instantly shattered Louisa's resolve to invade the Granadon trenches. Instead, he knew that the tables had turned and his enemies would soon be marching on his borders. Though he had roughly 300,000 men at his command, the enemy army now had approximately a third of his forces and they were far more technologically advanced. Such news meant that he would be forced to fight a defensive war to maintain his rule over Portugal. Thus he did not hesitate to do what was necessary to secure his dynasty's reign. I want our smiths to produce as many arquebuses as possible and outfit every man and child capable of bearing arms with them. We must defend our lands from this foreign menace at all costs. In response to this, the marshal immediately began to protest, for he could not conceive how they would manufacture such a significant amount of firearms in such a short period of time. But your majesty, we do not have the means to produce such a vast amount of weapons. There are too many men to arm. King Louis immediately threw his chalice at the wall as he began to chastise his marshal. The man was making excuses and Louis refused to listen to them. As such, he instantly began to make a counterpoint to the marshal's objection. Then you will work the furnaces day and night until sufficient arms have been prepared. I don't care if you have to burn the Bucaco forest, see it done. The marshal gazed at his monarch as if the man had gone insane. While such drastic action may be able to aid in the manufacture of a small portion of the required firearms, the marshal still believed that creating the necessary amount of weapons in the given time frame was impossible. More importantly, even if they managed to manufacture such a staggering amount of firearms, where would they get the gunpowder needed to utilize them? The Austrian Royal Navy had cut off their trade routes overseas and Europe severely lacked natural saltpeter mines. Unfortunately for the Portuguese crown, they were unaware of a large concentration of the precious material within the area of Catalonia known as Calbado. Thus when the marshal brought up this point of contention, King Louis nearly had a stroke. Your Majesty, even if we were to be able to manufacture such a large supply of the weapons, how will we use them without gunpowder? In truth, the king was in such a state of fury that he had failed to think about this critical component. All of his plans to arm a massive army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers with arquebuses had come crashing down. Thus, he was left with few options to successfully defend his borders. It took the king some time to cope with the fact that he was completely and utterly doomed, yet despite this reality, he still refused to submit. After all, he would never yield to the man responsible for the death of his firstborn son. With great determination, he clawed his way out of depression and spoke forth his decree. We will make do with what we have. If we can't smuggle gunpowder and firearms into our kingdom, then we will throw wave after wave of men at the enemy forces until we have secured victory. The moment the king said these words, the marshal beneath his command had lost all hope of victory. He knew that such a tactic would not work against their enemies. Whether or not he believed this mad strategy would succeed, his duty was to fulfill his orders. Thus he kneeled before his king before vocalizing his acceptance of the task set upon him. Your Majesty, I will fulfill your orders, but know this, even if we manage to survive the onslaught of our enemies, the loss of life will be so severe that our kingdom may never fully recover. Despite the marshal's words of warning, the King of Portugal was determined to get revenge for his son's death. As such, he simply glared at his marshal once more before uttering words that were filled with contempt. Your opinion is duly noted, Marshal, now go and fulfill your orders. After saying this, the marshal left the throne room of the castle within Lisbon. As the man in charge of the kingdom's armies, he knew that the king's plan was suicide. Thus he had no intent to go through with it. Instead, he planned to immediately defect with his family and cross over to Morocco to live the rest of their lives in exile. As for King Louis, the moment his marshal had left his throne room, he collapsed onto his throne, mentally exhausted from the ordeal. He gazed upon a crude portrait of his son that hanged on his wall while lamenting his loss. My son, if I had known that you would have perished in that battle, then I never would have allowed you to lead the charge. I swear to God in heaven that I will avenge your death. Berengar von Kufstein will die by my hands. After making such a bold claim, the King of Portugal passed out on his seat of power. He had gotten too little sleep since the death of his son, and now it had finally caught up to him. While Louis slept upon his throne, various government officials raided the kingdom's treasury with the intent to flee to North Africa with as much wealth as they and their families could carry. While the leading officials of the Portuguese kingdom fled to Morocco, the Triple Alliance would fortify their position on the border, waiting for the peace accords between Austria, Granada, and Aragon to be finalized. It was only after the peace treaty had been signed between the three nations that the Triple Alliance would march its forces into Portugal with the intent of total conquest. What meager defense could the Portuguese manage without their marshal and the kingdom's treasury? That remained to be seen. One thing was sure, Berengar did not intend to leave Iberia until after the entire kingdom of Portugal had fallen to Granadon rule. Thus the war in Iberia continued in a direction that heavily favored Granada and her allies. Chapter 428, A Day in the Life of Henrietta. It was a typical summer's day within the Kingdom of Austria. Deep within the Austrian Alps lies the city of Kufstein, and within this city was the royal palace which acted as the primary residence of the King of Austria and his family. At the moment, the Princess of Austria, Henrietta von Kufstein, was lying on her bed beneath her silk covers as she grasped a hold of her knees and clenched them tightly to her chest. She was currently in a state of depression as she worried about her future. While sending her brother off to war, she had confessed her taboo feelings for him in front of his wives. This had caused a rift between her and the three women she had come to think of as her friends and her family over the years. Linda had outright barred the young princess from seeing her niece and nephew, which she had grown exceptionally fond of over the years. Henrietta believed that the red-headed vixen who had stolen her big brother was being utterly unfair by doing this, but there was nothing she could do. Because of this, Henrietta has been stuck alone within her room for most of the day, struggling to deal with the conflicted emotions inside of her heart. She knew her feelings for Berenger were wrong. After all, they were siblings related by blood, and such a thing was beyond a simple taboo. Yet, she could not deny that she could no longer see any other man as a potential suitor. After everything he had accomplished, what man could compare to her precious big brother? The young princess sighed heavily as she began to think about her kind-hearted brother who had always looked after her and continued to do so. He was not only her big brother these last few years, he had even been her father figure. Seeing how her mother and father had abandoned her and retired to the countryside, she could not help but see her brother as her caretaker and provider. Yet despite this, she knew that it would not be easy to convince Berenger to break a massive taboo by taking her as his mistress. After all, though he was a bit of a pervert and a playboy, there was no way that he thought of her in the same way she did him. This very concern caused her to rub her pretty forehead in a state of distress in an attempt to calm her growing headache. Ultimately, she could sit still no longer. She needed something to calm her heart, and since Berenger was gone, there was only one thing that could make her feel a sense of relief. With this in mind, the young princess rose to her feet and crept out of her room. She carefully walked down the hallways, making sure not to run into any of her brother's wives who would surely make life difficult for her. After all, they were currently in a state of rivalry. Before long, she found her way to the penthouse which Berenger had commonly referred to as the harem room. After creeping through its entrance, she walked over to the hookah which lay in the center of the room on a small round table. This device had remained unused since her brother had left, thus Henrietta began to place a mixture of hashish and herbal shisha within its bowl. Henrietta sucked on one of the mouthpieces that she knew contained her big brother's dry saliva, making sure to gobble up every last drop. Afterward, the young princess took a long puff before licking her lips as she leaned back and relaxed on the pillows that surrounded the device. If Berengar's wives knew she was in this room smoking hash by herself, they would probably drag her out by the ear and spank her. As the young princess' mind began to drift off into space, she noticed something interesting in the corner of her eye. Stashed away behind one of the sofa's cushions was a pair of shorts that she knew belonged to only one person. How the maids had missed such an item during their cleanup of the area after Berengar's departure, she had no idea. The young princess gazed at her brother's used shorts with a longing expression before shifting her gaze back to the door, making sure that nobody could see her. After careful deliberation, she rushed towards the sofa, where she grabbed a hold of the shorts, which contained her brother's body odor, before pressing them against her nose and taking a deep inhale. The moment she did so, the door to the room opened and one of the maids witnessed her perverted gesture. Henrietta did not notice her presence until after she heard the sound of the wooden hamper clang against the floor. She gazed over in shock upon hearing this to see the maid staring at her with a flustered expression. The young princess' cheeks immediately began to flush in embarrassment as she realized she was caught in the act of sniffing her brother's used shorts. She immediately stashed the shorts behind her back in a poor attempt to hide the evidence as she began to make an excuse to the maid. This is not what it looks like. However, the maid refused to listen and shut the door behind her as she left Henrietta by her lonesome. Immediately, the young princess was overwhelmed with dread and embarrassment because of her actions. She could not believe she had done something so scandalous and had been caught in the act. She collapsed against the sofa, losing all hope in life. This maid was bound to spread what she had seen, and her reputation as the Princess of Austria would be ruined forever. Henrietta thus broke out into tears as she cried into the pair of sweaty shorts. As for the maid, she had not gotten far before she rested against the wall. She could hardly believe what she had seen. The princess was sniffing her brother's shorts with such enthusiasm. What kind of scandal was this? She was smart enough to realize that if she spread rumors about this incident, she was liable to lose her head. As such, she calmed her heart before resolving herself never to speak about this affair to anyone, not even the queens. Having made this commitment, she immediately slapped her face a few times to clear her head before getting back to work. As for Henrietta, she eventually recovered and hurried off back to her room with Berengar's shorts bunched up in her dainty hands. As long as she hid the evidence, nobody would believe that foolish maid. She quickly got to work building a secret area in her desk to contain the sacred article of clothing that her brother had once worn. Nobody would ever know that she was hiding these shorts within her room. Thus the Princess of Austria had gained a treasure to help her cope with the stress she felt over her taboo feelings. As for Berengar's wives, they would be blissfully ignorant of this incident as the maid had lived up to her vow of silence over this matter. Thus things continued within the royal palace of Kufstein as they usually did. The only difference was that Henrietta would frequently retrieve her hidden treasure and sniff it whenever she felt the need to feel comforted by her absent big brother. Chapter 429, Peace Accords in Aquitaine. Berenger tapped his finger on the table repeatedly. The sound resounded throughout the air and was the only thing preventing the entire room from being silent. 3 monarchs and a duke were sitting at the table within the Duchy of Aquitaine. Sitting next to Berenger was Hassan, and across from the two of them was King Felipe of Aragon. Mediating this convention was none other than the Duke of Aquitaine, who watched with interest, ensuring that everything remained civil but not taking part in the discussion himself. His role was more symbolic than it was practical. The peace accords had been ongoing for 3 days now, and despite the willingness to cease hostilities between the involved parties, they had yet to come to a comprehensive understanding. Begrudgingly, Berenger was prepared to accept the conditions of Aragonese surrender that heavily favored the enemy. After all, he wanted to end this war as quickly as possible and return to his family. Despite this, King Felipe of Aragon had taken advantage of Berengar's impatience and had begun to make greater demands of him, resulting in an ongoing stalemate within the negotiations. Thus Berenger gazed across the table at the Aragonese monarch with an expression filled with contempt. Ultimately, he decided it was time to break the silence and put his foot down over the issues being discussed. Under no circumstances will Granada return the occupied province of Murcia. From now until the end of time it shall be recognized as Granadan soil. This is the price you must pay for your arrogance in challenging the Emirate of Granada and her allies. Ultimately, Berenger had the final say in the conditions. After all, though he may not desire to, he had the full capability of invading Aragon and enforcing his demands. To him, it was a simple matter of practicality. Doing such a thing would extend the duration of his campaign in Iberia. King Felipe was visibly flustered when he heard this remark. Though he would be capable of invading Castile and gaining its lands after settling this matter with Granada, he knew that there was a high possibility that Portugal would fall to the Austro-Granadan alliance. If such a thing were to occur, his advantage of gaining Castile would instantly be negated. The loss of Murcia on top of this would be a severe blow in the future efforts of Reconquista. The fact of the matter was that the objective of this peace was not long-term stability but gaining a reprieve so that both sides could build up their forces in an attempt to re-engage at a later date. After a few moments of awkward silence, Felipe raised his voice as he presented a facade of strength to get Berenger back down. If you do not return Murcia to her rightful place as a part of the Kingdom of Castile, then I am afraid that peace cannot be achieved between our realms. The war will continue and your armies will bleed in Iberia for years to come. Upon hearing this, Berengar's bored expression did not change. In fact, he sighed in exhaustion before taking a sip from the wine contained within his chalice. After doing so, he placed it down on the table and with the same disinterested look upon his face, began to clarify his stance on the matter. If you do not agree to the annexation of Murcia by the Kingdom of Granada, then as you have said, hostilities will continue to exist between our nations. As a result of this, I will be forced to draft tens of thousands of more soldiers and bring them into Iberia with the full intent to march them upon your kingdom. Within a year, your whole kingdom will cease to exist. Allow me to be frank, if such a scenario were to occur, I do not know if I will contain the damage that my soldiers will inflict upon Aragon and its people. Blood will flow in the streets and entire cities will be brought to rubble. Is that the outcome you desire? Submit to the terms presented or face your reckoning. Those are your 2 options. Felipe was taken aback by this statement. He did not suspect that Berenger would be willing to move more troops into Iberia. After all, as far as he was aware, roughly half of the Austrian royal army was currently located within the Iberian Peninsula. Increasing the number of soldiers in this conflict would surely leave Austria poorly defended, or so he thought. Of course, Felipe had no way of knowing that Berengar's kingdom was currently undergoing the process of nationwide compulsory military service. Thus hundreds of thousands of young men were being trained in the art of warfare and being outfitted with the equipment necessary to fight across the globe. Therefore Felipe made the mistake of believing that Berenger was bluffing and thus called him out on his boast. You would empty the soldiers in your lands in an attempt to end this conflict swiftly? I wonder how the enemies at your borders would react if they saw how defenseless Austria became in a foolish attempt to conquer Iberia for their ally? Berenger sneered in disdain as he heard this comment. With a confident smile etched upon his handsome face, he quickly retorted with a response of his own. If you genuinely believe such a scenario would occur, then I regret to inform you that your intelligence on my forces is severely outdated. Please do not mistake my comments for hubris. Within a year, I will have the full ability to deploy 100,000 men into Iberia. I promise you that I will not be merciful when I bring you to your knees with such an army. I will reiterate, submit to the terms presented or face your reckoning. Whether Berenger was lying or not, Felipe did not know. However, he was unwilling to risk such a scenario. After all, the entire point of these peace accords was to remove Austrian soldiers from Iberia and buy him the time necessary to absorb Castile to rebuild his army. He could not allow 100,000 Austrians to embed themselves in this conflict. Thus with a bitter expression, the Aragonese king relented. He internally resolved himself to retake Murcia later. Very well, I will allow the annexation of Murcia into the Emirate of Granada. Hassan, who had been silent up until now, smirked upon hearing his enemy relent to this condition. Throughout this conflict, thousands of Granadans had bled to forestall the enemy's advance. If he did not get some land as compensation for their loss, then he would not be satisfied with this temporary peace. The young sultan had no way of knowing that Berenger intended to fully conquer Portugal and incorporate it into the Emirate of Granada. Thus he was happy with this small concession. As for the Austrian monarch, he smiled before making one last condition to the terms of this treaty. Allow me to make one final demand. To put it simply, all I ask is for is exclusive mining rights within the region of Calbado. If you give me this, then I will agree to these peace accords in their entirety. Both Hassan and Felipe gazed at Berenguer with suspicion. As far as they were aware, there was nothing of value within that province, yet Berenguer had specifically made demands for such a small region. Had he perhaps found something of note within its boundaries? Though Felipe was suspicious of this, he suspected this was nothing more than an attempt by Berenguer to gain something from this treaty for himself and that nothing significant was within the region. Thus he foolishly relented to this demand as he sighed. Very well, for the next 10 years Austria will have exclusive mining rights to the region of Calbado. Is there anything else? Berenguer shook his head in response to this. He had gotten what he wanted. The caves of Calbado were filled with saltpeter, and though Berenguer no longer needed black powder now that his chemists had invented smokeless powder, to hold a monopoly over such a valuable resource was major strategic play. This meant that his enemies would not be able to get their hands on the gunpowder needed to field firearms en masse, thus ensuring a significant advantage for the Austrian army over their rivals for decades or perhaps even centuries to come. Berenguer nodded his head before pronouncing the peace accords concluded with these terms agreed upon. If there is nothing else, then I believe it is time to sign this treaty. After saying this, he waited for a response, and when the silence prevailed, he pulled out a fountain pen from his pocket and signed his name on the document before allowing the others to use his utensil and hence sign this treaty into law. For the time being, peace with Aragon and Castile had been achieved, and the Triple Alliance could now focus its entire efforts on the conquest of Portugal. The effects of this treaty would have long-reaching consequences for the decades to come. Chapter 430, just following orders. Within the borders of the Kingdom of Portugal, there was a unit of Austrian Jaegers embedded deep behind enemy lines. While the peace accords between the Austro-Granadan alliance were underway in the Duchy of Aquitaine, the orders the Austrian soldiers had received were quite simple. Hold the line at any cost. With this in mind, General Adelbrand had issued a decree to utilize specialized units such as the Jaeger Regiment and the Grenadier Guards to advance into Portugal and disrupt their operations via sabotage and outright raiding. The company of nearly 100 Jaegers was gazing through their binoculars at the site of the Portuguese village, which had been supplying the enemy with the grain needed to sustain their ranks. However, the scene that the Jaegers witnessed when they entered the vicinity of the village was out of their expectations. With the treasury raided by corrupt officials fleeing the kingdom and the marshal nowhere in sight, the Portuguese military had fallen to a state of complete and total chaos. The only regions with any semblance of a lawful order were the cities, where what remained of the Portuguese army that had not outright deserted contained the last vestige of civilization within the borders of the Kingdom of Portugal. The soldiers of the Portuguese army had deserted en masse over the past few weeks. Those who remained within the borders of the kingdom had begun to act as brigands, forcing the local villagers to give up their supplies and wealth under the guise of protection. As for the local lords, they were abandoning the kingdom and heading towards Castile or Morocco with whatever wealth they could carry with them, leaving their territory in a state of lawlessness where brigands ruled and might be right. At the moment, a warband of roughly 250 men-at-arms led by a single knight was basking within the village. Here, at the end of days, they were kings in their own right, capable of doing whatever and whoever they wanted. These men were aware that the Kingdom of Portugal was coming to an end and were merely taking advantage of the chaos to increase their wealth before following the example of their former masters and fleeing the borders of the collapsing realm. Considering Captain Andreas Jaeger was currently undergoing special forces training, his command over the Jaeger company had been replaced by an officer named Captain Jonas Geering, who witnessed the abuse and humiliation that the local peasants were suffering as he clicked his tongue in disgust. These ruffians were better off eliminated in their entirety. Unfortunately, as a light infantry unit, they severely lacked any form of artillery to support their efforts. Thus they would have to rely entirely upon their needle rifles to take down these enemies. It was with this in mind that the veteran captain pulled back the bolt on his weapon before placing a paper cartridge in its chamber. After slamming the bolt home, he rested his finger on the trigger guard, waiting for the opportune moment to fire his shot. He looked back towards the soldiers under his command, who blended into the landscape before ordering a full-scale assault on the village. His orders were to raid this village and disrupt the enemy supply lines. However, Jonas could not in good conscience sit idly by and let the people within this village suffer under the yoke of barbarism. Thus, he quickly raised his voice and ordered the men beneath his command. Get into flanking positions and open fire on the enemy. I want these brigands taken out as quickly as possible. The men within this company of Jaegers saluted their superior officer before responding in the affirmative. Yes, sir. After saying this, they rushed into positions, making sure to use the local terrain as cover while blending in with their surroundings. The enemy had no way of knowing that the legendary Austrian ghosts were moving on their position. Within the center of the village, a knight in full plate armor with a garish surcoat had his arm wrapped around a local peasant woman. His gauntlet was removed as he forced its way through her dress, where it grasped a hold of her small but soft breasts. The young woman winced in displeasure as she was molested by the knight, who had a toothy grin beneath his bearded and scarred face. Her father lay dead on the ground in front of her with a split-open skull while the knight's soldiers snickered at sight. Tears streamed down the peasant girl's eyes as she waited for her horrible fate at the hands of the knight, who now acted as a mere brigand. The man stuck out his tongue and licked her face before stripping the girl naked and tossing her down on the ground next to her deceased father. After doing so, he stood up from his seat and made a bold declaration. Men, enjoy yourselves with the soft flesh of this young beauty. Once you have finished having your fun with her, we will move out to the next village. After all, there is more fortune to be had before we depart for Castile. After saying this, the men-at-arms beneath his command began to roar with laughter and cheers as they surrounded the young woman with menacing gazes. She instantly began to scream in terror as the soldiers pounced at her. However, a booming echo resounded in the air in the next moment, and the soldiers stared in shock as the knight's head was blown apart. They immediately realized that they had come under fire and fled behind cover, leaving the poor village girl in the center of the field crying next to her dead father. Smoke plumed out from the barrel of Jonas' rifle as he pulled back the bolt and reloaded his weapon. Within seconds his sights had acquired another target where he proceeded to squeeze the trigger, thus sending another round down range and into the torso of one of the brigands who thought he could hide from the unknown enemy. Unfortunately for the Portuguese soldiers, the Austrian Jaegers were camouflaged as they assaulted the village with only a plume of smoke to reveal their positions within the tree line. After the initial volley, a platoon of Jaegers advanced further towards the town while reloading their weapons. While they charged, the second platoon provided covering fire. The two units combined their efforts to assault the village and the brigands who occupied it. Eventually, the Portuguese men-at-arms mustered their courage and charged towards the Austrian Jaegers. After all, they still outnumbered the enemy. The villagers hid in their homes and tried not to get involved in the chaotic battle outside their doorsteps. As the wave of brigands charged towards the Austrian Jaegers, their lines were swiftly cut down from the rapid volley fire until less than a quarter of their numbers remained. Despite the massive casualties, the Portuguese men-at-arms managed to reach melee combat with the Austrian Jaegers. Unfortunately for them, the Austrians were well prepared for such a thing. Bayonets met swords in the middle of the field as the rear platoon rushed forth to join the fray. While this was going on, the poor peasant girl was crying and hugging her father's corpse. She did not even see Jonas rush up to her. Thus, when he grabbed a hold of her arm to make sure she was okay, the girl flinched in reaction. Upon seeing her naked flesh, Jonas blushed awkwardly before taking off his camouflage smock and throwing it towards the girl. As he did so, he spoke in German, which was a language she did not understand. Cover yourself and hurry. It is not safe here. Though she could not comprehend the words, judging from the man's body language, she could make out the gist of what he said. Thus she quickly covered herself in the camouflage smock and grabbed a hold of Jonas' hand before following him to safety. The chaotic melee outside the village ultimately ended in the Jaegers' favor as the men-at-arms lie dead in the fields, their blood fertilizing the soil that they had so ruthlessly trodden upon. The few survivors were brought forth into the center of the village, where the Portuguese villagers gazed upon the men who had turned from their protectors to common criminals with utter contempt in their eyes. One of the brigands quickly pleaded with Jonas when he arrived with the peasant girl in his arms. He spoke in Latin to ensure that his captors could comprehend him. Please, spare us, we were just following orders. However, Jonas did not spare the man a second glance. He quickly reached into his holster and withdrew his 1422 service revolver, where he squeezed the trigger, sending a round straight through the man's skull. After doing so, he ordered the Jaegers under his command to fulfill their duty. Execute these brigands. After saying this, the Portuguese men-at-arms were tossed into the center of the village, where they were executed via firing squad. With their deaths, the small farming village had now fallen into the hands of Austria. Thus Jonas was presented with a difficult position. Their orders were to raid this village and plunder it for its worth before lighting it ablaze to ensure that the Portuguese army could not utilize its resources. However, the situation behind enemy lines was more chaotic than they were led to believe. There was no semblance of law and order at the border, and deserters roamed the lands as warlords and brigands. Ultimately, Jonas looked over at the girl who was crying within his arms and felt his heart bleed. His conscience would not allow him to treat this village with any more cruelty than it had already suffered at the hands of the brigands. Not wanting to be the same as the men who had claimed they were simply following orders, Jonas quickly decided to disregard his orders and instead entrench his position within this village, utilizing it as a forward outpost to relay information about the current condition of the Kingdom of Portugal back to the main army. He would deal with the consequences of his disobedience when that time came. Thus, with a heavy heart, he gave his commands to his soldiers. I want this village fortified and capable of being defended by nightfall. For the time being, this will be our forward outpost. The soldiers were confused. After all, such a command went against the orders they were given. However, most of them were not officers and thus were not trained to think but rather obey their officers' commands. Thus they saluted their captain before responding in the affirmative. Yes, sir. Jonas had established a forward outpost behind the enemy lines with this act. The other units dispatched to the region would quickly report the chaos and devastation they witnessed in the field to their superiors. Thus the strategy on dealing with the volatile Portuguese border would ultimately follow a method similar to that which Jonas had opted to undertake on his own accord. Chapter 431, A Day in the Life of the Austrian Army. Captain Jonas sighed heavily as he stood within the village chapel, which now acted as the command post for his unit. 3 days and nights had passed since his company of Jaegers first occupied this position. By now, the entire village was fortified with makeshift defenses such as trenches and watchtowers. A report had been rushed towards the main Austrian army regarding the general case of lawlessness that had consumed Portugal as it awaited the invasion of the Triple Alliance. When requesting further clarification on his orders, High Command had responded with a simple objective: fortify their position and conduct basic reconnaissance operations throughout the countryside. Despite being in the middle of summer, a freakish storm had consumed the Kingdom of Portugal and its torrent was unleashed upon the Portuguese Granadan border. From the perspective of the Portuguese people, it was indeed the end of days. Jonas heard a knock on the door as he observed the map that had been sprawled out across a table set within the chapel. Assuming one of his men brought him the newest reconnaissance report, he quickly answered in his native tongue. "Come in." The young officer was surprised to see the appearance of the village girl he had saved from a group of brigands a few days prior. She was now dressed in a peasant's gown and held his camouflage smock, which was neatly folded up. She had an anxious expression on her face as she handed the article of clothing back to its master. This gesture had completely caught Jonas off guard as he observed the farm girl with curiosity. She was relatively pretty despite her humble appearance. Jonas quickly approached the young woman and gently grasped the smock, where he proceeded to don it over his field tunic. He smiled before nodding his head and responding with the words, "Thank you." She had washed the smock and cared for it over the past few days with the intent to return it to its rightful owner. Though the girl did not understand the German tongue, she could tell that the foreign soldier was thanking her, and thus she wore a pretty smile as she responded in kind. "You're welcome." After saying this, she departed from the chapel, leaving the Austrian captain by his lonesome. It was a pity that they did not speak the same language, because he would not mind wooing such a cute girl and taking her back to Austria as a war bride. However, some things were not meant to be, so he quickly got back to work. Outside of the village that currently acted as a forward operating base for the Austrian soldiers was a small fire team of Jaegers. These men were the foremost recon experts within Jonas' company. They were currently withstanding the apocalyptic storm while seeking refuge from the elements within an improvised dugout shelter that the team had built into the earth. If one did not observe the structure closely, one might mistake it for a natural mound. However, contained within this shelter was an elite team of soldiers from the Kingdom of Austria. Among these men was the soldier named Corporal Lockwickden, who was cursing his luck as he dried off his wet body next to the fire. "Just my fucking luck, I get chosen for a recon mission deep behind enemy lines, and I am stuck in the middle of the fucking wilderness during a world-ending storm." One of the soldiers next to him immediately scoffed before rebuking the corporal. "Quit your bitching, you are alive, warm, and have ample rations to survive on. Seriously, you have the honor to serve in one of the most distinguished units in the Royal Austrian Army, and all you ever do is bitch about it. If you hadn't already earned yourself a wound badge, I wouldn't put up with your shit." Locke did not seem to mind the harsh criticism. After all, these soldiers were used to busting each other's balls. Instead, he used the fork in his mess kit to dig into the canned beef that he had warmed up by the fire. With a shite-eating grin on his face, he returned fire to the other soldier. "At least I can hit what I'm aiming at. 90% of the time you fire a shot, you miss your target. I am seriously considering writing a complaint to the High Command so that they start charging you for the munitions that you waste." The squad leader chuckled when he heard this before commenting on the statement. "He's got you there, Brandt. I have seen recruits with better accuracy than you. Seriously, do you pull the trigger before you properly align your sights?" The soldier named Brandt immediately began to curse out his squad members as he took a bite from his canned pork. "Fuck you guys. They'll have you know that I scored expert marksman back in basic." Locke began to chuckle when he heard this before adding salt to the wound. "Yeah, but those targets don't shoot back at you or move for that matter. The moment anyone isn't standing still like a frightened rabbit, you miss your mark. You do know you are supposed to lead your target with your sights when they're sprinting, right?" Once more, Brandt responded with a classy retort. "Oh, fuck all of you." The 5 members of the Austrian Jaegers enjoyed their time together with some less than friendly banter as they waited out the storm. When it finally dispersed the following day, they would continue their mission towards the nearest central township to ascertain the degree of authority that the Crown of Portugal still had over its lands. General Arnulf stood alongside Strategos Palladius as the 2 men stood in the middle of the muddied trenches battered by the storm. If not for the hemp raincoats which aided in repelling the water which poured down on them, they likely would have succumbed to the weather already. Instead, the 2 men watched across the border of Granada and Portugal from a frontline position. The men beneath their command were huddled in their fortifications waiting out the storm. Palladius broke the silence between the 2 generals as he spoke about the report he had read earlier in the day. "Your Jaegers seem to have reported a mass sense of lawlessness within the borders of the Kingdom of Portugal. It appears that the men beneath the king's command have begun to desert en masse and ransack the country they were supposed to protect. Do you think we will even face resistance when we march into their lands? Or will the Portuguese people think of us as liberators from the predators who roam freely across their realm?" Arnulf scoffed as he heard this before presenting his gloomy outlook on the conflict that had yet to reach its climax. "I think no matter what we do, the people of Portugal will resist us. After all, the Portuguese are devout Catholics and the Pope has practically made King Berengar out to be the Antichrist. I would not be surprised if the people of Portugal blame us for what is currently going on in their kingdom. When the Reichsmarshal learns of the lawlessness that prevails in Portugal, I believe that he will personally lead the charge and fight through every village, town, and city until the people of Portugal have bent the knee to the Granadans and by extension himself. Upon hearing this, Palladius had a smug grin on his face which did not go unnoticed by Arnulf. As such, the German general quickly crossed his arms as he spoke towards the Byzantine strategos with a sense of hostility. You don't agree? Palladius continued to smile as he shook his head before revealing his thoughts on the matter, the rain pouring down upon his weathered face as he did so. Not at all, though I may not have known your king for long. I believe I understand his character well enough to accurately predict his reaction to the ongoing chaos across the border. Upon hearing this, Arnulf got mildly defensive and shrugged his shoulders before responding to the general from the east. Well, go ahead, enlighten me. The veteran strategos continued to smile as he began to make his prediction about Berengar's upcoming actions when he returned from the peace accords in Aquitaine. I think your king has grown weary of this war. After all, it is not a conflict he wanted to be directly involved in to begin with. I also know that he fancies the Granadan princess. Thus, I think it is highly probable that he will retire to the capital of Granada for the remainder of this conflict, where he will delegate the training of the next generation of Granadan soldiers to us. Once the Granadans have sufficient numbers, training, and equipment, he will dispatch them into Portugal with a minor degree of assistance in the form of artillery and reconnaissance units. For the most part, Berengar will begin to withdraw his forces back to Austria while leaving support units to continue aiding the Granadans in a war they will be by then capable of winning themselves. When Arnulf heard this, he believed it was an equally plausible theory. As such, he proposed an entertaining idea. Your theory is interesting. How about we make a friendly wager? Palladius chuckled as he heard this before inquiring about the details. What are the stakes? Arnulf smiled as he spoke about the details in a casual manner. Nothing serious, I assure you. How about we say whoever loses this little bet of ours will owe the other a favor in the future? Upon hearing these terms, Palladius scratched his beard in contemplation for a few moments before nodding his head in acceptance. Deal. With this, the two generals had begun to gamble on which of their predictions were correct. Chapter 432, Return to Granada. Berengar and Hassan stood within the confines of the Granadan royal palace throughout their absence in Aquitaine. The situation within Portugal had deteriorated rapidly. Though the Austrian Jaegers and Grenadier Guards were initially sent behind enemy lines to disrupt the border, they soon were embroiled in a chaotic and lawless region where deserters from the Portuguese army ravaged the land as nothing more than filthy brigands. The true extent of this lawlessness remained unknown. Still, one thing remained certain: a massive army of foreign peasants would soon be arriving in Portugal. Whether or not they were capable of restoring order to the Portuguese crown or would engage in the same criminal behavior as the soldiers of the Portuguese army remained to be seen. Despite the unruly situation in Portugal, it created an opportunity for Berengar. Though he had initially planned to outright invade the kingdom, with its current state, there was little chance that the enemy would be rushing the Granadan border anytime soon. As such, he was communicating with his generals and the Sultan of Granada about his newfound idea. Portugal is in an unprecedented state. Much of the realm has become a wasteland where those who possess any semblance of might are capable of doing as they please. Thus, I have decided to shift my strategy. After all, if we were to invade the kingdom at this point, it would only be met with resistance from not only what remains of the Portuguese army but also the brigands and the people themselves. Thus, I have decided to maintain our presence on the border and begin rebuilding the Granadan army. With our support over the next few months, a sufficient force can be armed and trained, fully capable of invading Granada by itself. Obviously, we will provide surveillance and long-range artillery support to the Granadans when they invade Portugal. Arnulf immediately cursed under his breath when he heard this, and Palladius smiled. After all, the veteran strategos of the Balkans was the winner of their little wager. Luckily, it was just a favor owed to the man. Otherwise, Arnulf would be more irritated than he currently was. Though Berengar took note of the two men's expressions, he did not inquire any further about it and instead shifted his attention to Hassan with a broad smile on his face. What do you say? Do you think your kingdom is up to the task? The young sultan smiled as he heard this news. He was growing disheartened by relying on Austria to win this war. Any chance to become self-sufficient in terms of military matters was something he greatly desired. Thus, with a broad smile on his lips, he nodded his head. I will have you know that the men of Granada are more than up to the task. Berengar nodded his head as he heard this before responding to the young sultan's words. Very well, we will maintain a presence at the Granadan-Portuguese border. My soldiers will begin training your troops and I will begin supplying you with the weapons necessary to win your wars. After all, I still have tens of thousands of muskets and hundreds of my old cannons lying around in a warehouse. After saying this, Berengar shifted his gaze to Arnulf and Adelbrand to give them their new orders. Dispatch orders to our units behind enemy lines, command them to maintain their positions and continue their reconnaissance operations. I want a regular update on what is transpiring on the other side of the border. If there is even the slightest hint of an attempt to attack our troops in the trenches, I want to know about it beforehand. Berengar's generals saluted him briefly before responding in the affirmative. Yes, sir. After saying this, Berenger looked over at Hassan and Palladius before issuing their orders. What remains of the Granadon army will withdraw from the trenches and return to the capital where they will undergo further training alongside the new conscripts. As for your soldiers, Palladius, keep them at the border and maintain a presence. I don't want the Portuguese to think we are withdrawing a significant number of troops from the border. Hassan and Palladius both nodded their heads as they responded to this request. It will be done. You can rest assured, King Berenger, my troops will hold the line until a point where it is no longer necessary. After saying this, Berenger smiled with this strategy. The war in Granada had transitioned from an all-out offensive by the Triple Alliance to a security operation designed to train the Granadon forces to be self-sufficient without needing to rely on Austrian support. In other words, this next phase of the Reconquista was this world's equivalent of Operation Freedom's Sentinel. Berenger knew he would be in Granada for at least another half a year because of this, thus making it his most extended campaign to date. He only hoped that his civil work would have made significant progress by the time he returned to the fatherland. As for what he intended to do between now and then, that was simple. He would stay in the Granadon palace and spend some time getting close to the Princess of Granada. After all, if he were to endure such a long period of time away from home, then he would not do it celibate. Whatever may come of the relationship between Berenger and Yasmin, the young king of Austria knew that at the very least he was going to make sure to get under the prince's skirt. Thus he put on a friendly facade as he dismissed the meeting of generals and placed a hand on Hassan's shoulder. This meeting is adjourned. Come, my friend, let us get something to drink and speak further of our future conquest. Ignorant of Berengar's desire to spend some intimate time with his sister, Hassan quickly agreed to this request and played right into the Austrian king's hands. I will get my sister to pour our drinks for us. Berenger smiled and nodded as the two men departed from the war room and entered a more comfortable setting. Before long, Princess Yasmin was fetched from her quarters, where she was dressed in a skimpy outfit as she held a bottle of fortified wine in her hands. She gracefully poured the substance into Berengar's and Hassan's chalices before climbing between them and wrapping her arms around the young Austrian king. Hassan's eyes instantly grew wide as he noticed this. He did not know when his sister and his guest had grown so close, but he was happy to see it. This only meant that he was one step closer to achieving his goal of uniting their two houses in matrimony. Thus he began to play the part of his sister's wingman as he broached a question to the king from the east. Tell me, King Berenger, what do you think of my sister Yasmin? She is beautiful, is she not? Berenger smiled graciously as he took a sip of the wine from his chalice before nodding his head in agreement. Truly, her appearance is unrivaled in these lands, but her mature personality is what I find most attractive. Yasmin blushed as she heard this flattery. She did not know whether or not Berenger was exaggerating. However, it did not matter. A compliment from a handsome and powerful man was something that she would accept. Upon seeing the reactions between his sister and his guest, Hassan smiled before asking another question on his mind. Yasmin? What do you think of Berenger? Be honest, your sultan commands it. A sultry expression appeared on the mature woman's face as she spoke on the matter. I think there is no man more handsome than he. In fact, I find his disfigurement quite appealing. It proves he has been battle-tested, and nothing is more attractive than a man who fights his own battles. Berenger nearly choked on his wine as he heard this. He had seldom heard such a compliment since he received the injury in mortal combat with his brother years ago. Besides being comforted initially after his wound, his wives tended to avoid discussing it. Indeed, in their minds, it was a blemish on his otherwise handsome appearance. Thus he had a somewhat awkward expression on his face when he touched his eye patch and the wounded eye beneath it. Upon seeing this, Hassan glared at his sister. Clearly speaking about such a thing was considered rude. However, in the next moment, Yasmin leaned over and grabbed a hold of his hand before asking the question on her mind. May I see what lies beneath? Obviously, she was referencing the wounded eye, and as such, Berenger exhaled deeply before nodding his head. After doing so, he took off his eye patch very slowly before revealing the scar he bore as a symbol of his foolishness. One could make out the visibly shocked expression on Yasmin's luscious lips beneath her face veil as she gazed upon his battle scar, which had long since healed over the years. Berengar's blue iris was intact, aside from a thin vertical scar that cut through the center of it. This scar connected the gap between the top and bottom of his eyelid, which also contained the same wound. The Granadon princess slowly reached out to touch the scar before halting her hand. She had almost forgotten to ask for permission and thus raised her voice before doing so. May I? Berenger silently nodded his hand before the soft-tanned hands of the mature princess placed themselves upon his eyelids. A broad smile formed on her face as she did so. She had accidentally let out her inner thoughts on the disfigurement while she touched upon Berengar's wound. Such character, it is truly befitting of a warrior like yourself. Berenger was shocked when he heard this. The woman wasn't simply flattering him, she genuinely found his wound attractive. In the next moment, Yasmin lifted the veil from her face and pressed her lips against Berengar's as she shifted into his lap. Hassan looked away awkwardly before coughing slightly. He intended to break the couple apart. After all, he knew where this was headed, and he had wanted to ensure their bond was a bit stronger before he allowed Berenger to bed his sister. Yasmin narrowed her gaze upon her little brother upon hearing this interruption before standing up from Berengar's lap. She was displeased by Hassan's actions. He had pressured her so much into seducing Berenger, and now that she finally had him in her grasp, the fool had interrupted her. Seeing that the atmosphere was ruined, she quickly grabbed a hold of the bottle and thrust it into her brother's hands before rebuking him for his behavior. Pour your wine yourself. After saying this, she stormed off, leaving Berenger and Hassan alone in awkward silence. Chapter 433, A Tacit Understanding Between Two Kings. Over a month had passed since Berenger returned to Granada. During this time, he had spent his days overseeing the reformation of the Granadan royal army. Standing before him was a unit of recruits. The contrast between Berengar's 20th-century-style apparel and the 16th-century Ottoman-style armor that the Granadans wore was worlds apart. Despite this, these recruits were in the middle of drilling exercises for the 6th week of basic training. Berenger had drafted a new training regimen based upon the Austrian royal armies. Every soldier went through 10 weeks of basic training, followed by specialized training for their role in the armed forces. For the time being, Granada's military comprised solely of an army. After all, building up a proper navy was a substantial cost, and until Berenger could replace his frigates with more advanced steam-powered and armored steel vessels, he would not part way with any ships within his current fleet. Berenger and Hassan sat back and drank from their wine as they conversed about the ongoing changes in the Granadan royal army. With the agricultural improvements we have begun to employ, thanks to your generosity, we are now able to raise a substantially larger force of recruits. We project a standing professional army of 25,000 men within the next 6 months. When armed with the muskets and artillery that you have provided, we will easily defend our borders. However, it will take at least a year to have an army capable of invading Portugal. Do you intend to stay behind during this entire time? Berenger sipped from his wine as he listened to the young sultan speak. After hearing the man's question, he calmly smiled before answering the question. With Austrian support in terms of artillery and reconnaissance, I assure you that the time frame will be significantly reduced. Your 25,000 men will be enough to act as the spearhead into Portugal. As we speak, my forces grow and I will soon dispatch more artillery brigades to Iberia. However, I will significantly reduce the number of infantry in the field now that we have reached peace with Aragon and Castile. There is no need for so many infantry and cavalry stationed in the region. As for me, personally, I still have some work to be done and I won't be returning home until I have completed it. Hassan smiled when he heard this. He believed that he knew the exact reason as to why Berenger was not ready to return home. Throughout this past month, the young Austrian king and the Princess Efogranda had grown considerably closer, and yet to Berengar's dismay, he had not been able to seal the deal between himself and Yasmin. Despite this, Hassan believed that Berenger was determined to sleep with his sister, and thus he thought that the man would remain in Granada until this had been accomplished. However, in reality, this was not Berengar's primary reason for staying with Granada. The Austrian king was outright terrified to return home. The reason for this was simple. The moment he arrived at his palace, he would be forced to confront Henrietta's confession and give her an answer. This weighed heavy on his heart as he had no romantic feelings towards his sister. In Berengar's mind existed a duality of memories from two separate lives. He could say that he was no longer simply Julian Weber like he had initially thought upon entering this world. Throughout the years, the memories of the original Berenger had begun to take their hold over his heart, and he had often considered himself an amalgamation of the two individuals. Thus, despite having memories of another world, he still thought of Henrietta as his precious little sister and was greatly disgusted by the idea of incest. Despite this natural aversion, another feeling was embedded deep within his heart. Perhaps it was because he never had a sibling in his past life, but the very thought of seeing his precious sister with another man troubled his conscience. He had no idea what to do about this awkward situation that had been forced upon him. Thus, the more time he spent in Granada away from his sister, the better. After all, it would give her the space she needed to think through her incestuous fantasies and would allow him to ignore his complex emotions by thrusting himself into the loving arms of another woman and drowning himself with booze. Thus he had a complicated expression on his handsome face as he answered the Sultan's question and continued to drink from the fortified wine contained within his chalice. Instead, he decided to shift the topic to something of greater interest. So tell me, Hassan, how do your people view their Sultan who engages in forbidden behavior? Drinking alcohol, eating bacon? I thought such things were against your faith? The young Sultan chuckled upon hearing this before commenting on the social challenges he faced as a secular ruler over a Muslim nation. Every so often, some radical imam rises to a position of prominence in an attempt to unite the ordinary people against me. However, I have no tolerance for zealots and immediately put those fools to the sword. I have seen what madness fanatics will commit in the name of religion and want no part of it. My brother tried to have me eliminated because he thought I was too moderate. Even one of my wives attempted to murder me in cold blood. If not for you, I would be a dead man, my name forever erased from history. Honestly, I never would have had the nerve to challenge religion's stranglehold on my society if not for your German Reformation. I have seen what secular rule free from the command of religious fanatics has done for your kingdom, and I too wish to prosper to such a degree. So, I have begun to implement my social reforms to encourage moderate religious views and secular rule. I may not have the vast knowledge your kingdom has access to, but I, at the very least, can encourage scientific thinking. I won't lie though, there has been some fierce resistance against such things. The older generation clings to their superstitions, but they will be dead soon. I care more about influencing the youth, who will be the future of my realm, than the old fools who cling to the glories of the past. Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled and nodded. Although Hassan was severely lacking in potential as a ruler and a general, it was his moderate views of religion that had made Berenger decide to prop up his state with their alliance. For if he could influence the Islamic world to be more moderate in their views, perhaps the religious extremism of the 21st century would not come to pass in this timeline. However, if Granada were to prosper in the future and become a significant power worthy of Austria's continued support, they would need a leader groomed from birth to an efficient politician and capable general. This man was not Hassan. However, if Berenger were to marry Yasmin through matrilineal marriage, he could potentially place his son with her on the Granadan throne and create a robust and secular sultanate of Al-Andalus. Thus Berenger had a warm smile on his face when he dropped a bombshell on Hassan, one that he was not expecting so soon. Hassan, my friend, you once asked me to unite our houses through marriage. I will admit I was initially hesitant over such a proposal. After all, at the time, I did not have complete control over my household and my wives can be exceptionally jealous. However, I have become quite fond of your sister during my stay here, and she is not getting any younger. Thus, if you are still interested, I am willing to agree to your proposal so long as it is via matrilineal marriage. After all, I already have 2 wives in my dynasty and their children will be contending for my throne. The last thing I need is more competition between my offspring. Hassan did not care that the marriage would be matrilineal. After all, he did not think that far ahead. All he cared about was the long-term alliance between their 2 kingdoms and the fact that his sister was finally about to be wed. Thus the young sultan hastily nodded his head in agreement, unaware of Berengar's true intent behind this marriage proposal. I am still interested. We can host the wedding here in Granada before you return home. I'd love to see the look on your wives' faces when you bring home my sister as your newest bride. Berenger laughed when he heard this. There was another severe advantage to marrying Yasmin and bringing her home to Austria, and that was the fact that such an event would shift his wife's attention away from Henrietta's confession toward this newfound threat, allowing him to ignore the serious problem that lies between himself and his sister for some time. Thus while the 2 kings were watching the Grandin troops receive their instruction in the art of war, they had come to a tacit understanding that would forever change the landscape of European and global politics. Chapter 434, Fire and Maneuver. Ever since the Austrian intervention in Granada began, the Research and Development Department of the Austrian Royal Armoury had started fiddling around with the designs entrusted to them by their monarch. Months had passed since they first began experimenting, and now at this very moment they had devised a working prototype of a few weapons that would be crucial to Berengar's long-term plans for conquest, colonization, and defense. The first among these weapons to be tested was sitting on a tripod within the Austrian testing grounds. This weapon was a water-cooled, belt-fed machine gun chambered in a 7.92 by 57mm Langhausgeur cartridge. It was embedded in a mock trench system within a reinforced cement machine gun nest. This magnificent weapon fed from 250-round stamped steel ammunition belts that could be clipped together for immense volumes of sustained fire. At the moment, a group of weapons specialists began to feed the belt through the other side of the weapon and bull back on its charging handle, thus sending the ammunition into the battery. Once seated into position, the main gunner rested his feet on the 2 rear legs of the tripod before gripping the dual wooden handles stationed at the rear of the gun. After taking a deep breath, he aimed down the bore of the weapon towards the target, which was located roughly 1,000 yards away, and pressed the weapon's trigger with his thumbs. The weapon immediately began to chug away as dozens of rounds flew down range and into the targets. With a slight tap of the handle, the weapon could be shifted in either direction to roughly 1/4 of a degree or 15 MOA, which was sufficient enough to stop the advance of any armed force that wished to charge a trench line. In theory, a small number of machine guns and supporting riflemen could effectively stop any charge they encountered. While Berenger was resting in Granada overseeing the training of the Granadan Royal Army, Chancellor Otto von Graz was acting as the witness to this weapons trial alongside several high-ranking officers of the Royal Austrian Army. These men were responsible for testing any weapons developed by the Royal Armories. Today was the first of many trials that these prototype weapons would go through before they could be approved for service. Otto gazed in horror as he witnessed the substantial rate of fire and the devastation caused by the weapon in front of him. While he had long since retired from warfare, it was only now that he fully realized that when armed with such weapons, cavalry would be utterly useless. He could vividly imagine what would happen if the enemy were to attack an Austrian trench line. The sheer volume of death that would occur was unfathomable. The Chancellor wiped the sweat from his brow as he came to this horrifying revelation. This single weapon changed the nature of warfare substantially. The old Chancellor finally understood why Berenger was not the slightest bit worried about defending the borders of Austria from all of its enemies. He also understood why there was an ongoing effort by the Army Corps of Engineers to construct a massive trench system around their borders. If they could place hundreds of these guns and the supporting artillery across their borders with the necessary soldiers to arm them, there would be no possible way the Crusaders could enter into the Austrian kingdom. Any attempt would be an outright massacre the likes the world has never seen before. With this in mind, Chancellor Otto took a deep breath and exhaled heavily in an attempt to calm his nerves. After doing so, he vocalized the thoughts contained within his mind. I underestimated you. I see now where your confidence comes from. One of the nearby officers heard this remark and knew very well who he was referring to, as such a broad smile appeared on his face as he boldly announced their plan for border security. These weapons will be going through thorough testing over the next few months. However, if you think this is impressive, wait until you see the improvements to artillery that our scientists have been working on. By the time the Crusaders enter our borders, the 7.5 cm FK-22 guns currently in use will be a thing of the past, delegated to our reserves. The true defense of our borders will be something far grander. Otto shuddered at the thought of an even more excellent artillery piece than what was currently employed by the army. Were the current field guns not enough to strike fear into the heart of every enemy soldier who marched against Austria and all its glory? Indeed, the research and development team was even crazier than Berenger if they wished to replace the currently issued artillery so soon. Despite this natural trepidation towards the idea of such rapid improvement, Otto had to admit the future of Austria was in good hands when he considered that the scientists of the nation were now capable of making improvements to weaponry without the input of their genius monarch. Thus he sighed in relief as he nodded his head before responding. That is good to know. Otto continued to gaze upon the machine gun trials. After thousands of rounds had been fired downrange, they ceased their sustained fire and cleared the weapon. Thinking that the demonstration was over, the Chancellor sighed in relief. However, in the next second, a wicked grin appeared on the officer's face as he pronounced the test of the following weapon. That was the MG-22. It is a heavy machine gun designed with static defense in mind. However, it is not the only machine gun we have developed for use by our army. Next up is the MG-22H. Otto gazed upon the mock trench system that was set up with intrigue. Just what was this next prototype that had been developed? He quickly saw a soldier with a weapon that looked like a rifle on steroids. Unlike the MG-22 heavy machine gun that had just been introduced, this weapon had stock and a visible barrel. However, the barrel was strange to look at from his perspective, considering that it was finned. Unlike the needle rifles which Otto was familiar with, this weapon fed from a 30-round box magazine which was inserted at the top of the gun. Because of this, it had offset sights. Before charging the firearm, the soldier who wielded it was quickly rocked and locked the magazine in place. After doing so, he pulled back on the charging handle and began to fire a short burst at a target roughly 300 meters out. After scoring a direct hit on the straw target's breastplate, the soldier selected a nearby target and fired upon it. As he did so, several men armed with the G-22 bolt-action rifles and a squad leader armed with an MP-22 flanked the target with their weapons in hand and bayonets affixed. With the tactics of fire and maneuver ingrained in their minds, these men rapidly advanced on the target and eliminated it. Once the straw dummies representing an enemy squad were destroyed, the machine gunner reloaded his weapon before picking it up and rushing towards another position of cover where the team repeated their actions. The officers began to clap as they witnessed the demonstration of the new weapons for a squad-level unit and the tactics presented to them. Otto was once more flabbergasted. He could not believe that firearms would advance so much in the past 5 years, to the point where the age of knights and chivalry would come crashing down so quickly. He began to say a quick prayer for the souls of the poor fools who would march on Austria at the behest of the Pope and his mad obsession with ending King Berengar's reign. Perhaps Berenger indeed had struck a deal with the devil to change the world by himself so rapidly. It was not something an ordinary man could do. After witnessing the terrifying display of advanced weapons and tactics, Otto sighed to himself before concluding the test. So far, the prototypes had been successful, but they would have to undergo far more rigorous testing if they were to be approved for use in the Austrian royal army. He could not begin to imagine what Austria would look like by the time of King Berengar's death. For the first time in his life, Otto had become dismayed by the fact that he would not live to see such a future. He was confident that it would be a glorious sight. However, he would embrace his duty as chancellor and help his son-in-law run the country for many years to come. Thus, the first extensive test of the next-generation weapons was completed. It would still be a few years before such weapons could be employed en masse. Yet, Otto felt oddly confident in their chances of defending the fatherland from the entire world if such a need should arise. He knew within his heart that he had made an excellent choice in wedding his daughter to his nephew, even if it was initially for a stake in Kufstein's mines so many years ago. Chapter 435, Climbing the Noble Hierarchy. While the Department of Defense belonging to the Kingdom of Austria had begun to test the next-generation weapons designed by their sovereign, the Research and Development Department was working on an exciting piece of artillery. Having received field reports from the lack of support to light infantry units behind enemy lines, Jacob Schmidt, the son of Ludwig Schmidt, had come to the logical conclusion that a form of lightweight and maneuverable artillery capable of being rapidly deployed by a small team of infantrymen needed to be developed. He had delegated the responsibility of his department to the development of Berengar's next-generation weapons designs entirely. At the same time, he worked with his father to develop a new weapon that could be used to fulfill the demands of indirect fire and support. At the moment, a small prototype was sitting on the floor of Ludwig's workshop. It was the 7th prototype designed in the past few months since Berenger left for the war in Iberia. Past designs included miniature cannons that could be taken apart and carried either by horse or on the back of multiple soldiers. However, these devices proved during testing with mountain troops to be exceptionally heavy and took far too long to deploy effectively. Thus the idea of a pack howitzer was immediately scrapped. Instead, the current prototype in the hands of Ludwig and Jacob was a 27-inch steel tube in a form that was oddly reminiscent of modern mortars from Berengar's past life. This mortar included a base plate for use as a standard infantry mortar that could be quickly detached to lighten the weight. To use the weapon without the base plate, the gun had a handle bolted onto the barrel and the soldier's foot was used to stabilize the weapon. This lighter weight variant was designed for use with light infantry and commando units. Depending on whether the base plate was used, this mortar weighed anywhere from 15 to 40 pounds and fired a 60 mm high explosive projectile that had an effective range between 2,187 and 3,500 yards. Of course, this was just a prototype and it was far from being feasible for actual service. Still, the concept was in place and a prototype had been made. Thus Jacob and his father both had broad smiles on their faces as they gazed upon this brilliant weapon. The old engineer grasped his son on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "I'm proud of you, boy. I thought you were mad when you suggested that we try something other than a lightweight variant of a traditional field gun. However, if this weapon works as well as I think it will, we may have just provided a sufficient level of force to our troops stationed behind enemy lines." Jacob smiled as he heard his father's praise. Throughout his entire life. He had sought to succeed the older man in his endeavors. Over the past 5 years, he had seen his father go from working on trebuchets to breech loaders. The rapid ascent in technology that Austria had progressed to was unfathomable to his young mind. There was only one man responsible for such a thing. It was King Berenger. Without his educational reforms, young men like Jacob would not have the mathematic or scientific knowledge to figure out how to make such advanced weapons. A rising portion of the population was educated to a substantial degree and brilliant minds were constantly working on expanding upon the knowledge provided to them by their king. Although Berenger was viewed as an intelligent man whose intellect was equal to none within the Kingdom of Austria, he was not omniscient. And thus there were plenty of brilliant minds within the millions of people who inhabited Austria who could add to the ever-increasing pool of knowledge. These two men had contributed substantially to the development of arms for the Kingdom of Austria. Though Ludwig was getting on in years, he was happy to know that his son could continue his legacy and aid the young monarch in his pursuit of power. Thus, Ludwig began to speak to his son with some difficulty. "My boy, I had seen you grow from a gifted but foolish child to a brilliant young man. When you were a kid, we had nothing and I could barely afford to feed you and your brothers. If not for King Berenger and his educational reforms, I am sure that you would never accomplish much in life. However, look at you now. You have become the head of the Research and Development Department of the Royal Armory. I am proud of you, son. I won't be in this world for much longer, but I am happy to know that His Majesty will have someone greater than myself to rely upon in the future." Jacob had a bitter smile. He was all too aware that the likelihood of his father living much longer was slim. He was already an elderly man and considered exceptionally old in this era. Though there had been a rapid increase in medicine and health, it was unknown just how much that would affect the average lifespan. With a smile on his face, Ludwig began to lecture his son further. "You are a man now, Jacob. It is time for you to get married and have a child of your own. I don't want to die before I meet my grandkids, you little bastard." After saying this, Ludwig lightly smacked his son across the back of his head, breaking the solemn atmosphere that had previously stifled the air. Jacob laughed lightly as he recovered from the impact. Due to his father's actions, his family had become noblemen even if it was among the lower families. He could finally marry a nice noble girl and start a family. He had been so obsessed with work that he had utterly neglected any form of social function for several years now. Ludwig wore a toothy grin upon seeing his son's reaction as he asked his son an important question. "Now, my boy, is there any girl who has caught your fancy? I can pull a favor with the king to put in a good word for you." Jacob was shocked when he heard this. Since when did his father and Berenger have such a good relationship? He was unaware that in the early days of Berengar's ascent to power, the two men were drinking buddies. While he knew that his father had acted as the best man at the king's first wedding, Jacob had assumed that this was simply because Berenger had no friends. This was partially accurate considering all of Berengar's friends were also his subordinates aside from Hassan. After thinking about it for a few moments, Jacob realized that he knew virtually no women and the ones he did know were already married. Had he really spent his early adulthood absorbed in education and employment? Upon seeing the stunned look on his son's face, Ludwig's expression sank before he dared to ask the question on his mind. "Boy, when was the last time you talked to a woman?" An awkward smile appeared on Jacob's face as he openly admitted his borderline celibate lifestyle. "It has been at least 2 years. Ludwig immediately slapped his forehead as he thought that he had completely and utterly failed as a father. After doing so, raked his fingers over his bottom eyelids before coming to a decision. "All right, I'm a noble now, so it looks like I'm going to have to find you a wife. You're incapable of doing it yourself. Boy, consider this my last gift to you before I depart from this world." Jacob was stunned to see his father willing to go through so much effort so that he could have a grandchild before his death. After all, his brothers were still reasonably young as Ludwig had them late in life. Thus the older man truly believed that his firstborn was his only hope to see such a thing before he passed. Before Jacob could interrupt, Ludwig pulled out a bottle of whiskey that Berenger had gifted him earlier in the year. It was aged for 5 years and was among the first batch of Berengar's distillery. There were very few of these bottles in existence, and most of them were stashed away in the cellar of the royal palace. Ludwig immediately popped open the bottle and poured himself and his son a glass of the fragrant substance. "Boy, I'll have you know that the king owes me a favor after all. If it weren't for me, he would have died at mining town. Well, technically it was that red-headed lass of his who informed me, but still, I was the one who was able to alert Eckhard to muster the militia. I will call in this once-in-a-lifetime favor in an attempt to get him to use his kingly influence to find you a beautiful and well-behaved bride. After all, our family is wealthier than most of the dukes nowadays. You may not be the best-looking man in Austria. Still, when I die, you and your brothers will be among the wealthiest. That alone can probably help you marry some woman from a declining noble family, especially with the king's support." Jacob thought about his father's gesture for a moment before he noticed a severe flaw in this plan. As such, he quickly voiced his concerns. "But father, there are no declining noble families in Austria. With His Majesty's reforms, even those impoverished noble houses have gained significant wealth through the ownership of their lands." Ludwig smiled once more with his signature toothy grin before raising his voice in objection. "Who said anything about marrying an Austrian woman? There are plenty of impoverished noble families in the neighboring kingdoms. I can get His Majesty to give us a much more prestigious title and a plot of land in Switzerland with enough coercion. After all, plenty of noble houses have been wiped out in the region from the War of Independence, and Berenger is still distributing their lands to men of merit from our kingdom. You wait, boy, our house will rise, and perhaps we will even get a new surname befitting of nobles such as ourselves." Jacob stared at his father in disbelief before a wide smile appeared across his face. As he did so, he envisioned himself as a mighty count, or perhaps a duke, with several factories under his command and multiple beautiful wives. He nodded his head before responding to his father's bold claims as he thought about this. "I agree with this vision of the future." Ludwig chuckled before slapping his son on the back. As he did so, he left a parting piece of advice to his son. "Good, now make sure to work hard, because all of the benefits that I provide our family will fly out the window if you don't prove to be of equal use to our king." Jacob gulped down the saliva pooled in his mouth upon hearing these words. After doing so, he quickly got back to work on his mortar design while his father gazed upon him with pride. Chapter 436, Beachside Relations. Months passed, and with it Berengar's wives came ever close to the due date of their pregnancy. While they were struggling with the thought that they would give birth to their children without their husband present, Berenger was enjoying himself within his manor, which was located on a hill above the beaches of Gibraltar. The first batch of recruits from the Royal Granadon Army had graduated basic training. These soldiers were now undergoing the specialized training necessary to fulfill their position within the armed forces of Granda. During this time, Portugal continued to bleed from the chaos that enveloped its realm, while King Louis struggled to reclaim the lands that were lit ablaze from the warbands of heavily armed brigands that once served him faithfully. The foreign crusaders, comprised of primary peasants who had taken up the call to arms to fight against an unholy alliance between the German Reformation and Islam, found themselves engaged in brutal conflict with the deserters of the Portuguese armies. Their numbers drastically reduced and stretched thin across the small kingdom to the west. Currently, Berenger was resting on a wicker sunbathing chair with a parasol over his head and a blended drink in his hands. He was dressed in a pair of hemp shorts and lying next to the Princess of Granada, who wrapped her arms around him with a loving smile. The young couple had become quite fond of one another during this time, and a wedding had been undergoing preparation. Even though Hassan had initially instructed Yasmin to seduce and bed Berenger in an attempt to trap him into marriage, for whatever reason he had shifted his opinion. Thus, the young couple had not slept together yet, as Hassan insisted that his sister's virtue remain intact until her wedding. Of course, Berenger, an impatient and lust-filled man, had used his vast knowledge to find a way around that rule. Thus he had secretly introduced his newest fiancée to alternative methods so that they may entertain themselves. Therefore, they had been spending quite a lot of time together in the Austrian king's beach manor, enjoying each other's bodies in every way that would not violate the princess' apparent virtue. However, all good things must come to an end. As Berenger continued to sip from his drink, a servant rushed forward and handed him a letter. Contained within this document was the news that the time for their wedding had arrived. It was just in time too, seeing as how the Granadon troops and Austrian artillery were about ready to deploy into Portugal for the sake of their conquest. Thus Berenger got up from his seat and looked over his bride-tobe as he commented, "It appears we are required within the capital. The wedding is fully prepared and awaiting our arrival." When Yasmin heard this, a sly smile spread across her beautiful face as she teased her fiancé. "So you're not going to invite your other wives or your family for this occasion?" Berenger chuckled when he heard this and grabbed a hold of the woman's plump rear, bringing her closer into his embrace. "I am pretty sure those girls would try to kill you out of jealousy if I brought them to our wedding. I am also certain that my family would not easily approve of me marrying a Moorish woman. Thus I won't request their attendance. Besides, I'd like to see the look on those bitches' faces when I bring home a foreign woman as my war bride." Yasmin immediately shoved Berenger aside and climbed on top of his lap. Her bountiful breasts were barely contained by the thin fabric that comprised her bikini. Under Berengar's orders, he had made her a rather skimpy swimsuit for use around his manor and private beach. As she pressed him down beneath her weight, she flicked him on the forehead before lecturing him. "I am not your war bride." Berenger chuckled in response and kissed her on the lips, his tongue parting through its entrance and intertwining with hers. After doing so, he released himself and laughed softly before responding. "I am at war, and I am marrying you while away from home. Thus you were my war bride." Yasmin merely scoffed at this before wiping back the bangs from her forehead. As she did so, she reached into the young Austrian king's shorts with a wicked smile on her face. "How about we have a quick one before the road?" Berenger smiled as he heard this before giving a command to his servant nearby. "Fetch the olive oil and quickly." Upon hearing this, the servant nodded before running off to the manor and returning with a bottle of olive oil. He did not know why Berenger had requested such a thing so suddenly, but he was quickly dismissed by the Austrian king and ordered not to return. After this, Berenger made sure he was alone with the Granadon princess before he pulled down her bikini bottom and filled his hands with olive oil before applying it to her tan plum. After playing around with her cheeks for a while, he slid his oily fingers into the hole where he began to apply the oil to her innards, making sure it was fully prepped for what was to come. The busty Granadon princess bit her lips as she moaned in pleasure. After a while, she could no longer contain her lust and broke her silence. "Put it in." Berenger chuckled as he heard this. It had been a few months since he began training her hole for his use, and now it would appear that the woman was addicted to it. However, he was not ready yet. He quickly pulled down his shorts and put his member in front of her face. Like a bitch in heat, Yasmin immediately knew what to do as she placed the object of her desire into her mouth and took it to its base repeatedly. By now, she was so experienced with this act that she no longer gagged upon reflex. Only after he was well prepared did Berenger turn the woman around and slowly slide his shaft into her rear. The moment he did so, her lower lips gushed in orgasm. Berenger was not surprised. Out of all of his girls, Yasmin was what he would call a squirter. Thus he thought nothing of it and immediately began to thrust his hips back and forth like a piston. The more he did so, the louder the princess' moans became. Fearing that he would attract the attention of his servants, Berenger pressed the woman's pretty face into the soft sand of the beach and began to exaggerate his movements even further. Despite the rough treatment, Yasmin only grew wetter as she climaxed once more. Berenger himself was not even close to finishing. As such, he gave the princess no reprieve as he continued his sexual act. While this was ongoing, he gripped the woman's substantial breasts and hung onto them as he pumped his hips. The soft flesh filled up his hands and felt as if they were overflowing from his grasp as he did so. Yasmin's stomach was flat and slightly toned despite her substantial bust and broad hips. She carried all of her weight in her breasts and rear, making her a beautiful woman to the eyes of a man like Berenger. After making love in an unorthodox method for well over an hour, Berenger finally reached his conclusion, where he pulled out his shaft and shot his liquid all over her pretty, tan face. The sight instantly turned him on. More unfortunately, they did not have the time to go multiple rounds. Thus the young Austrian king immediately rose from his seat and gave the princess some advice as he set forth to the manor. "Clean yourself up. Afterward we will depart for the capital." Yasmin was in a state of total bliss and could barely comprehend his words. As such, she lied naked on the beach for well over 10 minutes before rising from her position and cleaning herself off in the sea. After doing so, she returned to the manor and dressed in something far more appropriate. Thus, the young couple departed towards the city of Córdoba, where their wedding would be held. Their little romantic adventure on the beach would remain unknown by the various powers, thus securing her alleged chastity and allowing Berenger to fulfill the terms of his agreement with the young Sultan Hassan. When they finally arrived within the gates of the city of Córdoba, several days would have passed and the couple would be quickly rushed to their wedding. After all, there was a war to be fought and the Granadon troops were just about ready to see combat. The duty of a king was never complete, and Berenger was just happy that he could avoid his troubling emotions for the time being in the arms of a beautiful woman. When he finally returned home from Austria, he knew that he would have created more trouble than if he had denied his relationship with Yasmin. Then again, that was a worry for another time. Chapter 437, Granadon Wedding. Berenger stood in the middle of the Mosque of Córdoba dressed within the traditional wedding attire of the people of Al-Andalus. He felt out of his element as he was not accustomed to dressing in such an Eastern sense of fashion. Regardless, he went along with the ceremony as he felt it would be rude to deny the customs of his newest wife and her people. He waited on the arrival of his beautiful bride as he gazed upon the magnificent architecture, which was a testament to the supremacy of the ancient state of Al-Andalus. If not for this war, the city and this treasure of a holy site would not have fallen back into the hands of the Moorish people of Iberia. In a way, Berenger was directly responsible for this event by propping up and aiding the once declining state of Granada. However, he felt it was fair. In this timeline, the Hagia Sophia remained in the hands of Christendom. Thus it was only natural that the Islamic people maintained their control over the great Mosque of Córdoba. As he waited for the bride to arrive, the young monarch stood next to his generals Arnulf and Adelbrand. The two men were dressed up in their most luxurious service dress for this occasion. Though Berenger wanted to do this event secretly, he needed 2 male witnesses, as was the tradition for an Islamic wedding. Thus he selected his 2 generals and bound them to secrecy under pain of death. After all, Berenger had yet to announce to his troops that he would be marrying the Granadon princess, let alone his family back home. Though Berenger had fostered secularism and religious moderation within his own kingdom, he knew there would be more than a few people who despised the idea of a Christian king marrying a Muslim princess. Especially his brides. He had not even told them he had taken on another lover while away at war, let alone that he had agreed to marry her. The entire thing was rather sudden, if not for the fact that the Kingdom of Portugal was rapidly descending into lawlessness. He might have been on the front lines within the borders of Portugal at this moment and unable to get close to Yasmin. However, when left to his own devices, he naturally spent his time with a foreign beauty and thus had grown quite fond of the woman. Recognizing the need for more control over his ally to the west, Berenger had hatched a plan to place his progeny with the Granadan princess on the throne. At the moment, none of that was important within the mind of the young king. Instead, what truly mattered at the moment was that he would be marrying a beautiful woman of significantly more emotional maturity than his current, younger brides. After all, what man didn't want a mature beauty among his harem? After a while, everyone had arrived and the bride was brought up to the groom by her brother. Since her father was already deceased, it was up to Hassan as the head of their house to give Yasmin away to Berenger. Yasmin was dressed in a Tyrian purple and gold kaftan with a matching headdress and her usual face veil concealing her beauty. Berenger was dressed in similar colors in the Moorish style of fashion. As she stood next to Berenger in front of the podium, the couple signed their names on the marriage contract. After doing so, the imam said a brief sermon about the holy texts of Islam, particularly pertaining to marriage, and then ceased. Unlike in a Christian wedding, it was not acceptable for the groom and bride to kiss during the ceremony, which would have to wait until after they were alone. After concluding the brief ceremony, the gathered procession, who were essential members of Granadan society, returned to the palace of Córdoba, which currently acted as the residence of Hassan so long as he stayed within the city. A feast began with all kinds of food being brought out. Berenger enjoyed the exotic dishes while drinking from a glass that contained fruit juice. Unfortunately for him, he was not allowed to drink at this event. After all, even though he may not be Muslim, the people who surrounded him were, and to make a good impression on his allies, he abstained from his usual vice. Adelbrand and Arnulf began to converse with Berenger as he sat at the table next to his newest bride. A few days prior, they were made aware of Berengar's marriage to the Granadan princess. However, after removing her face veil at the wedding ceremony, they were shocked to see that she was such divine beauty. They instantly grew jealous of Berenger for adding another gorgeous woman to his harem. Arnulf was the first to speak to his monarch as he congratulated him upon his newest marriage with a bit of a bitter expression on his face. "Congratulations, your majesty. You have claimed yet another bride for yourself and with it secured a long-term alliance with Granada." Berenger chuckled as he silently nodded in response. While he did so, he eyed Hassan. The man had a giddy smile on his face as he played with an exquisitely crafted 1422 service revolver. The gift that Berenger had decided to give his bride's family was such a weapon. This pistol, in particular, was a work of art as it utilized handcrafted ivory grips which contained a golden 24K gold coin inscribed with the Granadan coat of arms within the center of the grips. The blued steel metalwork was embellished with a sleek gold damascene finish fit for a king. As for the hammer and trigger, they were fully covered in 24K gold plating. Berenger had become so fond of this pistol, which he had ordered to be manufactured during the months of his tenure in Granada, that he had a matching revolver made for himself that acted as a symbol of the two nations' unity. The only difference between his revolver and the one gifted to the Sultan was that his weapon had a golden coin that contained the crest of Austria embedded within its ivory grips. Not only were these revolvers beautiful pieces of art, but they were also entirely functional firearms. The Sultan eventually walked over to his new brother-in-law and thanked him for his gift. "My brother, this is an excellent weapon. I look forward to testing it shortly." Berenger laughed at this. He knew that neither Hassan nor his people would be capable of reproducing such an advanced weapon anytime soon. As such, he was more than happy to gift a single revolver and a small amount of ammunition to keep his new brother-in-law happy. Thus he smiled and responded to the man he could now call brother. "You are most welcome. I too am a lover of firearms, especially ones as beautiful as yours. I'll have you know I was so impressed with the end product that I had a matching revolver made for myself that has only a minor alteration to the coat of arms embedded in the grips." Hassan nodded as he heard this. It was appropriate for the two kings to have such masterful works of art. Thus he patted Berenger on the shoulder and said in a voice so low that only the two of them could hear, "Have fun breaking in my sister tonight. I promise you that she is a virgin." Berenger rolled his eyes at such an inappropriate comment. He was already well aware of this fact as he had seen her naked many times and had even played with the other orifices of her body. However, he did look forward to finally entering that previously forbidden cave of wonders. Thus he smiled and nodded his head while replying, "I look forward to it." After speaking with the Sultan and his guests for some time, Berenger and Yasmin retired to their bed chambers where they were eager to strip their clothes and consummate their marriage. After fully undressed, Yasmin laid on the soft mattress with her legs spread as she uttered the words, "Come, my husband, claim what is rightfully yours." Berenger gulped the saliva that had pooled up in his mouth as he witnessed the sight and hopped into action. He immediately started by stimulating her moist cavern with his tongue as she did the same to him. After they were both prepared, he took the first plunge into her depths and felt a state of bliss overtake him as he did so. Taking a woman's virginity was always an intense pleasure to a conqueror like the Austrian king. After fully committing himself to his new wife, the young couple would continue to screw like rabbits for the remainder of the night. After all, Berenger wanted to imprint his mark on his woman's womb fully and hopefully impregnate her in the process. Yasmin would find herself having difficulty walking for days to come by the time the morning came. Chapter 438, Preparing for the Invasion of Portugal. Berenger gazed down the tangent sights of the rifle in his hands. He quickly pulled the bolt back before slamming it home. If there were a round chambered in this weapon, it indeed would have been ejected with this motion. However, it was empty and thus nothing had occurred. As the bolt moved rearward and forward in a smooth motion, the sheet metal dust cover attached to the bolt followed it throughout its entire journey. After gazing upon the pristine bluing on the steel parts of the rifle which were matched with a fine walnut stock, Berenger realized that he may have gone too far with the quality of these weapons. Regardless, he was well pleased with the result of his designs that had finally made their way into the front lines of Iberia. This weapon was the Gur 22, primarily based upon the Kar 98K from his previous life, though he had taken some creative liberties to ensure that it met his sense of aesthetics. Aside from that, there were some minor functional improvements, but overall it was a superior combat rifle to what his soldiers were currently equipped with. This rifle was just one of many that had made their way from Austria's factories to the Emirate of Granada. Weeks had passed since Berenger had married Princess Yasmin, and the day for the invasion of Portugal drew near. So much so that he could not enjoy a brief period of respite with his newest wife. As the Royal Granadan army became more self-sufficient, the Austrian soldiers who supported them began to withdraw back to the fatherland. By now, all that remained of Austria's forces within the region were the 1st Cavalry Brigade and the 1st Artillery Brigade. There were also those few individuals from the Jaeger Regiment who were still operating deep behind enemy lines, providing reconnaissance to the Triple Alliance. In the place of the Austrians, the bulk of the forces that would be partaking in combat operations within the Kingdom of Portugal was that of the Granadans and Byzantines. With the three nations combined, it was an army of about 50,000 men in total. While Berenger had initially planned to leave behind a larger contingent of infantry to aid his allies, the reality was that it was simply unnecessary. The Kingdom of Portugal was lit ablaze from the conflict between the impoverished Portuguese crown and the various deserters who had taken up arms as brigands and highwaymen to extort the people of Portugal for all their worth. Unfortunately for King Louis, his treasury was emptied mainly by members of his council who had fled to either Castile or Morocco to start a new life. Even his marshal had run away from his responsibilities in fear of an Austro-Granadan invasion. Thus Berenger was confident that 50,000 men with the support of artillery and cavalry would be more than enough to overcome the army of crusading peasants who accompanied the remainder of the Portuguese army. After all, their ranks were heavily depleted in the fight against the Portuguese deserters. After carefully inspecting the weapon, Berenger shoved it into the hands of the colonel who was tasked with leading the 1st Cavalry Brigade. The Austrian king gave his loyal officer an order as he did so. Ensure that our troops are well trained with these weapons before we march on Portugal. I want our cavalry to be able to shoot and reload while on the move. The colonel quickly saluted his king before responding in the affirmative. Yes, your majesty. With that said, Berenger smiled before dismissing the colonel. When the officer was finally out of sight, the Austrian king gazed upon the crates which contained weapons as a brilliant idea appeared in his mind. Since he would be fighting this war as a member of the cavalry, it was best to practice before the violence had begun. Thus he instantly grabbed a hold of a rifle from one of the crates. After doing so, he checked some of the nearby casks, where he found one that contained several spam cans of ammunition. Berenger proceeded to open these spam cans and loaded the steel stripper clips with the ammunition. Once this had been achieved, he placed the clips into his leather webgear before slinging in his rifle on his back. Having prepared himself for the task ahead, Berenger traveled to the royal palace of Granada, where he entered the stables. Inside, these stables contained a proud Iberian stallion. One could say this blood bay horse was a predecessor to the infamous Andalusian breed from Berengar's past life. The young Austrian king quickly attached a saddle to the horse before placing his foot within the stirrup and dragging himself on top of it. This red horse was named Glory, and it was a gift given to him by Hassan during Berengar's wedding to the Granadan princess. Berenger had owned many mounts over the years since Erwin's death at the Battle of Oberstdorf. Yet until now he had never come across a steed as fine as this. Glory was a warhorse that was born and bred for a single purpose, battle. After mounting his steed, Berenger rode towards the training grounds where his cavalry was getting acquainted with the new weapons. 5,000 men and their horses began to load their guns as they jumped over obstacles and fired at straw targets with their new bolt-action rifles. They immediately ceased their activities when they witnessed their king in front of them. Berenger did not waste time. He quickly unslung his rifle, where he reached into his webgear and pulled out a stripper clip that contained 5 rounds of 7.92 by 57mm LG, where he placed the stripper clip into the action of his rifle and loaded the weapon. After doing so, he pushed the bolt forward, which instantly sent the stripper clip fling off of the gun and onto the ground below. After doing this, he ushered Glory forward, where he proceeded to aim the rifle while charging towards his target with the reins in one hand that was also grabbing a hold of the rifle's fore end. The Austrian king skillfully fired his shot into the target before quickly pulling the bolt back and chambering another round. He fired another projectile downrange. As he did so, narrowly missing his next target, he continued to ride his mount into combat while firing his 5 shots into their targets. His soldiers gazed upon him in awe before following suit. During this time, Berenger would spend several hours instructing his soldiers on using the new weapons and how to use them as cavalry effectively. By the time he finished this action, he had returned to the Granadon Palace and locked Glory away in the stables. He entered the main building to see his newest wife waiting for him. She had a warm smile on her pretty face as she quickly approached him and kissed him on the lips. "Husband, you are finally home." Berenger smiled as he received such a special greeting before resting his hands around the woman's waist. It was a pity that the invasion of Portugal was around the corner, or else he would surely take the woman on a honeymoon. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't taken any of his wives on such an essential aspect of their marriage. He swore then and there that he would need to do so in the future when he was given the opportunity. For now, he would have to make do and entertain his wife in the bedroom. As such, he grabbed a hold of her without saying a word and dragged her up to the bedroom where the couple would engage in intimate relations for the rest of the night. After all, war was around the corner and soon Berenger would be away from her arms. Thus he wanted to make the most of what little time he had available to him to engage in worldly pleasures with a foreign beauty. Chapter 439, Empire in the East. On the other side of the globe, far away, lies a mighty empire. Within its borders was the ancient city of Nanjing. While Berenger was waging war against the Catholic kingdoms of Iberia, the Ming dynasty saw an unprecedented time of peace and prosperity. However, despite this, its emperor had recently passed away, leaving his son and heir, a 10-year-old boy named Zhu Li, as the de facto ruler of China. This boy was currently tapping his finger repeatedly on the armrest of his chair with a disgruntled expression on his face. His mother, who was the Empress Dowager, was, in reality, the true power behind the throne. Zhu Li was merely a puppet for her, and he knew it. Because of this, the woman was standing away from her son, scolding one of the admirals beneath his command. Zhu Li secretly eavesdropped on their conversation in silence. "You have brought this rusted, old piece of junk from your travels and demand to show it to the emperor? I will not allow you to put fanciful ideas of a mysterious and powerful barbarian kingdom to the west in the emperor's head." The admiral immediately began to protest against the Empress Dowager and spoke in contrast to her harsh words. "This is a vital piece of military technology, far more advanced than our hand cannons. Supposedly the kingdom it was captured from has employed these weapons in the thousands. If we do not learn to replicate this firearm, then I foresee that our army will eventually fall behind those western kingdoms." The Empress Dowager scoffed at this comment before reprimanding the admiral for his seemingly preposterous insinuation. "You are an admiral, not a general. It is not your job to think about the affairs of the army. You overstep your bounds, Lin Feng." When Zhu Li heard these words, his brows peaked with interest. As far as he was aware, the world revolved around the Ming dynasty. The idea that some barbarians had created a powerful kingdom intrigued his young mind, almost as if it were something out of a fictional tale. Thus the boy emperor called out to his mother and admiral with an excited tone in his voice. "Bring the item to me and I will determine whether or not it is of any value." Though the Empress Dowager may be the true power behind the throne, Zhu Li was still the public face, thus his mother was forced to respect his position. As such, the Empress Dowager scowled for but a moment before she put on a motherly facade. The admiral known as Lin Feng instantly walked towards the young emperor where he held onto a blanket. Inside this blanket was a powerful weapon from the west that he had encountered on his travels with the great fleet of the Ming dynasty. Lin Feng knelt before his emperor and unwrapped the silk blanket to reveal a battle-worn firearm. This firearm was none other than an arquebus used by the Byzantine armies on the field of battle in North Africa. Zhu Li gazed upon this device with excitement as he inquired about its origin and function. "What is this and where did you find it?" With a stoic expression on his face, Lin Feng began to spin a grand tale about how he came across such a mighty weapon from the west. "You see, your majesty, as you know, I have been leading your great treasure fleet across the oceans in an attempt to spread the glory of our empire. While far away in a land known as the Timurid Empire, I came across a nobleman who was more than happy to pay tribute to you. He gave me this firearm which he claims was employed in a great battle in the land known as Egypt. It had been acquired by a lowly scavenger whose name remains unknown. However, this man sold the weapon and it eventually made its way to the Timurid nobleman. Supposedly it was employed by a great kingdom known as Byzantium. However, the nobleman who gave me this weapon assured me that it was not constructed in Byzantium but even further west in the lands known as Europe. Where precisely this weapon was manufactured, the Timurid nobleman is unsure of. Still, wherever it was built, it is said that it is a kingdom where rivers of molten steel flow through its capital city and technology is advanced to the level that rivals the gods. The Empress Dowager immediately scoffed at this notion. This entire story was simply ludicrous. She could hardly believe the admiral had bought into such ridiculous rumors. As for Zhu Li, his eyes were sparkling with delight as he asked for further information on the weapon. "So, how does this weapon work?" Lin Feng began to describe the weapon's function with a smile on his face. "First one fills the bore of this firearm with powder, followed by a lead ball. Then after they have packed it down with the ramrod, they light a match which is attached to this hook. After doing so, they fill powder in this pan and then pull this lever here, which sends the match onto the pan, igniting the gunpowder and propelling the lead ball downrange. Supposedly it renders any form of armor utterly useless at close range. The young emperor had an excited expression on his face as he envisioned this weapon in use. As such, he quickly made a decree that was much to his mother's ire. We must replicate this weapon and see if it truly lives up to the tales. Send word to the army, I want them to study and reproduce this weapon as quickly as possible. The admiral smiled upon hearing the emperor take his side. After doing so, he gave a smug glance over to the Empress Dowager where he continued boasting of his victory in silence. The boy's mother struggled to contain her nerves as she witnessed this. However, ultimately she managed to calm her wrath before commenting on the matter to her son. If that is what the emperor wishes, then I will make sure it is done. However, Julie gazed upon his mother with contempt as he countered her words. No, mother, you are much too busy aiding me in managing the realm. I will leave this matter to the military. For but a brief second, the Empress Dowager gave her son a murderous glare that the boy emperor met with one of his own. However, in the very next moment, she returned to her loving facade and nodded her head in silence. Very well, if that is what you want, so be it. After saying this, Empress Dowager departed, leaving her son by his lonesome. As for Admiral Linfeng, he was dismissed by Zhu Li shortly after. The boy sat upon the dragon throne, contemplating how to retain the power bestowed upon him by the heavens. If he left his mother to her own devices, she would usurp what little authority remained in his hands. After a few moments of silence, the emperor sighed and rose to his feet. After doing so, he departed from the throne room where he proceeded down a hallway in the royal palace. Eventually, he came across a small room in the corner of the building. Julie hesitated for a few moments before knocking on the door. A weak and timid voice called out from the other side. There was a hint of fright in its tone as the words resounded throughout the corridor. Who is it? Julie gulped the saliva that had pooled up in his mouth before hardening his resolve. After doing so, he called out to the anxious voice behind the door. It is Julie. He could hear the fear in the voice wash away as the door suddenly opened and revealed a 6-year-old girl who practically looked like a porcelain doll. This girl had albinism and thus had pale skin, white hair, and pink eyes. A warm smile was on her face as she latched onto the emperor before saying the words. Big brother is back. The boy emperor patted his little sister on the head and entered the room, shutting the door behind him. After entering, he sat down while the young girl prepared him some tea. After doing so, she sat down across from her brother with a happy smile on her face. It had been some time since her precious big brother had come to visit her, and thus she was filled with joy at the moment, that is until he asked the question on his mind. How has mother been treating you, Jia Li? The moment the girl named Jia Li had heard this, her expression sank and her glance shifted away from her brother's eyes. That action alone was enough to give the boy emperor an answer. His fists curled with rage as he understood what had transpired in his absence. The poor girl had suffered their mother's abuse and neglect for too long. Upon seeing her brother was angry, the small girl known as Jia Li grasped a hold of his hand with her own 2 dainty paws and gazed upon him with a bittersweet smile. I'm okay. Upon hearing this, Julie could no longer contain the tears in his eyes and immediately latched onto his little sister before making her a solemn vow. When I am older and have taken back the power of the throne, I promise I will make that woman pay for what she had done to you. The young girl had a bitter smile on her doll-like face as she held onto her brother, comforting him. It would be well over an hour before the boy emperor emerged from his sister's room. When he did so, there was a hint of newfound purpose in his eyes. He had concluded that if he wished to end his mother's tyranny, he would need the backing of the army. Luckily for him, a new and powerful invention had just entered his hands. Unknowingly, by virtue of providing weapons to his allies, Berengar's influence had begun to spread to the Far East. It would be some time before Berengar's future empire encountered the Ming dynasty. When it finally did, there would be monumental changes to the timeline that was partially a result of his interference in this world. Chapter 440, The Horsemen of War. The day had finally come. Berenger sat on the black leather saddle of his horse, whose name was Glory. In his hand was a hemp cigarette which he smoked to calm his anxiety. Trailing behind him was an army of 50,000 men who had just breached the Portuguese border without incident. The young Austrian king was dressed unusually. He did not choose his everyday field uniform as he led his cavalry. Instead, he wore the uniform of the Austrian Hussars, which was based upon the uniforms issued to German Hussars during the Great War of his past life. Atop his head was a fur hat, which in its center there was a bold Totenkopf emblazoned upon it. This hat was inspired by the legendary Death's Head Hussars of his past life and was the standard uniform of all Hussars within his army's ranks. As for the weapons, they were equipped with a G22 rifle slung around their backs and a cavalry saber strapped to their waists. Berenger was supplied similarly, fully prepared to engage in combat with the enemy wherever they might appear. The majority of the army was comprised of Granadon and Byzantine infantry. As for the Austrian soldiers, all that remained within the Iberian Peninsula were 2 brigades, one of cavalry and another of artillery. Other units that still existed in the field were specialized soldiers embedded deep behind enemy lines, accurately assessing the enemy forces and their positions. As glory strode forth, showing off its beautiful red coat, the strategos Palladius Angelus rode next to the Austrian king. As he gazed upon the eager expression on Berengar's face and that of the Austrian cavalry which displayed their inherent bloodlust, he began to quote scripture. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another, and there was given unto him a great sword. Berenger reflected on this for a brief moment before chuckling. As he did so, he began to make a jest towards the aging general from the east. Are you implying that I am the horseman of war? Palladius gazed upon the scene of the mighty army that had gathered for a single purpose, to destroy the kingdom of Portugal, and nodded his head with a stoic expression before speaking his thoughts on the matter. If the shoe fits. This response immediately caused Berenger to laugh as he looked back upon his army. He raised his sword in the air and encouraged his cavalry with a sarcastic command. You hear that, boys? I am the horseman of war. So, ensure that no flesh is spared. The cavalrymen among Berengar's ranks began to break out into the laughter as they heard this jest. If their king was the horseman of war, that meant they were an army of the damned. As for the Granadon and Byzantine troops, they had a less enthusiastic response to Berengar's sense of humor. After all, unlike the Austrian soldiers, these men were very superstitious and steadfast in their religious beliefs. Thus they sat in silence as they prayed to their respective deities for forgiveness. With a foreboding aura, the army of the Triple Alliance marched into the Kingdom of Portugal without incident. It did not take long for conflict to begin. Berengar's army had advanced so rapidly that they had wholly caught the brigand warbands who occupied the southern Portuguese villages off guard. The moment they gazed upon the massive army on the horizon, the deserters and criminals began to flee for their lives. However, Berenger refused to allow the men to retreat. As such, he unslung his rifle and flipped off the safety as he aimed down his sights at a man roughly 300 yards out. He silently squeezed the trigger, and the thunder of his rifle went down range and through the back of the fleeing criminal. Blood splattered onto the land, and the projectile pierced through the hostile target's armor as if it were butter before embedding itself in the bloody mud below. With this action, Berenger gave his order to the Austrian cavalry. Kill them all. Leave no brigand alive. With this command, the 5,000 Austrian cavalrymen charged forth with their weapons in hand, rapidly firing and reloading their new weapons on the move, gunning down the few hundred brigands without any form of mercy. In the end, the deserters of the Portuguese army who had formed a small warband and occupied this land were gunned down without mercy. As Berenger rode into the village and gazed upon their corpses, he spat upon the corpse of one of the slain men before commenting on the matter. Not even worth their weight in piss. Palladius gazed upon Berenger as he heard this with a weary expression. The infantry had not even fired a shot, yet the cavalry had so quickly slain the warband that occupied this village. As he could see, the villagers had been mistreated during the occupation of the brigands. Those who weren't outright slain or raped huddled in fear of what the Austrians might do to them. Upon seeing this, the strategos of the Balkans quickly asked what Berenger intended to do with them. What will happen to the villagers? Berenger glanced over at the aging general from the east and responded with a stoic expression. Leave them be, they pose no threat and there are no longer any hostiles within the village. There is no purpose for a senseless slaughter of innocents. For all his bluster, the Austrian king abided by his own rules of war. Thus under his command, the Austrian soldiers treated the villagers they came across rather cordially, offering medical assistance and spare supplies to the people who suffered under the collapse of their kingdom. After treating the civilians, the army continued on their journey. Along the way, they came across many villages in similar situations under Berengar's orders. The brigands and deserters who occupied these villages were slaughtered without the slightest hint of mercy. As for the villagers, if they did not resist the invasion, they were spared and treated well. Eventually, the army of the Triple Alliance finally came across a sizable force located within the walls of the city of Faro. Despite the bankruptcy of the crown, mayors of local towns managed to maintain some degree of wealth and control over their city and their garrisons. Upon seeing the Austrian army enter its borders, the garrison of the city was immediately on alert as they began to load their trebuchets for war. However, against the superior firepower and range of the Austrian artillery, such weapons were useless. Berenger had a wide grin on his face as he gazed through his binoculars and witnessed the sight of the enemy preparing for combat. If they had outright surrendered, he would have been disappointed. However, by loading their trebuchets, the enemy declared their intent to resist. As such, the Austrian king ordered the 1st Artillery Brigade to set up their guns and bombard the city's walls. The soldiers of the Triple Alliance waited on standby as the 7.5 cm FK-22 cannons were set up into position and loaded. After a few moments, the first barrage of cannons went off as their roars filled the sky. The shells rained down upon the medieval walls. In a blast of hellish fire, the once mighty stone walls immediately crumbled upon the impact of the high explosive shells utilized by the Austrian army. Though Palladius had heard rumors of how effective the new Austrian cannons were, he had never witnessed their destructive power until now. He gazed in awe as he saw the city's walls come crumbling down from a single barrage. He immediately dreaded the possibility of war with Austria and thanked God that the princess had married this cruel and brutal man. For under the fire of such overwhelming force, even the mighty Theodosian walls, which had stood the test of time, would fall apart as if they were made of mud. However, the artillery did not stop with a single barrage. They instantly loaded the second barrage and fired another 70 shells into the city with a complete and total disregard for life and property. Berenger had devised his own rules of war. Among these rules was the stipulation that his soldiers were not allowed to massacre unarmed civilians. However, this law was limited. For example, collateral damage was wholly disregarded. In Berengar's mind, the primary objective of war should be to wage it in the most efficient manner possible, ensure the quickest victory, and maintain minimal casualties among his troops. Thus, shelling an enemy position was considered valid and lawful even if civilians were harmed in the process. Destroying an enemy-occupied city, which would otherwise result in intensive urban warfare and massive casualties among his troops, was also considered valid regardless of how many civilians lived there. After all, he had witnessed the inefficiency of the American military in the Middle East as they risked their soldiers' lives in an attempt to limit civilian casualties of the enemy state. In his past life, thousands of American men had died when a carpet bombing of a hostile occupied city could have easily handled the situation. Thus the shelling contained as hundreds of shells were launched upon the city, devastating its garrison and civilian population. After roughly 1,000 shells were fired on the city, Berenger held up his hand, signaling the artillery to cease their operations. After doing so, he gave the command that would ultimately seal the fate of the city of Pharaoh. Take the city and show no mercy. You have my permission to kill any man, woman, or child who shows even the slightest sign of armed resistance to our conquest. With this order given, 50,000 men charged towards the crumbled walls of the city. Their goal was simple: to put down any form of resistance that remained. However, after such a hellish barrage, not a single soul that survived was willing to resist any further. The remaining garrison members immediately threw down their weapons and submitted to their conquerors. Thousands of people lie dead without the garrison even firing a shot. There was no purpose in remaining defiant when faced with such overwhelming firepower. Thus Berenger and his army had captured the first major city of Portugal. As for the rest of the kingdom, it would slowly but surely be invaded by the army of the Triple Alliance in the days to come. The devastation that followed in the wake of Berengar's advance throughout Portugal and the reports of the Austrian king riding on the back of a red horse would forever depict King Berenger von Kufstein as the personification of war among the Christian world. Chapter 441, French Ambitions. While Berenger had begun his conquest of the Kingdom of Portugal in the name of the Emirate of Granada, another war was waging throughout Europe, and that was in the heart of France. Due to Austrian interference, the factions that opposed the French crown were equipped with a fair amount of firearms, thus turning the tides of war. Under the guise of representatives from the now-defunct Iberian Union, the Duchy of Aquitaine and the Duchy of Burgundy, who was both in open rebellion against King Gilles de Valois, were well equipped to deal with the ongoing war effort. Despite the collapse of the Iberian Union, Berengar's agents still managed to supply the enemies of France by claiming to be representatives of Aragon. Thus the arms trade between Austria and the rebellious French duchies remained uninterrupted. Despite the use of firearms by the enemies of France, the king had remained steadfast in his unwillingness to make use of the weapons provided to him by the Austrian crown as a gift. For if he did so, he knew that the English king would undoubtedly make use of the scandal to cement his claim to the French kingdom further. Thus the Kingdom of France found itself in a rock and a hard place as they continued to wage war against their enemies, both internal and external. Few allies had backed the French crown, and now they found themselves further isolated as the common people had begun to riot at the instigation of undercover Austrian agents. While this was ongoing, Prince Aubrey was sitting within his chambers. At the moment, he was applying Austrian cosmetics such as lipstick to his feminine face. The Prince of France was dressed in a luxurious baby blue ball gown in the new style that had become common in the Kingdom of Austria. Aubrey had paid a substantial sum to acquire the dresses that pertained to the Austrian sense of fashion. While he was applying his makeup, the prince heard a knock on the door, which he quickly answered to with a light-hearted tone. "It is open." Upon saying this, the prince heard the door creak open, which revealed the appearance of his sister Sibylla. Though beautiful in her own right, she had always felt envious of her brother's cutesy and extraordinarily feminine appearance. In a way, she was responsible for the way he had turned out, and after gazing upon Aubrey's current appearance, a frown spread across her lips. However, rather than find conflict with her brother, she quickly began to address her reason for visiting. Portugal will fall to Austria and its allies within the next 3 months. Castile and Aragon are on the verge of being united and supplying our enemies. Father does not want to admit it, but if we wish to win this war, then we will need the support of Austria. Aubrey did not gaze upon his sister. Instead, he focused on applying blush to his cheeks as he used his makeup. He spoke in a disinterested voice towards his sister's claims. "What does that have to do with me?" A cruel smile etched itself upon Sibylla's face as she approached her brother and tilted his head towards her face so she could look him in the eyes. After doing so, she kissed her brother on the lips before whispering something in his ear. "I need you to personally visit the Austrian king when he returns from his little war. I don't trust anyone but my precious little brother to properly seduce the man and convince him to support our family's interests." Aubrey smiled upon hearing this message and nodded his head thrice. After doing so, he went back to applying his makeup before addressing his sister's request. "That is fine by me. I've been meaning to meet this King Berenger. From what I hear, he is quite the capable ruler. If he is half as handsome as people say he is, then I am sure he will make a better lover than that limp dick bastard who turned against father. The prince was referring to his previous lover, the Duke of Burgundy. Sibylla knew this and immediately rolled her eyes before commenting further. I assume you will be able to complete the task? Aubrey licked his lips with an excited expression as he turned around and faced his sister with a smile. I have always wondered what a German man tastes like. A look of disgust appeared on Princess Sibylla's face as she heard this. Just how perverse was her little brother? However, it was quickly replaced with a sadistic grin as the young woman cupped her brother's face with her hands before whispering something else in his dainty ears. If you succeed in this task, I will reward you handsomely. A twinkle appeared in the eyes of the feminine prince as he nodded his head once more, committing to the cause. You can rest assured, sis, I will make sure that King Berenger supplies our forces with the weapons they need, even if I have to give him my body in return. After hearing this, Sibylla smiled once more before departing for the door. She left a single phrase behind as she left her brother alone to finish his makeup. I am counting on it. After saying this, the Princess of France disappeared from her little brother's quarters, where the prince got up from his seat and twirled around in his frilly dress while gazing upon his appearance in the mirror. A feminine smile spread itself across his luscious pink laps as he winked and blew a kiss towards his reflection. As he did so, he made a solemn vow. Berenger von Kufstein, you will be mine. While encamped in the Portuguese wilderness, Berenger felt a shiver down his spine before sneezing. He immediately wiped his nose before commenting on the situation. I better not be getting sick. He was far too busy of a man to be hampered by illness, and thus he had resolved to take the necessary precautions to prevent such a fate. He had no way of knowing that the French prince was at this moment conspiring to seduce him so that he would aid the de Valois dynasty. Instead, he shifted his attention back to the map laid bare across his table. A group of wooden figures represented the enemy forces. According to his recon units, the next city on their list of targets held a combined power of 20,000 soldiers within its vicinity. Most of these men were peasants from foreign countries. However, it was not something he felt the need to be concerned about. His army was significantly larger and contained more than enough firepower to annihilate the enemy before they could cause any harm. Luckily for Berniger and his army, King Louis was forced to split the peasant crusaders into smaller armies to wrestle control over the major cities from the brigands and disloyal mayors. At the current rate, this war would be over in a matter of months. Then he could finally return home to his family. Berenger shivered to think about how he would reject Henrietta's advances or how he would introduce his newest bride to his family. However, the fact remained that he was the man of the house and the King of Austria. Since he had decided to take a fourth bride, he would have to lay down the law to his family. Berenger had no idea that the young Prince of France had set his eyes upon him. For if he did, he would likely take the first ship he could get a hold of and sail to the New World, never to return. Of course, he remained entirely unaware of Prince Aubrey's machinations or that of his sister Princess Sibylla. Thus the Austrian king had a broad smile on his face as he thought about returning home after so long. Though Granada was a beautiful place, he vastly preferred the cold mountain air of his capital embedded deep within the Austrian Alps. He began to wonder whether or not his wives had given birth yet. There were so many things that were bound to have transpired while he was away. He looked forward to seeing how advanced Austria had become in his absence and how far its railways had stretched. These were the thoughts on the young monarch's mind as he sat within his encampment resting for the night. By the dawn of the next day, he and his army would be on the march once more, for this war was far from over. By now he had gained a fierce reputation for the devastation he had left in his wake. Everywhere the army of the Triple Alliance went, death and despair remained behind. They had slaughtered brigands, deserters, crusaders, and the Portuguese army on their journey, and there was far more blood to be shed in this conflict. However, Berenger thought nothing of it, whether his mind was conscious, was numb after years of war, or he had grown into a sociopath. When confronted with such thoughts, he remained stoic and instead lit a hemp cigarette. After taking a short break from his task, he snuffed out the oil lamp within his tent and climbed into bed. Tomorrow more blood would be shed in the pursuit of conquest. He would rest easy on this night and set off first thing in the morning. Chapter 442, Sacking of Lisbon. The sound of gunfire echoed in the air as the defenders of the city of Lisbon desperately held on to the last man. Despite the overwhelming numbers and power of the enemy they fought, they continued to defend their city against the invaders bravely. It had been weeks since the Triple Alliance first set forth into the Kingdom of Portugal, and now they had finally breached the capital. Berenger sat upon horseback as he strode forth through the ruined city walls, leading the cavalry charge with a rifle in hand. He rapidly pulled back the bolt of his rifle before chambering the next round and squeezing the trigger, sending the projectile downrange and into the torso of the target. The power of the 8mm round blasted the soldier's breastplate apart and dug its way through his innards, splattering what remained of his internal organs across the stone walls of the city. While the Austrian cavalry gunned down any man foolish enough to come close, they were flanked by the Granadon and Byzantine infantry, who fired their muskets into the fray and clashed against the enemy with their bayonets. Despite a hellish artillery barrage that had brought their city to ruin, the surviving defenders of Lisbon refused to surrender their arms. Instead, they fought with every intent to save their dying kingdom. These men had not been paid in months and were under-equipped. Yet, they mustered their courage with fierce determination and battled against the invaders. However, against overwhelming numbers and firepower, there was only so much that they could do. Thus, the battle began to shift in favor of the Triple Alliance the longer it went on. Berenger continued to fire his weapon towards the enemy lines. Each shot fired managed to find its way into the target's body, reaping their life in the process. After firing the 5th round of his bolt-action rifle, he quickly retrieved a full stripper clip from his web gear where he proceeded to load his weapon. After ensuring all 5 rounds entered the built-in magazine, he slammed the bolt home before raising his gun and firing at more targets. While the muskets utilized by his allies battered the makeshift defenses of the hostile garrison, the true penetrative power came from the 5,000 cavalrymen armed with the superior bolt-action rifles. The men who were willing to waste their lives in a foolish attempt to resist the invasion of their city were cut down like wheat to the scythe. As the blockade that was set up to prevent the advance of the Triple Alliance came crumbling down, Berenger forced his horse, whose name was Glory Forward, to hop over the piles of dead bodies and further advance into the city. The cavalrymen by his side rode forth into the narrow paths of the town as they gunned down any man who still bore arms. The Granadon and Byzantine soldiers followed behind, opening fire on any soldier still standing in their path. Eventually, the massive horde made their way to the city's castle where they intended to drag the Portuguese king out from his hiding place and force him to surrender his kingdom to Granada. However, when Berenger and his men arrived at the city's castle, they found it completely unoccupied. The gates were wide open as if they were welcoming the soldiers of the Triple Alliance to the seat of Portuguese power. Berenger was cautious of the scene and immediately ordered a unit of infantry to go in and clear the building. "Go forth and clear the building. I want King Louis dragged before me within the hour." Upon hearing the orders of the allied commander, the Granadon and Byzantine troops saluted the young Austrian king before entering the castle. As they did so, Berenger sat back with Palladius, who commented on the odd situation. "I think that Portugal's king has long since fled the city and abandoned his people. He is probably marching north as we speak to the city of Porto." Berenger gazed upon the open castle with a disgruntled expression. Since the soldiers had entered the building, no single sound of conflict had occurred. What Palladius said was starting to appear to be the reality he faced. Before long, the soldiers who went into the interior of the large fortified structure came out with nervous expressions. There was not a single living soul within the castle. Nor was there any sign of the royal family's bodies. It was as Palladius had said, they had long since fled the city. After hearing this report, Berenger stomped his foot in fury and cursed in his native tongue. "Fuck. This bastard is determined to make this war last as long as possible, isn't he?" After venting his frustrations, Berenger gave his decree on how to handle the city. "The royal family is gone. They have left behind the city for us to plunder. I say we take advantage of it, loot everything of value. We will chase after Portugal's cowardly king once we have had our fill." After giving this order, the Granadon and Byzantine army began to tear the city apart, looking for every piece of silver or gold that they could find. Anything of any value was stripped from the city and sent to Granada. As for Berenger, he sat back with his cavalry as he watched the looting occur. Those civilians who had survived the invasion were left cowering on the side as the foreign soldiers tore their city apart. They began to curse their king beneath their breath as they realized now that they had been abandoned to their fate. Berenger began to smoke a hemp cigarette as he sat on his horseback next to the strategos of the Balkans, who began to comment on the ongoing looting. "Are you sure this is wise? Granda will be conquering these lands. Will this not foster resentment from the people to their new overlords?" A plume of smoke came out of the young monarch's mouth as he addressed his allies' concerns. Undoubtedly, however, Granada needs the wealth. This war effort had not been easy on their coffers. Regardless of how we handle the civilians, there will be an inherent resentment towards a foreign power that now rules over them. As long as it is managed to a tolerable degree, there's nothing to worry about. If these fools want to cause trouble in the future, they only need to look back upon this day and see what happens when they resist the authority of Granada and its allies. Palladius sighed as he heard this response before asking the following question on his mind. "Can I have one of those?" He was referring to the hemp cigarettes when he asked this question. Thus Berenger nodded his head before dragging another one of the smokes out from his container and handing it over to the Byzantine general, where he then helped him light the cigarette. The two men smoked in silence for the remainder of the looting. The city of Lisbon would never forget the humiliation they had suffered this day. However, Berenger did not care. Such a troublesome population was not his to manage. Instead, he gazed off into the distance towards the city of Porto, where he swore in his mind that he would get a hold of the Portuguese king and make him surrender before this war was over. The soldiers of the Triple Alliance dwelled within the city they had plundered during the night. The following morning they would embark on a chase to see if they could capture the enemy king who fled his capital for the next best city. However, tonight the soldiers drank and feasted as they celebrated this victory. For they had no idea what they would encounter the next day, and it was best to enjoy your life when you could. Berenger retired to the city's castle, where he slept in the royal bedchamber of the Portuguese king. As he lay on the silk sheets, he thought about what he would do when this war was over. Although he immensely enjoyed fighting on the battlefield, his technology was advancing rapidly. Soon, there would be no need for him to visit the front lines personally. Would he be an armchair general, sitting in the war room in Kufstein while his forces battled foreign empires across the globe? Or would he continue to lead his soldiers through every battle until he could no longer do so? These were the questions that haunted his mind as he drifted into a sweet slumber. He was sure of but one thing: he deeply regretted not taking a Portuguese woman to his bed because the night was cold and he was truly alone in this vast castle that belonged to a foreign monarch. Chapter 443, Tied Up Like a Common Hog. Having sacked the capital city of the Kingdom of Portugal, Berengar had begun to lead the chase in the direction of the city of Porto, where he believed the hostile king had fled to. His ultimate goal was to end this war quickly. Thus, he planned to capture the King of Portugal and force his surrender. Unfortunately, after laying siege to the city of Lisbon, the cowardly king was nowhere to be found. He had fled the city he was tasked with defending and left its people to their fate. Thus, Berengar now not only wanted to force the man to surrender, but he also desired to punish him for his dishonorable actions. After all, if there was one thing that Berengar hated, it was a coward. A king who would leave his soldiers to be slaughtered so that he could buy some time for his escape was no king at all, at least not in the eyes of the Reichsmarshal of Austria. At the moment, Berengar rode upon his red horse, whose name was Glory, as he trod forth with his army of roughly 50,000 men behind him. It had been days since they had conquered Lisbon, and though a small force was tasked to stay behind and manage the conquered region, most of the troops belonging to the Triple Alliance were now in the field. Scouts had advanced, searching for any sign of the King of Portugal and his host. Finally, after days of searching, they had been spotted. One of the scouts among Berengar's forces returned to the main army with an excited expression on his face. The moment Berengar saw this, he smiled cruelly. At last, he would be made aware of the enemy's whereabouts. The scout eagerly approached his king before reporting the intelligence he had come to receive. "Your Majesty, we have spotted a caravan heading towards the border of Castile that we believe to belong to King Felipe and his family. It appears he has decided to completely abandon Portugal to our conquest and intends to hide among the Castilians with who we have a treaty." The moment Berengar heard these words, he spat upon the ground in utter contempt. He could not believe that such a coward ruled over a once mighty kingdom like Portugal. If Berengar wanted to intercept the man, he was left with one option. He quickly questioned the soldier about the distance between his army and the party of the Portuguese king. "How many days' ride are we from his location?" The scout immediately pointed in the direction where he spotted the target and gave the available information. "About 3 days' ride towards the east from here. If you hurry, you can catch him before he reaches the border." With this said, Berengar snapped the reins of his horse and rode back to Palladius, where he gave him the orders he had devised within his mind. "We have received word that King Louis and his host rides for Castile. I will lead the cavalry to the east, where we will intercept him. You are to lead the majority of the army towards Porto. I want the city under siege by the time I return with the Portuguese king. Let us finally end this war." After saying this, Berengar did not wait for a response. His orders were absolute. Instead, he rode off and sounded the bugle, where the 5,000 cavalrymen followed in pursuit. They would ride for the next 3 days, with intermittent breaks before finding their target. King Louis was exhausted as he neared the Castilian border. He had given up his dignity as a monarch and fled the city of Lisbon when he heard reports of the army of the Triple Alliance rapidly advancing through his southern borders. Despite his best efforts to control the chaos in his territory, it had rapidly spiraled out of his control. With brigands declaring themselves lords of their territories and a lack of currency to stabilize his collapsing economy, he had completely and utterly failed to defend his territory. Reflecting upon this, Louis cursed the ministers who raided his treasury and fled for foreign countries. If not for them, he may have been able to mount a proper defense against the invaders from the south. However, he had no idea that Lisbon had so rapidly fallen, nor that the Austrian cavalry quickly was approaching his location. Instead, he gazed upon his wife and children with a bitter smile. He had managed to scrounge up the last of his wealth so that he could live a decent life in Castile as a monarch in exile. After all, the Aragonese crown was close to unifying the 2 Iberian kingdoms. Surely his former ally would welcome him with open arms? However, just when he was about to enter his new life in the neighboring kingdom, Louis witnessed a group of horsemen gathering on the hill above them. The more time passed, the more men arrived, until he gazed in horror as he noticed thousands of cavalrymen flying the banners of Austria, charging towards him at full speed. "Dear God in heaven!" The man's words were cut short as the thunder of a rifle echoed in the air and a projectile whizzed past his face. This action had frightened the king to such a degree that he immediately rushed his mount to gallop forward at full speed, leaving his own family behind to be captured or killed by the invading force. The Queen of Portugal and her young children gazed in shock as their king abandoned them for the brief glimmer of hope that he could safely make it past the Castilian borders. Thousands of horses rushed past them in the next moment, with a few hundred staying behind to secure their persons. Berengar was at the head of the cavalry as his mighty steed rapidly caught up to the king's mule. He had purchased a pack mule as his mount and fled under obscurity to save expenses and hide his identity. However, when faced with a proud Iberian warhorse, the mule could not compete with its pursuit. Berengar pulled out a weapon he had designed in a camp precisely to capture the Portuguese king. In his hand were bolas made from ordinary rope and stones. The mighty Austrian king twirled the weapon in his hands before casting them off towards his Portuguese rival. With a skillful toss, the bolus flew through the air and wrapped around the man's upper body, forcing him to fall from his saddle and onto the ground below where he struggled to get out from the device. Berenger wasted no time and immediately dismounted from his horse, where he approached the Portuguese king on the ground and began to fasten ropes around his limbs as if he were tying up a common hog. The Portuguese king began to curse at his captor in his native tongue, which was met with a firm kick to the teeth. The once proud king grunted in pain as a molar was dislodged from his jaw before falling into a slight pool of blood on the sand below. As he gazed upon the man that stood in front of him, the fury immediately faded from his eyes as he saw the vicious smile upon his captor's face. As if Berenger was the devil playing with his prey, the young Austrian king picked up the restrained Portuguese monarch and tossed him onto his shoulder before dragging him over to his horse and placing him on its back. Despite the wound he had suffered, the Portuguese king refused to remain silent. As such, Berenger reached onto his belt and grabbed a handkerchief where he wrapped it around the man's mouth as a makeshift gag, silencing him completely. As he was fastening the Portuguese king to his horse, the colonel in charge of the cavalry brigade approached him on horseback and witnessed the sight. Upon seeing the wicked grin on his monarch's face as he subdued a rival king, the colonel felt a chill down his spine. Despite this instinct, he managed to find his voice as he began to speak to Berenger. "Reichsmarschall, what should we do with the members of King Louisa's host?" Berenger shifted his glance over to the king's family, who was both frightened due to their circumstances and outraged at their fallen king's behavior. Upon witnessing their conflicted expressions, the Austrian king laughed before making his decision. "Bring them with us to Porto. I want the Portuguese people to see what has become of their cowardly king and his family." After saying this, Berenger jumped onto Glory's saddle, where he began to take off in the direction of his main army. By now, they should be approaching the city of Porto, which was the last bastion controlled by the forces loyal to the Portuguese crown. As the Austrian cavalry strode forth into the fading sun, Berenger sang the words to the song "I Want to Be in the Cavalry" with a vicious grin on his face and a prisoner tied to the back of his horse. He was departing to the next battlefield that was sure to be the end of this long conflict. Chapter 444, Portugal surrenders. The sun rose in the east, and with it, the shelling of the city of Porto had continued under the command of Strategos Palladius. The Austrian artillery brigade had been unleashing its firepower on the unsuspecting town throughout the entire night. While Berenger was off on a quest to capture the Portuguese king who had begun to flee to the neighboring kingdom of Castile, the main army had been in the process of journeying to the city of Porto to lay siege to it. Several days had passed, and Palladius had made sure not to shell it until the night prior, despite surrounding the city. He wanted to give Berenger some time to complete his objective before turning the city into a ruin. The destructive power of the cannons in use by Berengar's forces was something the aging Byzantine general swore he would never become accustomed to. After an entire night of launching countless shells upon the city, it appeared as if it had been carpet-bombed from the sky above. There was not a single building in the town that was completely intact. Palladius had begun to doubt whether or not anyone was still alive. Unlike the bombardment that the Austrian army had put on the city of Florence, the field guns used in this 8-hour shelling were far more advanced and capable of firing 10x the amount of shells in a minute than the previous 14, 17, 12 pounds field guns were capable of. Thus, while only a few hours had passed since the bombardment had begun, thousands of shells had been launched from the 70 guns onto the city of Porto. As the sun rose further in the air, the sight of thousands of horses and the men who ride them could be seen in the distance. Strategos Palladius gazed upon the approaching horsemen with a wide grin on his face. The men were flying the Austrian banners, and thus it was pretty obvious the king had returned. Thus he waved his hand, ceasing the bombardment and forcing it to a complete and total halt. Just as he was preparing to rush the survivors, the cavalry had arrived. Berenger rode proudly into the established siege camp with the Portuguese king tied to the back of his horse. The man was in rough shape throughout the journey to Porto. He had received several beatings from the Austrian monarch. Among the ranks of the Austrian cavalry were the other members of Louis' host who had been dragged with them to the last bastion of Portuguese sovereignty. Everywhere else within this once proud kingdom was now either occupied by the Triple Alliance or any number of local warlords and despots. Though Berenger suspected he would be able to officially end the war with his actions on this day, he knew that subjugating the various despots that occupied 75% of the kingdom would be a task that Granada would have to undertake for years to come. However, on the bright side, such a thing would allow Berenger to send his newest recruits into a proxy war to get the actual battlefield experience they would need to dominate this world in their future conquests. Thus he was pretty pleased with the result. After dismounting from his steed, Berenger dragged Louis from the back of his saddle and handed him over to the Granadan soldiers. The once proud Portuguese king was now a prisoner of the Emirate of Granada. After doing so, he approached Palladius and saluted the man before asking for a status report. "What's the situation? Has the city surrendered yet? Or are they still resisting?" The answer to this was quite obvious, judging by how the army of roughly 50,000 men surrounded the dilapidated city and were not inside it. Upon hearing this, Palladius sighed before updating the Austrian king on what he had been doing in this time. "Your Majesty, the city has been shelled for the past 8 hours. I don't even know if there is anyone left alive within its gates." Berenger scoffed at this comment before grabbing hold of one of Louisa's family members. He wrote a letter and handed it to the captive as he did so. Take this to the city, and if there is anyone capable of receiving this document, then give it to them. If you do not, I will kill your mother and your siblings." The small child gazed in fear at the foreign king who had issued such a bold threat. However, he managed to find his resolve and nodded before running off towards the ruined city. When Palladius saw this, he asked Berenger the question on his mind. What was in the letter? A wicked grin appeared on the young monarch's face as he grasped upon the veteran stratego's shoulder and educated him on what he had just done. "Not much, I merely informed them of their king's cowardly actions and implored them to surrender. I also may have made a threat in regards to what I would do if they continued to resist. Something along the lines of destroying the rest of the city and everyone in it." Palladius gazed upon Berenger with a cautious expression before voicing his thoughts aloud. "You are ruthless, you know that, don't you?" In response to this, Berenger merely chuckled before stating his opinion on the matter. "I want to go home to my family, and I have grown weary of this conflict. I have spent far too much time bailing my allies out of their mess. The sooner I can wash my hands of this dumpster fire, the better." Palladius sighed as he nodded his head in response. He understood Berengar's reasoning for his brutality even if he disagreed with it. After a while, a man emerged from the ruined city gates with a white flag in his hands and several hundred soldiers by his side. The men tossed their arms away before approaching the camp of the Triple Alliance. The man who held the white flag began to introduce himself when he finally stood across from the commanders of the army that had so ruthlessly bombarded his city. "I am Duarte Batista, mayor of the city. Under the terms you have presented, I surrender unto you King Berenger of Austria as well as your allies. I only make one small request, that you spare what remains of my city. As for this cowardly fool who calls himself our king, do what you desire with him, it is of no concern to me." Berenger smiled in response to this before nodding his head in approval. As he did so, he declared his intentions. "Very well, I accept your surrender. I hereby declare that the Emirate of Granada has annexed the Kingdom of Portugal. You and your people shall forever serve Sultan Hassan al-Fadl and the members of his house as loyal servants. As for the reconstruction of your city, Granada will make sure that it is fully rebuilt to its former glory as a proud jewel of its future empire." The mayor bowed his head towards his conquerors before being dismissed. As for Berenger, he began to stretch his back and exhale deeply. It was as if an enormous weight had been lifted from his heart. While he was relaxing for the first time in a while, Palladius raised the question on his mind. "What now?" Upon hearing this, Berenger continued to stretch his weary limbs, all while announcing his plans for the future of Granada. "Now we return to the capital. For insurance purposes, we will leave behind a small army of Granadan soldiers. Once we have returned to the city of Granada, I will discuss in further detail how we will handle the current situation in regards to the occupation of Portugal. If your emperor so desires, then you can dismiss your forces and return home. I, however, will leave behind a rotation of soldiers deployed to the region to ensure the continued training of Granadan troops as well as support them in their efforts to assert their authority over their newly conquered province." Having said this, Berenger did not wait for a response. Instead, he began to walk away towards a tent. He made one last demand of his ally to the east as he did so. "If you need me, I will be getting some much-needed sleep. I trust that you and your forces can take down the camp without my interference." After saying this, Berenger forced his way into someone else's tent where he rested upon the cot within. Leaving Palladius to stare at him with disbelief, he did not know why, but he had a certain feeling that the Kingdom of Austria would forever have its claws embedded within the Emirate of Granada. The veteran strategos of the Balkans immediately became wary of any future dealings with the young Austrian monarch in fear that the man would turn the Byzantine Empire into a subordinate state. While reflecting upon this, Palladius left a comment behind as he ordered his troops to tear down the camp. "I underestimated you, Berenger von Kufstein. I will not do so again." Chapter 445, Hungover Politics. The sun rose in Granada. The young king of Austria lay sprawled out on his bed naked next to his newest bride. On his nightstand was a golden chalice with the slightest residue of fortified wine dried and sticking to its gilded center. After returning to Granada with the former king of Portugal in tow, Berenger had celebrated the night with the many soldiers who had taken part in the combat operations. He spent the remainder of the night making love to his wife. However, now he groaned as he slowly reached consciousness. His head was pounding, and he felt as if he were neither living nor dead. His deep sapphire eyes stared at the ceiling, though he could only see its well-carved surface with his left. As he struggled to regain control over his thoughts, a single phrase escaped his lips. "Fuck my life." Having said this, a series of memories from his past life flooded his brain, causing further agony to his already poor state. He could immediately remember that he had spent several years of his past life waking up to an alarm clock saying a similar sentence as his first words every morning. It took well over 30 minutes for him to rise to a standing position, and the moment he did so, he felt wobbly. At this moment, Yasmin awoke. She was in a similar state, and rather than say good morning to her husband, she immediately rushed to the window and vomited the liquid contained in her stomach. Berenger, ever the gentleman, chose to ignore this fact and merely decided to slowly but surely get dressed in proper attire before descending the staircase. Upon reaching the bottom level of the palace, he immediately found a passed-out Hassan lying defenselessly on one of his grand sofas. The moment Berenger saw this, he groaned before kicking the man in the leg, immediately waking him up in a startle. It took several moments for Hassan to notice that the person who had woken him from his drunken stupor was none other than his friend and ally Berenger von Kufstein. Berenger did not hesitate and instead began to speak to Hassan with a grave tone. "Get you servants to brew some coffee, we're going to need it for the discussion that we need to have." Hassan immediately nodded his head as he rubbed his eyes before calling out to his servants. "Get the coffee ready." He had no idea where they were located, but they were sure to hear his cries. Thus, while waiting for the coffee to be properly brewed, Berenger and Hassan walked over to the dining room. Despite their victory celebrations, the men had not had a proper conversation on where to go now that the Portuguese king had officially surrendered and agreed to annexation. After a few minutes of moaning and groaning, struggling to recover from their dreaded states, the coffee was set before the two monarchs as they immediately began to sip from their cups. Berenger had long since started exporting the substance into Granada via his trade routes through the Byzantine Empire, and it had become quite the lucrative trade. Now he was finally enjoying the fruits of his efforts and was thankful that he had gone through the difficulty to achieve this. After taking several large gulps from the brew, the young Austrian king sighed heavily before commenting on the situation at hand. 3/4 of Portugal lies in the control of various local warlords and despots. Though we have seized the critical centers of Portuguese control, there will still be intense fighting in the months to come. I will be withdrawing back to Austria within a fortnight. During this time, I intend to set up a joint task force between several of my officers and your military. The goal is to put down any resistance within Portugal and exert Granada's control over the people. With your permission, I would like to station an expeditionary force of between 5,000 to 10,000 men of various units in Granada to aid in the development of your army and assist in combat operations against the rebels. Hassan dwelled on this plan for several minutes as he thought about the condition of his forces with the Austrians and Byzantines withdrawing. He would ultimately be left with an army of roughly 25,000 men to contend with the remnants of the Portuguese army who now acted as local warlords and despots. He would also need to maintain the border with his limited number of soldiers, greatly diminishing his combat capabilities. Thus the Sultan was quite pleased that Berenger was willing to dispatch a fresh unit of a sizable force to aid him in expanding control and influence over the recently conquered regions. Ultimately he nodded his head after taking another sip from his coffee before agreeing to Berengar's terms. "Very well, I look forward to cooperating with your forces in the future. As for the Byzantines, I assume they are packing up and leaving Iberia for good?" Berenger nodded his head slowly before revealing the information he had received. Palladius is required back in the Empire, and the forces he brought with him are needed in the Balkans. There is turmoil in the east. I am not entirely sure of the situation, but from what my agents have gathered, the Islamic states are preparing in the shadows for something big, possibly a jihad. Hassan scoffed at this notion before commenting on the other Islamic states who existed across the globe. "Fools, if Byzantium was able to dominate their enemies in North Africa with the old weapons you gave them, imagine what they will be capable of with the new ones. I doubt it will end well if those fanatical fools declare a jihad." Berenger chuckled when he heard this before making fun of the moderate sultan. "Oh, so, Granada will not answer the call to holy war?" The young sultan immediately glared at Berenger for making such a jest before declaring his intent. "I do not need to get involved in the religious conflict. I have other concerns to deal with. I still have to maintain my control over Granada and Portugal, rebuild from the damage we have caused in our invasion, and secure my borders against my Catholic enemies. If those fools want a holy war, then they won't be able to count on me to support them." Berenger smiled in silence. He took another sip from his coffee before switching the subject to something more personal. "Since I will be leaving within the next few weeks, I will be taking your sister back with me to Kufstein. Are you sure you will be all right without your big sister to take care of you?" Hassan scoffed once more at the snide comment before wearing a proud smile on his face. "I am not a little kid who relies on his big sister to get by in life. Besides, I have 2 wives to keep me company. I'm sure whatever grief I may feel with my sister's departure can be appropriately treated by the 2 of them. Speaking of which, I hear you. Why don't you marry her off to me?" A stern frown appeared on Berengar's face as he heard this before placing his ceramic cup down upon the table. After doing so, he made a short but bold statement. "Don't even think about it." Hassan chuckled lightly before slapping Berenger on the back in response to this. "I see you have a sister complex. Huh? Just remember, your taboo thoughts are fine, but you should never act on them. Sooner or later, you will have to wed your precious little sister off to some other man." Berenger immediately shrugged his friend's hand off his shoulder before chastising the man. "I have a sister complex? You are one to talk." Hassan merely laughed at such a defensive comment and began to sip from his coffee once more. He had enough fun at Berengar's expense anymore, and the King of Austria might actually get mad, and the young Sultan of Granada was all too aware of what happened when Berenger was angry. Thus the 2 men continued to banter for some time. After a while, breakfast was brought to the table, and the seats were filled with Yasmin and Hassan's 2 wives who gazed lovingly at their men. Berenger had drunk more than his fair share of coffee during this process to help overcome his hangover. With this new phase of the war in Iberia, Berenger would soon return home. A semi-permanent unit would be stationed in Granada, who would regularly rotate with other soldiers to ensure that Berengar's army maintained some form of combat experience between his effective campaigns. While Berenger planned to conduct combat operations in Portugal, the Aragonese king worked hard to unite his kingdom and his neighbor Castile. Though the fighting had been fierce, soon, a new kingdom would arise in Iberia, and in the end, there would be two powers fighting for control of the peninsula in the years to come. Chapter 446. A long-awaited reunion. As Berenger had promised, he spent the next 2 weeks lazing about in his manor at Gibraltar with his loving new bride by his side. The couple seemed to get along exceptionally well and had spent much of the time in the bedroom. After all, Berenger had grown weary from months of conflict and needed something to lift his spirits. During this time, men and resources swapped from the Iberian Peninsula to the Kingdom of Austria for some time to come. There would be a massive transition in the state of the Emirate of Granada. However, eventually, Berenger got onto his royal clipper and returned home to the fatherland. With such a swift ship, the journey was relatively smooth, and in a matter of days, he and his new bride arrived in Trieste. The moment Berenger stepped off the docks, he could barely recognize the port city. Nearly half a year had passed since he first stepped foot in Granada with the intent to put an end to the Iberian Union and the Catholic Church's ambitions. In this time, the city of Trieste had rapidly industrialized by now. The railroad stretched from Kufstein to Trieste and was fully operational with telegraph wires and stations embedded throughout the entire journey. Smoke filled the air as the fires of industry burned bright within the massive port city. The streets were fully paved, and factories were operational. Men and women went to their jobs while children stayed in their schools. No more excellent site was available than the shipyards, which were engaged in the lengthy process of laying down the first of Berengar's newest vessels. Of course, this light cruiser was only in the initial stages of development and would still require years before it was sea-ready. When Yasmin gazed upon the incredible sight of the industrial port city, she could hardly believe her eyes. Compared to the medieval state of Granada, Trieste was on another level. Upon seeing his newest bride's response, Berenger smiled and wrapped his arm around her shoulder before whispering in her ear, "If you think Trieste is shocking, wait until you see the capital." It took the Granadan princess some time to recover as she thought about her husband's words. Ultimately, she smiled in anticipation, waiting to see just how marvelous the city of Kufstein was. Berenger walked in the streets, where the people gazed upon him with respect and immediately conversed among themselves. The king has returned. Is the war over? Who is that foreign woman by his side? The people of Trieste immediately began making up all sorts of ideas about Berenger and Yasmin as the couple walked to the train station. Upon arriving, Berenger pulled out his wallet and gave the appropriate amount of silver thalers to buy a ticket to Kufstein. On the dashboard of the train station, there was a map of currently existing railways. Berenger was shocked to see how much progress had been made, as the railways now stretched from Kufstein to Salzburg, to Graz and down to Trieste. Though he wasn't too shocked, after all, the Transcontinental Railway of the USA was built in a matter of 6 years, and the Kingdom of Austria was substantially smaller than the old USA from his past life. After seeing this, he nodded with a smile as he and Yasmin boarded the train, which shortly after that departed for Kufstein. As they traveled, a telegraph was sent back to the capital informing the royal family of Berengar's return, though it neglected to mention the foreign beauty by his side. Yasmin gazed in awe as the train rapidly moved along the tracks at a speed of over 60 miles per hour at their current rate. It would take them a matter of hours to arrive in the capital city. On the way, they had passed by several cargo trains transporting raw materials from the mines of the Alps to the other cities, which caused a sense of delight to appear in Berengar's eyes. This meant that his country's industrialization would progress far more rapidly than it had in the past. Eventually, the couple made their way into Kufstein's train station, where they stepped onto the sweet soil of the Austrian capital and made their way from the heart of the city to the palace. The mix of medieval and Renaissance architecture, when combined with the might of industry, was a marvel to behold. The people were dressed in relatively modern fashion compared to the Granadan princess, which immediately caught her eye. The great walls of Kufstein had expanded once more to include the newest section of the city, creating yet another star barrier around the city, with the garrison doing their jobs of protecting each entrance to the next layer. The newest variant of cannons was mounted on the walls, manufactured in enough supply to replace the pre-existing muzzleloaders. Those old siege guns would be refurbished and either sent to the reserves or sold to allied nations for use in defense of their cities. However, none of that was any concern as Berenger and Yasmin reached the gates of the royal palace. The princess stared in awe at the massive structure home to the Austrian king and his family. Upon entering its gates, Berenger was immediately greeted by his wives, children, and sister. By now, his wives had already given birth to his offspring and had recovered quite well from experience. Henrietta was the first to leap into Berengar's arms and hug him tightly before pecking him on the cheek with her luscious pink lips. "Welcome home, big brother." She was so enamored with her precious big brother's return that she failed to notice the tanned beauty by his side. However, Berengar's wives immediately noticed the presence of another woman and frowned at him. Linda gave her husband a murderous glare as she asked the question on all of the girls' minds. Who is she? Berenger felt a chill down his spine as he noticed his second wife's perturbed appearance. As for Adela, she was in an even fouler mood. She knew exactly who this woman was and immediately began to protest. Darling, while we were worried for your safety, giving birth to your children, you went off and married that Moorish whore? Yasmin's German was not the best, and thus she did not take notice of the insult. Instead, she gazed with an awkward expression as she struggled to find a way to introduce herself to her husband's other wives. Berenger scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Henrietta was still clinging on to him, giving a fierce glare at the newest woman to snatch her brother away from her. Meanwhile, a baby boy and girl were in the arms of Adela as she gave him a vicious stare. She had given birth to two perfectly normal fraternal twins. Honoria held an infant boy in her arms while giving a curious gaze at Berenger. Among all of his wives, she was the most open-minded in sharing the man she loved with other women. Thus, she did not care that he brought home yet another woman so long as she aided Berenger in some significant way. Linda had two baby girls in her arms. One was Helga, and the other was her newest child, as Hans and Veronica clung to the second queen's side. Hans had an excited expression on his face as he boldly asked his question. Did father bring a new mommy home? She's so beautiful. Berengar's girls immediately stared at the boy, giving him a scowling glance. Despite this, he either did not take notice of it or didn't care, as he instead gave his father a solid thumbs up, signaling his approval. Berenger struggled to contain the tear that had formed in his eye as he thought to himself, my boy will one day be a true man of culture. However, instead of outright saying this, he nodded his head and introduced his newest acquisition. Everyone, this is Princess Yasmin Al-Fadl, my newest bride. Due to certain circumstances, we are now married, and our alliance with the Emirate of Granada is now stronger than ever. Treat her well. If you don't, I will know and will punish you accordingly. Henrietta, Honoria, and Adela felt a slight tingle in their bottoms, as they remembered the vicious spanking Berenger had given them quite some time ago, and immediately tensed up. As for Linda, she had a look of excitement in her eyes as she reflected on the same experience. Ultimately, Berenger walked forward and introduced himself to his newest children. He started with Adela and her two children, where he reached out to grab a hold of the two twins with a fatherly expression on his face. So, what are the names of these two beautiful children? Adela pouted as she begrudgingly gave up the info that her husband had requested. Since you were away at war, I took the liberty to name them. The boy is the elder of the two twins, and he is named Christopher. As for his sister, she is named Catherine. Berenger nodded his head in approval towards these names before giving them back to their mother, and moving on to the next child, which was in Honoria's arms. She had a sly smile on her face as he handed the boy over to her father before making a snide remark. You already know this little tyke's name, Alexandros. Berenger smiled and nodded his head once more, as he took a brief moment to hold on to his baby boy. After kissing the infant on the forehead, he gave Alexandros back to her mother before walking over to his baby girl with Linda and inquiring about her name. This is? Linda smiled and kissed her husband on the lips passionately as she marked her territory before the newest bride. After doing so, she handed off the baby girl to her father and boldly declared her name. This is Ilsa, your beautiful daughter, don't you ever forget. Berenger smiled as he heard this. Now that introductions were out of the way, he led his family back into the royal palace. After all, he and his wives had much catching up to do, even if they were in a fit of jealousy at the moment. Of course, his wives would not let him off easy for gallivanting around in some foreign land. They would make sure to use up every ounce of his energy in the following night. Chapter 447. Breakfast in the Royal Palace of Austria. Berenger sat at the head of his table after spending all of his energy satisfying his frustrated wives the night before. He was completely and utterly exhausted. He couldn't even find the energy to get dressed this morning after his bath. Thus, he was sitting in a black silk robe with golden embroidery and wearing nothing else. Yasmin had been excluded from the festivities, at least for now. After all, she was the newest addition, and the other girls were not too keen on her being involved in their nightly debauchery just yet. However, she did not mind. After all, she was far more mature than the other girls and came from a culture of polygamy. On top of this, she had spent the last few weeks doing nothing other than spending time with Berenger in a profoundly intimate manner. However, when Yasmin was sitting by his side while the others rested, she fed him a breakfast dish from her own culture that she had personally cooked. Something that Berenger he only recently became accustomed to. After all, when dealing with women from the backgrounds of royalty and nobility, it was not common for them to learn how to cook themselves. Despite this, one of Yasmin's hobbies was cooking, and thus she was more than happy to prepare a meal for Berenger and his family. Berenger was pleased that the woman took the time and effort to cook her dishes. After all, he had always desired to eat a woman's home cooking in the previous life, especially when one considered that he was primarily responsible for his own meals from a young age. Thus he entertained the woman who spoon-fed the dish into his mouth after he had swallowed the food. The foreign beauty immediately grabbed a glass of fresh milk and pressed it to his lips, allowing him to enjoy its cool sensation as it dripped down his throat. He was indeed in heaven at this moment. Truly, enjoying a hedonistic lifestyle at home was far better than living in the mud and blood of the trenches. While this scene was underway, the sound of steps coming down the stairs could be heard before Berenger witnessed Adela entering the room with an excited expression on her face. She had smelled the food and greatly anticipated breakfast, however. When she gazed upon Berenger and his new bride, her expression sank. As for Yasmin, she merely smiled politely as she continued to feed her husband. Not wanting to invoke Berengar's ire, Adela sat down at the opposite side of the table and crossed her arms in a fit of fury. She began to tap her foot on the floor as the servant came over and gave her a cup of coffee and a portion of the food that had been prepared. Before long, Linda and Anuria arrived and witnessed the scene. Unlike Adela, Linda had no intention of sitting by and pouting. As she watched her new rival's actions, she immediately counterattacked as she began to defend her claim on her man. Since the moment that Linda had first laid eyes on the Moorish Bowtie's mighty bosom, she had felt threatened. The second queen refused to let a woman with a bigger bust steal her place as the favorite of the king's wives. Thus she began to give her husband a shoulder rub and a kiss on the lips as she greeted him. "Good morning, master. Did you enjoy last night?" Berenger had a smug smile on his face as he nodded his head before responding to his second wife. "Of course I did. However, I am afraid I will be spent for a few days. You girls took all the life out of my body." Upon hearing this, Linda smirked at Yasmin as if she had accomplished some form of victory. However, Yasmin did not mind. Instead, she noticed that Berengar's drink was close to being empty and immediately got up to pour him another glass. At this moment, Anuria had taken her chance to hop into Berengar's lap and make her demands. "Daddy, feed me." Upon seeing the cutesy expression on the Byzantine princess's face, Berenger sighed before grabbing a hold of his fork and feeding the food upon it directly into his third wife's mouth. Before long, Yasmin returned and began doing the same for Berenger. Adela gazed upon the two women who were shamelessly mingling with the newest addition to Berengar's harem with a gawking expression. Did they not already agree to treat her with hostility? Why were they not making Berenger suffer for bringing home yet another woman without notice? It was at this moment that it dawned upon her that she was sitting alone at the other edge of the table, along with the kids who were old enough to eat on their own, while her husband enjoyed his time flirting with 3 other beauties. However, despite suffering a loss and being betrayed by her sisters, Adela was ultimately a stubborn woman at heart. Since she had said she would treat Yasmin with hostility and make Berenger suffer for a few days, she would not abandon her principles and join the others to play with her man shamelessly. At this moment, Henrietta came down the stairs with wet hair and wearing a silk robe that could barely contain her bust. It also showed off her long ivory legs perfectly. When Berenger noticed this, he was surprised, since when did his sister grow to such an extent? Henrietta was seemingly unaware that her robe no longer fit her properly and sat down by her brother's side with a broad smile, showing off her substantial cleavage. During her brother's absence, the Austrian princess had turned 16, and thus now that she was of age, she wanted to fulfill her promise to compete for her beloved big brother. However, when she entered the scene to greet him, he was already surrounded by his wives, which inwardly frustrated her. Thus all she could manage to say as her brother stared at her inappropriate appearance with a complicated gaze was, "Good morning, big brother." It took Berenger a few moments to break his gaze away from his own little sister's mature body. When he finally did, he was met with the stares of his women, who looked at him with angered expressions. Immediately a single thought came to his mind. "Oh fuck. Did they notice me staring at Henrietta?" However, before he could finish this line of thought, Henrietta shifted her legs to a point where he could see her inner thighs, though her nether regions were not in full display. It was enough to force Berenger to avert his gaze. Upon seeing that her seduction attempt had failed, Henrietta began to pout, though after a few seconds, she began to smile once more. For now, it was enough knowing that her beloved big brother could look at her with such a lust-filled gaze. Adela was the first to speak about this absurd situation and immediately cleared her throat as she lectured Henrietta. "My dear cousin, you are dressed in a rather unbecoming manner. Why don't you go put on something more appropriate before you eat?" Henrietta immediately wanted to protest this statement, but when she looked around, she immediately noticed the malevolent glares that were being cast her way from Berengar's wives. Thus she could not help but sigh as she got up from her seat and departed. She made sure to flaunt her plump ass as she walked up the stairs. Berenger looked for but a second before his chin was grabbed onto and forced into the sky-blue eyes of Linda, who whispered something in his ear. "Don't even think about tasting your flesh and blood, or we are all going to have a problem." Berengar's attention was immediately snapped back to reality as he realized the murderous glares he was receiving from all of his wives, including Yasmin. This was a point universally agreed upon by Berengar's harem. They would never allow him to taste the forbidden fruit that was his younger sister. Thus, to ease tensions, Berenger began to break out into awkward laughter as he tried to deflect the issue. Me and Henrietta? It will never happen. You are all worrying too much. Do you think I'm that kind of guy? All of his wives stared at him with deadpan expressions as they nodded their heads in unison when he said this. As if he could read all their minds, Berenger immediately knew they were thinking the same thing, and that was simply, do you even need to ask? Shortly after that, Henrietta returned dressed in far more appropriate clothing, and the breakfast between the royal family of Austria continued as if that awkward display had never occurred in the first place. Berenger was certain that he needed to put an end to Henrietta's feelings quickly, or else he might fall prey to his darker instincts. Chapter 448. Status Report. With the war in Iberia entering a new stage, and the King of Austria returning to the fatherland, Berenger had much work cut out for him. He was currently sitting in his office, surrounded by a group of ministers who represented the different aspects of Austria's development. The first among these men to speak was Field Marshal Eckhard. He voiced his report regarding the conscription of soldiers, their training, their outfitting, and various other factors that went into the rapid expansion of the Austrian army. Your Majesty, I will have you know that we have more than doubled our army's size. Over the past 6 months, since you have established conscription, we have trained and outfitted a total of 250,000 soldiers. Currently, the needle rifles have been produced en masse and given to the soldiers, and we have begun the introduction of the 7.5 cm FK-22 field guns. In total, we have 10 standard divisions capable of being deployed and acting independently or together under joint commands across Europe and the Mediterranean. We are currently working on producing sufficient numbers of the next-generation weapons to be employed among specialty units such as the 1st Jaeger Brigade and the JAG Commandos. We project that the next generation of weapons will thoroughly replace the current weapons used by our infantry units within the next 3 years. So you can rest assured that by the time the Crusaders make their way to ours lands, they will be dealing with a vastly superior armed force. While you were gone, there has also been significant progress in developing lightweight artillery that can be employed by a single squad of soldiers in the field. The current prototype is very promising, and I am sure you will be pleased with the results. Berenger looked over the dossier that Eckhard had given him and was incredibly pleased with the army's progress. It numbered roughly 250,000 soldiers in total now and was by far the largest and most powerful military globally. The young king knew he would have to introduce some updated artillery to accompany the advanced weapons of the infantry. However, aside from that, his military had reached its max potential until things like the combustion and diesel engines could be manufactured en masse. However, what drew his interest the most was the progress of the border defenses. As such, he quickly shifted his gaze to his field marshal and asked the question on his mind. Marshal von Hallstatt, please do explain the progress the Army Corps of Engineers has had at our current borders. Upon hearing this, Eckhard did not hesitate and quickly began to speak of the massive trench system built around the borders of the Kingdom of Austria. At the moment, much of the land between Tyrol and Bavaria has been thoroughly entrenched, with a dedicated faction of border guards handling its defense. There are roughly 100 meters of barbed wire between our border and into the Bavarian lands. This massive wall of wire stretches across the trench line that has been constructed. As for the reinforced cement structures you have designed for future machine gun nests, they are undergoing construction as we speak. By the summer of next year, the Tyrolean-Bavarian border will be thoroughly secured. Currently, the border guard assists refugees from the other German states in resettling in our lands while protecting the borders from undesirables. I must inform you that the escalation of violence in the Kingdom of France has caused an uptick in French peasants migrating from their homes and towards our borders in the hopes that we will let them in. However, under the command of Her Highness Queen Linda von Kufstein, they have been turned away with force if necessary whenever they arrive. Berenger smiled when he heard this remark before commenting on Lindy's actions. That woman knows me so well. The French can stay in their lands. It is not our responsibility to look after the hungry and poor masses of the world. If they are not German, they are not entering our kingdom. Now, Eckhard, are there any other major concerns I should be made aware of in terms of military matters? The veteran field marshal immediately shook his head in response. He had caught up with his king on everything he needed to know. Thus Berenger shifted his attention to Chancellor Otto von Graz before asking the question on his mind. Tell me, Uncle, what news do you have for me in terms of the development of our infrastructure? Otto immediately handed the young king his dossier, where he began to speak out on a summary of the things that had been accomplished during Berengar's absence. To put it simply, the railway and telegraph lines have stretched from Tyrol across Salzburg and into the Kussenland. Our projections are that within another 2 years your royal railway will reach across the entirety of the Kingdom of Austria, the Grand Duchy of Switzerland, and the Kingdom of Bohemia. As for the development of the capital, it has grown in size. As I assure you are aware, we have had to erect another wall to protect the people, and the area between that wall and the others are filling up as we speak. As you may be aware, Trieste is now close to being fully industrialized, while Salzburg and Graz are also undergoing significant progress. Before long, Innsbruck, Kufstein, Graz, Salzburg, Trieste, and Vienna will all be industrial cities, capable of producing many goods to be transported across your two kingdoms via the railway, and the rest of Europe via more conventional trading methods. Upon hearing this, Berengar's smile doubled in size. He was delighted to hear that they had made such substantial progress in such a short period. Perhaps by the time he united all of Germany, his kingdom would be a fully industrialized nation. However, there was something else he wished to discuss, and thus, he immediately shifted his attention towards Linda, who was standing by obediently dressed in her service uniform. "My queen, is there anything you wish to report to me in terms of international matters that I should be made aware of?" Linda was hesitant to speak for a while, but after a few moments of awkward silence, she began to open up about the knowledge her agents had relayed back to her. "There are a few matters of importance. First and foremost, our neighbors are undergoing a massive economic decline and even entering a state of famine after you have slaughtered the 500,000 men who entered Iberia, hoping to put an end to Hassan's reign. As you are aware, most of those men were peasants. Thus, there is a significant gap in men capable of toiling the fields in the neighboring kingdoms, especially Poland-Lithuania. They have suffered the worst out of our neighbors and blame it directly upon you. They did not just send farmers, they sent thousands of their soldiers thinking the war with the Teutonic Order was over. However, the Golden Horde is in a state of civil war thanks to our intervention. Due to some significant operations behind the scenes, the Eastern Coalition has halted its advance into the rump state that is the current Teutonic Order. Famine ravages Poland, Lithuania, and France after all. Despite the French king not wanting to get involved, tens of thousands of his peasants sought glory and a place in the afterlife in Iberia rather than deal with the ongoing war between the English and French crowns. This brings me to my next point. My agents have reported that although operations are going smoothly with the supplying of the enemies of France with firearms and training, the French crown still refuses to adopt the weapons we have given him. As a result, Prince Aubrey has departed from Paris and is heading towards Kufstein as we speak. If my information is correct, he seeks an audience with your majesty. For what exactly I am unsure. I am certain that you are aware of the rumors regarding the French prince? Berenger chuckled when he heard this before mocking his wife. They say he has a face as beautiful as any woman and a sinful body. Aren't you afraid that such a slutty trap might catch your husband's fancy? Lindy's face twisted with revilement before she began to tease Berenger in front of his other ministers. I'm more worried about my husband lying with his sister than some amorous twink from France. However, I am positive that neither of those two scenarios will occur. Berenger sat with a grim expression on his face when he heard this remark. He would make sure to punish Linda for saying such a thing in front of the others later that night. However, for now he had business to attend to. As such, he stood up from his seat and gave his orders to the men, and one woman gathered. "All right, I have heard enough. You are all dismissed. If I need your services, you will hear from me. Until then, continue with your business." With that said, the gathered ministers departed, leaving Berenger alone within his office, staring out the windows of his palace. The unintended consequences of the peasant crusade to Iberia were sure to have disastrous effects for Berengar's neighbors and the Catholic Church as a whole. Chapter 449. The French Prince arrives. Berenger was within his study, smoking a hemp cigarette as he gazed upon the documents in his hands. Although he had spent a few days reacquainting himself with his wives upon returning from war, the work of a ruler was never truly fulfilled. Thus once more, he had thrust himself into the endless throes of paperwork. After exhaling a large puff of smoke, the young monarch heard a knock on the door. Refusing to put out the cigarette, Berenger responded before taking another hit. "It is open." Upon saying this, the door crept open to reveal his first wife Adela, who was dressed in a sapphire gown. Upon seeing his lovely wife enter his room, Berenger assumed that she was here to make amends. However, the sentence she spoke was anything but. "There is a visitor here for you. They claim to be a part of the French royal family." There was a look of utter disgust on the young woman's face as she said this. Berenger was quite surprised to hear this. The French prince had arrived quicker than he had estimated. Thus he decided to put out his cigarette in his ashtray before standing up and approaching his young wife. "Lead the way." Adela rolled her eyes before departing from the office with her husband in hand. Before long, they arrived in the great hall, where Berenger gazed upon a small host of visitors. He searched for the French prince but could not find him. However, his eyes fell upon a beautiful young woman who was exceptionally petite. This woman had honey blonde hair and emerald green eyes, and was dressed in the current fashion trends of Austria. Berenger mistakenly assumed this person's identity to be Princess Sibylla. Thus, he approached her and bowed before introducing himself. The stunning French woman held out her hand with a pretty smile upon seeing this, and Berenger placed his lips upon it. After doing so, he made his introduction. "Princess Sibylla, I must say you are as beautiful as the rumors have claimed. However, I am a bit confused. I was led to believe that Prince Aubrey would be the one to visit?" The woman presumed to be Princess Sibylla immediately giggled in an effeminate manner before covering her mouth. After doing so, She spoke in a high-pitched voice that matched a woman's. Your Majesty, you are not mistaken. I am Prince Aubrey de Valois, and I must say you are as handsome as the rumors say. Berenger immediately felt his mind shatter as he heard these words and struggled to mask his disgust in his actions. Did he seriously kiss the hand of a man? Meanwhile, Adela was in the corner smirking at his actions, thinking to herself, it serves you right for being a playboy. Of course, Berenger had no way of knowing what his wife was thinking, and instead began to pull away from the effeminate French prince awkwardly. I apologize for my actions. I assumed you were your sister. Tell me, Prince Aubrey, why are you here in Kufstein and why are you dressed like that? Prince Aubrey continued to smile as he placed one of his dainty hands on his cheek after doing so. He twirled around in his dress before leaning in close to Berenger. What's the matter? You don't like my appearance? The young Austrian king was immediately put in a difficult spot. This was, in fact, the prince of a neighboring kingdom and he had to, for the time being, maintain diplomatic ties with them. After all, his plan for fracturing the French kingdom relied on putting on the facade of friendly relations with his eventual neighbor to the west. Despite this, he immediately tried to distance himself from the effeminate prince. However, the moment he did so, Aubrey followed him and latched onto his arm with a sultry smile before asking the question on his mind. We can discuss business later. Why don't you show me around this wonderful palace of yours? Berenger had a distressed expression on his face as he looked over at his wife with a pleading gaze in his eyes. However, despite this anxiety, Adela merely scoffed before walking off. She knew Berenger would never sleep with a member of the same sex, and thus this was her punishment for him bringing home another wife without notice. Thus Berenger was forced to endure being a tour guide for the Prince of France. The first action that the young monarch took was to introduce the current location to his guest. This is the Great Hall, where my throne is present. Frankly, I don't stay here often and am instead usually found in my office. Aubrey took this comment with great interest after all. His father, the King of France, was practically glued to his throne, and it was where he usually conducted business. To see that the mighty King of Austria rarely used his throne room was unique in the boy's mind. On multiple occasions, Berenger tried to wrest his arm away from the effeminate prince. However, every attempt to do so was met with fierce resistance and a warm smile. It became abundantly clear what this trap's intent was, and the King of Austria made a silent vow not to fall prey to his tricks. However, since this guest was a member of a foreign royal family, he had to show some restraint in his action. Thus he kept a calm facade as he continued to walk Aubrey through his palace and show him every quarter of his court. After entering the dining room, Berenger and Aubrey witnessed Honoria eating lunch the moment she gazed up and saw her ex-fiancé locking his arms around her husband. The food fell from her hands and onto her plate. She was stunned to witness the sight and immediately got up from her seat where she rushed over to Aubrey and slapped the prince across his pretty face. After doing so, she began to curse him out. Get your hands off my man, you filthy tramp. Who the hell let you into this palace? Though the French prince was enraged that a woman would behave in such a manner towards him, he refused to let go of Berengar's arm and instead put on a cruel smile as he mocked the Byzantine princess. Oh Honoria, it has been some time since we last met. I am glad to see you found yourself a husband. However, there is no reason to be so jealous. Berenger and I are just getting to know each other. Isn't that right? Berenger smiled awkwardly as he heard this. Ultimately, he decided it would be best to separate from Aubrey now that Honoria was enraged and thus pushed him aside before scolding his guest. Honoria is right, I didn't want to say anything because you are a guest, but your actions are rather inappropriate. It would be best if we kept a safe distance between us. Aubrey immediately puffed out his cheeks as he began to pout. He could not believe that Honoria had gotten in the way of his plans yet again. She seriously had the worst timing. Of course, what came next further aggravated the French prince. Honoria immediately wrapped her arms around her husband and kissed him passionately before giving Berenger a fair warning. Don't fall into this boy's trap. I know you are not that type of man, but I have seen many otherwise normal men fall prey to his spell. Berenger chuckled before patting Honoria's head as he did so. He spoke the words that would make Aubrey all the more determined to seduce him. Don't worry, I'm not like that. You would only have to worry if he was a woman. Of course, this statement did little to ease Honoria's anxiety, and thus she opted to stay with the two men during the duration of their tour. So long as the effeminate French prince was in Austria, she would keep her eyes on him. Unlike Adela and Linda, she did not trust Berenger with Aubrey after all. She was too aware of how captivating he could be to other men. After touring around the entire palace, Berenger introduced Aubrey to his room before giving him a little lecture. These are your quarters for the duration of your stay in Kufstein. You are free to walk about the city and do as you please so long as you don't violate the law. Though you can eat at any of the wonderful restaurants in our city. I encourage you to be back at the palace in time for dinner at roughly 6 p.m. Aubrey silently nodded his head before sitting on his bed with a smile as he did so. He made an offer to Berenger, which greatly disgusted the young king. "It'll be fine, you can leave now unless you want to stay and give me a message?" Berenger immediately rejected the French prince's notions and departed from the room. He swore that no matter what it took, he would not fall prey to his schemes. After all, he was not that type of man. Of course, the moment he left the room, Aubrey began to pout and swear to himself that he would accomplish his objective. Thus a battle of seduction between the French and Austrian crowns had begun. Chapter 450. The Devil on Your Shoulder. Within the city of Kufstein was a group of Byzantines allegedly within the borders of Austria for the purpose of trade. If there was one thing that the Austrian government had come to be successful at, it was none other than border security. Even with their cover identities that were thoroughly prepared by the powers behind the second prince of the empire, these men, like any other visitors to the kingdom, had gone through a thorough vetting process. At the moment, they were hawking wares in the form of wine and silk at the trade district of Kufstein City. However, behind the scenes, these alleged merchants were here for a far less noble purpose. For 3 weeks now, they had watched and waited in the trade district for the opportune moment to assassinate Princess Honoria. Yet, despite this, the Byzantine princess had never entered the streets of Austria. Instead, she spent her entire time within the safety of the royal palace. So much so that these men were beginning to lose all hope of completing their mission. Because of this feeling of despair, one of these men finally had enough and immediately began cursing at the other in Greek. "For Christ's sake, we have been here in Austria for 3 fucking weeks, and we still have not even gotten the slightest glimpse of the princess." Immediately his compatriot slapped him across the back of the head and began to chastise the man for making such a foolish comment. "Quiet, you fool. That red-headed bitch has spies everywhere in this damned country. The fact that we have remained undiscovered so far is a blessing from the Lord God Almighty." The first man immediately scoffed at his companion's behavior before scolding him for his actions. "You're being paranoid. I doubt any of these barbarians even speak Greek. Yet you assume we are being watched every moment of the day." However, unbeknownst to this man, there was indeed a spy nearby at the next stall keeping an eye on these men from the Byzantine Empire. As a safety precaution, for any visitors to the kingdom who were staying for longer than a period of a week, there was an agent of Austrian royal intelligence sent to observe them and their actions multiple times a day. This spy was trained in 5 different languages, one of them being Greek, and thus she immediately heard the mention of the princess and the hushed conversation that followed. It quickly became apparent that these men were not ordinary merchants. Therefore, she had the urge to report this to her superior right away. However, she did not do such a thing. Instead, she fulfilled her duty and closely observed these men for a bit long in an attempt to gain any more valuable information about their reason for being in Kufstein. The first man immediately poured himself a cup filled with the wine they were hawking and began to speak once more, albeit in a slightly lower tone. "Once that bitch is dead, we can return to the empire and get paid. I can't wait to buy a nice villa within the city of Antioch." The more cautious of the 2 men looked around to see if anyone was listening before approaching his more wild counterpart and began to give him a stern talking. "If you say another word of this in the open, I swear to God I will cut your throat myself." The vicious glare and the bold threat by his ally immediately caused the man to shut his mouth. The only sound to escape his lips was an unintelligible mumble. However, the internal security agent nearby had received all the intelligence she needed. Thus, she paid for the vase in her hands from the nearby merchant's stall and scurried off into the crowds of nearby people. Before long, she rounded the corner, where she placed an envelope filled with actionable intelligence into a dead drop. After doing so, she left the area and surveyed the following targets on her list. As for the document, it remained in its location until a man came and collected it not 5 minutes later. A week had passed, and a fully detailed report was in the hands of Linda as she stood before Berenger and Honoria, who were gathered in the office of the royal palace. By now, every detail about the men, including the aliases presented on their travel documents and their actual identities, were within the hands of Austrian royal intelligence. If not for the telegraphs built between Kufstein and Trieste and the high speeds of the clippers in service to Berengar's intelligence network, then there would be no feasible way for them to gather such vital information in such a short time. However, in a week, Austrian royal intelligence had cross-referenced all of the information they had gathered about these men with Palladius' intensive spy network. In the end, the potential assassins had been identified as freelancers employed by a client known as Dalmatius Carolarios, who was a strategos within the Byzantine Empire and a well-known backer of the second prince. After spreading this information out in front of Berenger and Honoria, Linda waited patiently for their response. Honoria had a sad expression on her face. She could hardly believe that her brother would try to have her killed. However, Berenger was the first to pose a question about the intelligence that had been gathered. "Where are these men now?" Linda put on an amicable smile as she stood at attention. Though the man in front of her was her husband, he was also her boss and her king. Thus she acted like a professional as she answered his question. "Currently, the 2 men, as well as the 3 other operatives involved in this conspiracy, are under constant surveillance. We have teams on standby to arrest and interrogate them at a moment's notice. However, since we already know their identities and their purpose, I suggest we silently eliminate them and send their heads back to their employer as a message." Berenger had a vicious grin on his face for whatever reason. He always got excited whenever Linda expressed a cruel plan of action as such. He nodded his head in response before giving her permission to enact this plot. "Very well, we will handle this your way. I also will approve of further funding to counter espionage. I am surprised to see that these men went so long without being detected. If Anuria had in fact left the palace and visited the trade district, something could likely have happened to her." The second queen of the Kingdom of Austria smiled upon hearing this. She would never turn away more funding for her organization. As such, she bowed respectfully before her husband before thanking him for his generosity. "Master, I am pleased to serve you, and am thankful for this gift." Upon hearing this, Berenger dismissed his second wife. It was only after she had left the office did he grab a hold of Anuria and hugged her in an attempt to comfort her. "It must have been a bit of a shock knowing that your brother had tried to kill you. If there is anything you wish to discuss, just know that I am here for you." The Byzantine princess gazed up at her husband with her mint-green eyes. A small tear dripped from her cheek as the young king wiped it away. Anuria struggled to find the words to express her thoughts for a few moments before speaking with a voice filled with trepidation. "How did you feel when you found out that your brother tried to kill you?" The Austrian king sighed heavily in response to this question before revealing his feelings on the matter. "Bitter, vengeful, hateful, depressed, and honestly quite confused. I only had one brother in this life, and he tried to kill me on multiple occasions. I kept asking myself why he would do such a thing in the end. He simply wanted the inheritance. Obviously, I made him pay with everything he had before I took his life." A bitter smile formed on Anuria's face as she nodded her head after hearing about Berengar's experience with a similar situation. After several moments of deep introspection, she came to a conclusion. A stern gaze appeared in her eyes as she voiced her thoughts on the situation she found herself in. "Very well. Since my brother wishes for me to die, so be it. I have no choice but to retaliate. I will bring him to his knees so that he begs me for my mercy, and once he does, I will deny him it, and end his pitiful existence once and for all." A cruel smile curved itself upon Berengar's lips as he heard this. He pushed the woman's hair to his side as he kissed his wife upon her graceful neck. As he did so, he menacingly expressed his thoughts. "And I will be right here by your side, aiding you in every step of your journey as the devil on your shoulder." Anuria nodded in silence as the villainous couple began to plot their revenge against the second prince of the Byzantine Empire and all the men who supported him. Thanks to the agents within the internal security branch of Austrian royal intelligence, the plot against Princess Anuria had been thoroughly squashed. Though the prince would not know it for some time, he had invoked a monster within the heart of his little sister, one that the devil on her shoulder constantly fed. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.